bona fide sports-mad Australians. Snakes alive. Is that the time? Yes, green and gold freaks, it certainly is. It's time for the Sporting Probe. With two diamond pythons twirled around the tree of knowledge across the nation.
Boys and girls.
Well, a young man ain't got nothing in the world these days.
The Sporting Probe leading the charge up the eucalypt. With extra chili on the stick is the in-and-out maestro, rampaging Roy Slaven. And coming from behind is the heavy lifter with both feet on the ground, H.G. Nelson. Unleash the grunt and poke H.G.?
STF much, gentlemen. Jim Daniels, the golden guy in the soundproof booth of the TSP network. Now, when I say TSP, I speak of the Sporting Probe. That's right. People still bump into me in the streets and at airports when I'm waiting for planes to take off that are usually several hours late. People bump into me and say, HG, the TSP, what does it stand for? It simply stands for the Sporting Probe. And Jim's dragged the caravan and the pop-up studio down to Holbrook today. He's camped near that big sub there. God, that's a magnet for tourists. They've got a couple and a torpedo now in the town, but the big sub is where he is, and he's taken advantage of the excellent breakfast possibilities nearby. You can't go wrong for an egg on a bit of toast in that nook. Now, Probe-sters, patriots, pilgrims, punters, H.G. Nelson getting the Sporting Probe, TSP, away for another set of 7. Thanks very much, Mr. Olympics. That is the original and the best, Bruce McAvaney, original and best Mr. Olympics. You know, when it comes to well, I wouldn't say Mrs., but Mr. Olympics, I only think of Bruce. What a week. What an incredible week. A week when too much sport is barely enough. Tremendous nation to have you with us as we prod forward through the solidly backed up stallage of the week's sporting action. A week of massive collects, but very QT on the Dick and the Till front. It's been an old-fashioned pants-up week, what with Marty and IWD, etc. It's been ice blocks down the front of the trousers for the last set of 7. Look, can I just put out a bushfire to start with? The Dick is not for sale. That's the Dick and the Till website is not for sale. In some financial papers, it suggested that 51% of the Dick can be bought. It can't. Look, there's a lot of weird rumours going around about the Dick, as we saw from the Minister of Employment and Women's Affairs, I think, a couple of weeks ago. But the Dick is certainly not for sale. It's going to be independent always, as long as the two people presenting this show have anything to do with it. And now let's lock horns with a man who this week weighed into the national conversation about Sydney's football stadiums. I don't know if you've been across this, but there's two big stadiums in Sydney that the state government want to knock over and rebuild. The question seems to be to knock or not to knock. That is the question. But this man, in his own time, has redesigned both the Footy Stadium and Stadium Australia as a contribution, his contribution to that national conversation. His new designs include large nude areas and single zones that have the young unattached Australian licking the lips in anticipation. But wait until you clock his bar area improvements. This is a big talking point that people going to these venues can't get a beer. Well, he's totally reimagined the surface of alcohol in this nation. University tests on his designs suggest his startling approach to the tavern caper will enable 50,000 patrons to be served with 9 beers each in a 10-minute halftime break. That's right. Do the numbers yourself. Do the maths yourself. 50,000 served with 9 beers each in a 10-minute halftime break. That's 1 beer in just over a minute and a bit. It's incredible. And have a look at how he's done it. It's just beautiful. And then he's revolutionised completely our understanding of the toilet. No longer will women have to stand in queues of over 400 metres long to take a leak. His new plumbing principles will enable everyone inside both stadia to take a dump at the same time. Check his website for the plans. Of course, that man is rampaging. Roy Slaven. Roy, can we get the TSP? When I say TSP, my very good friends, remember, it's the Sporting Probe. Can we get the TSP bunny in motion simply by asking what the highlights that caught your restless and roving eye this week? Row!
Thank you very much, H.G. Nelson. What a wonderful week to be an Australian. I think it's a basic human right to be able to have a beer at half-time and to take a dump. Basic human right. I mean, have a look at the United Nations. Go to their website and see what they say about beers and toilets. I think you'll be surprised at how little they dwell on it, to be honest. And more's the pity. Now, speaking of things International Women's Day last Thursday was celebrated by the NRL with the return to first grade of Ambassador Matthew Lodge. Nice touch there by the rugby league, always just ahead of the curve, aren't they? Now, Socceroo coach. That is our Socceroo coach in waiting. That's the great Graham Arnold. God almighty, couldn't you wind back the years the last time Graham Arnold was in charge of the Socceroos or had anything to do with the Socceroos? Might have been when Hank Doot. Where was he? Hank Doot? And he was marvellous. Anyway, he says he dreams. This is Graham Arnold speaking, not me. He dreams of winning the Asian Cup and then the next World Cup.
Wow!
Now, I tell you what, the new bloke, the stand-in, the fill-in, Bert hasn't spoken like that.
No.
And more's the pity. If Bert was doing a little bit of talk like that, we might be believing in our Socceroos. At the moment, I just sense in the community, in the general community, there's a lack of belief that maybe Graham Arnold can bring back to us. Bring back hope. Hope. Hope.
What's that word, Roy?
Hope. That's all we want, a little bit of hope. Now, speaking of hope, Fijian rugby league players are demanding the sacking of Fijian rugby league strongman, that is Philemoni Vasarogo.
Who?
Philemoni Vasarogo. He is the strongman, rugby league strongman of Fiji, who's refusing to play any of the players who played in the World Cup. I don't know why. He's just refusing to do it. He won't talk about it. You know, I've tried talking to the bloke. He seems beyond reason.
He said, "What World Cup?" I think was his comment.
Yeah. What? Who? What? Were we there? Anyway, the rugby league players, that is the Fijians, are seething because they haven't been paid. And we're not going to let this story go either. We're going to stick on this. You know, not many news outlets, not many people at all. I mean, that Studio 10 show, great little show. Have they discussed this? Not once. And they're on every day of the week. You know, they're looking for stories all the bloody time. Well, here's a story. Why don't they get bloody Philemoni Vasarogo on the show? Hey, and grill him. Now, speaking of shows, the new look footy show.
Isn't that incredible?
Well, look, the AFL footy show, business as usual, just it hasn't dropped a beat.
No.
Not a stitch dropped. You know, suddenly here was the car coming through the studio like it was an accident, and out comes Sam and his mate, and it's a riot right from the very start. From the go, an absolute bloody riot. You know, I was in stitches so much so I had to turn it off and go to bed a few minutes after that. But the new look rugby league footy show, look, it just looks a bit cheap. I hate to say it, but it looks a bit cheap.
Gee, that's sad connected with rugby league.
I know. And Channel 9. You don't associate, well, maybe you do, cheapness with Channel 9 and rugby league. Look, the set, you just can't put up a screen. Well, it's not a screen, just a sort of nothing really, and put 3 chairs in front of it and call that a show. Especially when you get your star of the show, i.e. young Bo Ryan, comes out onto the set and there's not a chair for him. And it's awkward for him. He says, I was in the promos. Aren't I supposed to be on the show? I thought I was on the show. Well, yeah, you are. Where do I sit? Well, there's nowhere. So he just had to stand there awkwardly beside Girds. It was just weird. You know, I'm all for weird television. But it's got to look as if it's been thought about. As if someone had planned it. This was unplanned. This was just rubbish, and it looked cheap. And rugby league communities, the rugby league community across Australia, will not accept cheap. They won't, and that's a fact. Now, speaking of cheap, Bernard Tomic, remember him? The
flake.
The flake, yeah, corn boy.
He flaked out.
Yeah, he says the $1 million he got for 3 nights' work in Celebrity, God, he was well paid and didn't tend to get a lot out of it.
Too much.
Anyway, he's 3 nights. That money has been converted into Gold Coast real estate.
Has it?
Now, if anyone's got a spare, I wouldn't say a spare $1 million, but you're looking for somewhere to invest, follow the Tomic lead. You'd be crazy not to snap up. I mean, there are so many units, HG. I don't know when the last time you were on the coast, the Gold Coast. But units, and if you like the unit lifestyle.
Who doesn't?
Who doesn't? low ceilings, that sort of stuff, doors that jam, tiny kitchen,
paper thin walls, poor plumbing,
listening to whatever they're up to in the toilet next door, that sort of stuff. If you get off on that, atomic style, then you'd be crazy not to consider it as part of your portfolio. Now, just finally, HG, just a question. We might take talk back on this a little bit later if we have time. And my question is this: does rugby league need to rip the Band-Aid off, or just let things fester? Now, you might just phone up and say, I reckon it should fester, Roy. That's fine. You can have that view. Others might say, rip the Band-Aid off, Roy. And
we're going to be even-handed here.
We'll be definitely quite Catholic in our considerations. Make of that what you will.
Yes, welcome back to the Probe. It's a show for dreamers, Aussie golden dreamers, headed up by a man who dreamed of being a tyre fitter, rampaging Roy Slaven, and a young man with bugger all prospects who dreamed of sitting still long enough not to be noticed, H.G. Nelson. Now, coming back to the footy show, the AFL footy show, and this whole 007 vibe they've got going, which is just fantastic, with obviously Sam as the big 007 and all the other cast members involved in various parts. I thought two things were most revealing, apart from the car crash to get it underway, which I just thought
was great, wasn't it?
It was. It seemed to have taken at least 6 months to develop that idea and then to construct it and then drive. Because people don't realise that backstage at a television studio, there's often not much space.
No,
and certainly to get a car up to the speed to crash it through a wall like that. I mean, that was just electric.
It was.
And the two big things that came out of it for me was the reheating and the retelling of the story about the night Brendan went a bit silly, Brendan Favola went a bit silly with the mic. About the pressure points. At the Brownlows pressure points, Juddy said. Look, I've heard those stories maybe 30 or 40 times.
Well, I never tire of those stories.
Exactly. And they each time I hear them, a bit more is added to them. I mean, I'm just hoping I'm alive in 100 years' time when Brendan and Juddy are rolled out again. Maybe in, what would it be, 3009. That'd be 100 years after the incident to hear them again. And the other big thing, I think, was the subplot. Is Sam going to become Melbourne's Lord Mayor? Now, look, I've got to say is that...
Does he have a vision?
He does.
Yeah, good. Look, you've got to start with a vision. I mean, you can say whatever you like about Robert Doyle, but he had a great vision. For Melbourne. And
he's the incumbent who's under a cloud and may not be able to continue. I'm pretty sure he can't continue. So there's an election coming up relatively soon. And Sam's put his hand in the air. He said... homeless people living in the city streets and doorways were not aesthetically pleasing, although he did acknowledge it's not ideal for the people to find themselves in those circumstances, so you have to do it.
Right. What's his plan for that, HG?
Well, let me just set that out as an idea. He's worried about addressing graffiti, security zones and scrapping the 30-kilometre speed zones in the city. People think they could be popular issues.
When you say scrapping the 30-kilometre speed,
I'm not sure he's going to. Is he going
to make
back
it lower down to 10 kilometres, or?
Well, I'm not sure where it goes to if it's not 30. I think the latter.
Okay, good.
130. After all, he's got a Lamborghini. I think a $750,000 Lamborghini.
Well, must drive him nuts driving through the city if you can't get out of first gear.
Now, that shouldn't automatically discount him from public office. However. Once he gets there, he'd like to do things properly. I don't know that he would necessarily, how do I put this, necessarily worry about the income from the job. I'm not sure what the Lord Mayor of Melbourne gets. No. Historically, I don't mean to be unkind to the people who have served that city well in that capacity. Normally they've done it as more or less a freebie, or they've taken a cut in their wages.
Sure.
I think he said the first thing I do is take out an ad. If anyone has a claim against me that I've acted improperly with them, come forward now and get it out of the way so we can move on from there.
Oh, Hugh, that's a great idea.
It is. An ad in the paper if you want to have a go at me. I don't know how you'd write that. Hello, everyone. Sam Newman here. If you want to have a go at me, do it now because I'm going to become Lord Mayor and you will only have yourself to blame. Is that how the copy?
I suppose so, yeah.
Writes itself, really. I can be confident that I've done some ordinary things in my life, but none of them been non-consensual. Now, it's all in the eye of the beholder, of course, I might say.
Very much, yeah.
Can I say...
But isn't it refreshing to have the Band-Aid ripped off with Sam rather than just letting something fester? Perfectly
put.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, Lord Mayor, I mean,
But I thought he was a Geelong man. Shouldn't he be going for the
G-Town?
Yeah.
Haven't they got a loony down?
Well, they do. They've got a bloke with an interesting haircut from memory. Is Sam doing anything weird with his hair to draw attention? And can he discuss mayoral duties on the footy show?
Well, that's a fascinating question. You vote for me, you mean? I'm going to be Lord Mayor.
Yeah.
How do you say?
Can he launch his campaign as part of the show?
Well, don't tempt him. Don't give him ideas, Roy.
Idiot, call him on. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, come on out here. The future Lord Mayor of Melbourne, Sam. Come on out.
Now.
Boom, car crash comes through,
And he's got
Sam.
the ermine.
And he's got mock
the chain
chains.
of office. Yeah. Chain of office.
Yeah.
And don't tell me that putting on those robes doesn't do something for the front of the trouser.
Sure.
Yes, this is the Probe Kitchen, pulling the tripe and offal souffle out of the oven is a man simply known as Manu, who's not on assignment. That's rampaging Roy Slaven. And on the lurk near the pavlova table looking for a large bite is the mature-aged apprentice with a couple of very sharp knives, H.G. Nelson. Now, Roy, that story we broke last week concerning Tasmanian football.
Yes.
And
the dire straits it's in.
The dire straits it's in AFL style. And, of course, we've got Hawthorn going down to Hobart and North Melbourne going down to, or the Kangaroos going down to Launceston a couple of times a year to fly the flag. It doesn't seem to be...
It's not enough, is it?
It's not enough. It's certainly not enough. And the anger...
It's tokenism.
Tokenism, that's absolutely right. The anger is red hot. It appears that the AFL, and that's Gillon McLachlan, has not an interest, not the slightest jot of interest in Tasmanian football.
Doesn't know where it is.
He believes, people say that the Tasmanian football gets less support than the NEAFL, which is just a competition going through the roof. The Tasmanian State League has a salary cap of $95,000, for instance, compared with the NAFL's cap of $200,000.
Yeah.
I mean, that's twice as much. I don't get it.
Yeah.
So what we've got is a red-hot island state at the moment when it comes to football issues. And I'm
surprised it didn't come up in the state election. It didn't seem to be much of an issue at all.
Well, I think guns and poker machines were the things that seem to be occupy most people's thinking.
Sure.
Especially guns late in the campaign and poker machines all too early in the campaign by the sounds. Now, I understand Gillon McLachlan is going to lead a mission down to Tasmania sometime in the next, say, 3 or 4 months.
Right.
I'm just wondering if we could put a few bones around that idea. I mean, if we took the footy show down for a Tasmanian special, this is the AFL footy show down for a Tasmanian special. Special guest, apart from the Lord Mayor, obviously, Sam, is Gillon McLachlan to talk about what is going on. Brendan and...
What a sort of Q&A style.
Q&A? Wow, you've thought about this more than I have.
So you get vested interests in Tasmanian football in your crowd.
Well,
and you divvy it up politically. You'd have, I don't know.
There's a Northern League and a Southern League.
Northern League, Southern League.
Labor, Liberal, Greens involved, pro-poker, anti-poker.
Yeah.
There'd be a lot of sides to this.
I suppose.
And, I think Sam would obviously have a contribution to make. Obviously, Eddie would keep things under control, Tony Jones style.
But
I wouldn't want to
Gillon would have to spend at least a month or so just engaging with grassroots, though, wouldn't he?
Well, that's the difficulty. That's a
Why is he planning to do a long walk each year? Say a walk from Launceston to Hobart
in time, arriving.
Yeah, for the footy show.
For the footy show, there might be raining. Say, might be June by the time he gets down there. Clears a bit of space.
Yep.
He's got the dry as a bone on.
Yes.
He's got the jumper on. Say one of the Tasmanian clubs underneath.
Yes.
Every so often.
And he'd begin by saying how humbled he's been by the experience of, getting to talk to ordinary fans. Not necessarily Hawthorn fans.
Or North Melbourne
fans. But fans of Tasmanian football.
Yes.
Now, is there call for a Tasmanian football team?
Well, that's been going on for years. It's been going on for years, and he's been deaf to those calls. And I think, in fact, in this recent outrage, he says he just can't see it happening in his lifetime.
No, why not?
Well, that's a difficulty.
If you build it, they will come.
Yes,
surely that's got to be the lesson.
People are moving to Tasmania in greater and greater numbers. They're all footy heads.
Hobart real estate is going through the roof. It's now one of the most livable cities in the world. It's got one of the great art galleries of the world. There are more poker machines per capita in Tasmania than any other country, any other state on earth.
Now, don't tell me
Now, that's got to be a magnet for people who want to see their families engaged in a local football team.
I know.
It's not a huge leap to make. Are you Tasmanian? Yeah. Do you live in Tasmania? Yeah. Do you play the pokies? Yeah. Do you love football? Yeah. Do you want to play? Yes!
G'day, Paul Roos here. What makes good leaders? After 3 decades on the footy field and in the coach's box, I've learned just how important effective leadership is in building high-performing teams. Now you can share in everything I've learned in my podcast series, The Coach. If you're into leadership and building a winning culture, join me on The Coach. Download the app or listen now at podcast1.com.au. No matter what you're into, there's one for everyone.
Podcast One.
Yes, you're on the Probe Explorer, heading out for another day of bleaching the reef. The man with a snorkel and spear gun is the skipper, Captain Roy, and down the back of the tub with a 44-gallon drum of White King is a very excited H.G. Nelson. Now, what about those Tars? Look, I don't want to go on with it. What about those Tars? They promised so much this season, and they're delivering.
They're delivering what they've delivered for the last few years.
Correct.
Consistently, which is rubbish.
Now, can I point out that I think the New South Wales Tars, or is that the right? Waratahs, have got some sort of hookup with the University of New South Wales. I might be wrong about that, but I don't know how that works. Is education money given from the government to the University of New South Wales, so it's flicked on to the Tars?
Maybe.
Is that how it works?
Maybe.
Well, one reason why...
What does the university get out of it, apart from bad publicity?
Well, this match apparently was played in Argentina. I haven't got all the details.
Against the Jaguars, wasn't
Against the Jaguars, which the Tars predictably lost. So what are people in Argentina thinking? Before they were thinking the University of New South Wales, God, that'd be a great place to study. Now they're thinking, they're scratching their heads and thinking the last bloody place on this planet I'm going to is the University of New South Wales.
Yes. Anyway.
Now, the reason why I raised this is the Dons. This is the Essendon Football Club, and we talked about them last week in connection with the Danaher football, and wasn't that a great day yesterday? Seeing the Danaher Ungary. It's just incredible.
It's so big.
And stuck on a pole.
I know.
It's just great. And there's a plaque down the bottom revealing everything.
Yes.
It's just terrific.
Yeah.
And the match afterwards was great when, Barry Hall said he was going to deck Brent Staker again. I thought, no, he won't. He did. Just flattened him. It was just fantastic. Now, Essendon Football Club hope an RMIT deal can kick the reliance on pokies. God, they're claiming big here. I don't know what they get from the poker machine connection, but they're hoping RMIT will fill the gap. So let's say they got 100,000 out of the pokies for the club. How does RMIT give them 100,000, or why does RMIT give them $100,000? Look, I know there are some add-ons here. That chair of biochemistry that James Hurd's going to fill, Professor Hurd, that's a terrific tight fit, because no one knows how to make things work in that regard better than James. Right. He has personal experience of overseeing this thing.
Yes.
Now, could the Eels... do something with NIDA. That's the Parramatta Eels. Could they hook up, say, with NIDA? Would that work? And if so, what do you make
with
of this
educational institutions? Is this the future for football codes, football clubs? Is it actually? You're suggesting some sort of fusion, some sort of sister city relationship, some sort of more than casual relationship, some contractual relationship with an educational institution. Well, it can work, I suppose. We with the Shamrocks in Lithgow, we had a very close relationship with the Lithgow Jail, and it proved very, very fruitful for when sometimes, on some occasions, some players felt the need to be there for a while. So it was great having that relationship. They weren't scared about what was going to happen. They knew, they'd been there, they'd looked at it from the outside, and now they were looking at it from the inside, and they were able to come out with tremendous insights about what it's really like inside, which really helped a lot of the players, a lot of the younger players in the reserve grade team, for example, who had aspirations for forming a very close relationship with the Lithgow Jail by being inside. Some were dissuaded from that course of action. So that was good. But I don't know if there was much money change hands, HG. There was...
Well, in your day, of course, people didn't shy away from the penal experience like they do today.
No.
And did you have to wear bunting on the front of the shirt, the Shamrock shirt?
Yeah. It simply said, on the front of the Guernsey HG, it simply said, supporters of Lithgow Jail. and on the back it just had Lithgow Jail. So with Finley's furniture underneath.
Yes, this is the Probe ATM, camped at the milk crate with a fist of 50s is the branch manager and brains of the operation, rampaging Roy Slaven, and working a wheeze for the big four with a jar of change is the cash-out comrade H.G. Nelson. Just going back to that hook-up between the Essendon Bombers and the RMIT, the Bombers are one of 9 Victorian clubs to pocket money from poker machines, with Essendon owning 190 machines. Now, I'm not sure what...
It's not many, is it?
No. But I'm not sure what 190 machines would be worth if you sold them.
Well, it depends where they are. It
that's
on
true.
their location.
That's true. Now, what's lovely is that the Essendon want to continue and innovate. Obviously optimistic about the partnership with RMIT. Why don't they play better football? Winning football. Do you know what I mean? It's all very well to innovate and join up with an educational institute. That doesn't guarantee success, does it?
No, it doesn't.
They want to join the university's incubator hubs. Oh, I don't like the sound of that.
Incubator hubs.
You know what that means, don't you? D-A-N-K.
Oh, dear. Right, okay.
Would help the club find ways to make money. I think it's ultimately thinking differently outside the square, and absolutely partnerships like this with platforms like incubator hubs that really promote the mindset of innovation. Oh, Lord. I think ultimately the end of our goal should be really drive change in that space, said Campbell, who's the wheeze behind this. This Xavier Campbell, that's the chief executive of the Bombers.
Right. So they're looking at ways of raising more funds for the club. Is that it? Is that what it's all about?
Apart from poker machines. They want to get out of... Can I use this term?
They want to reduce their dependence upon poker machines.
They want to get out of the poker machine space.
What about... poker machine space, I understand.
That's the language.
What about fashion? Why couldn't they have their own Bombers business shirts and
look, it's Melbourne Fashion Week, I think, on at the moment. Have any of the football clubs strutted their stuff on the catwalk?
Great opportunity there. What about going into bed with, say, a
food outlet,
Hyundai or something like that, and have a Hyundai Bomber,
like a black and red car. Yeah. How about your food stuff? So we were talking about last week the Essendon deep-fried Mars bar pavlova, battered.
Yes, with extra cheese.
Something you can only get at Bombers games.
Yeah. Yes, something you can only get on the day of a game.
Exactly. Make the game day experience special.
Yeah.
Forget the winning. That's old school. Remember last year or the year before, the Bombers were desperate to improve the game day experience.
They were. And what did they do? Did they do anything? No.
They lost.
Now,
the RMIT Vice-Chancellor Martin Bean said the partnership was an exciting development.
Yeah, right.
The opportunity to take 2 iconic Victorian institutions that are having an impact right across Australia and the world.
Like the poker machine and the motor car.
Brothers and sisters, you're in the Probe Church of Hope. In the pulpit, the very Reverend R.R. Slaven with a special reading from Revelation on evils lurking in AFLX. And nicking off with the collection plate, H.G. Nelson. Now, Roy, look, in a very busy week for Gillon McLachlan, the AFL decided, and can I just say as a backdrop to this story is...
This is Hamish's brother, isn't
Hamish's
it?
brother, older brother, who runs the AFL, much in the manner of Kim Jong-un runs North Korea.
Yes.
He makes the decisions and everybody gets in line and says, well done.
Yep.
Now,
and are we absolutely certain about his sanity? We're not, are we?
No. I've got to say no. That's a question that does come up quite a lot, and I tend to move on because I see that just...
We can't help.
Can't help. Now, midweek, he blurted out from AFL HQ that he was thinking about introducing a mid-season draft. Now, we'll come to that in a minute. My waft about this is that the older McLachlan won't be happy unless every match is a draw.
Oh, dear.
Meaning that then he can demonstrate to himself that the team, the competition is equal. And if it was a 0-0 draw...
Perfect.
Exactly.
Is that his dream?
That's his dream. He wakes up thinking, I've tipped the round.
That's what I mean about his sanity. Here you have a bloke whose idea for the future of the competition is to kill it stone dead. Now, there's a conflict of interest there. Surely there's a conflict of interest.
Now, I'll go further than that.
Yeah.
That in the 0-0 draw, before the match begins, before the ball is bounced, he will indicate to whoever's adding up the Brownlow votes which players will get the Brownlow votes in the game.
Right.
So he's going to take total control of the game. Right. Total control of the game. Yeah, right. Now, apropos of this, he's worried about the speed at which clubs can rebuild. So his immortal suggestion is to make the suggestion that they should introduce a mid-season draft.
Oh, dear.
Now, this means that players can be either loaned or swapped or traded.
Mid-season?
Mid-season. I'm not quite sure when the window will open. Let's say July the 1st to August the 1st or June the 15th to July the 15th. Now,
how are the fans going to feel about that? How are the fans going to feel about that? If you've got players that you love, let's say...
disappearing.
Let's say Lance Buddy Franklin. Everyone loves Lance Buddy Franklin playing for the Swans. That's beautiful. Okay. So you're watching him 1 week, let's say it's mid-July. Lance, oh, lovely, he got 2 goals today and 1 behind. Beautiful, loved it, and that's what I had my money on.
Can't wait till next week.
Can't wait till next week. Next week he's turning out with the Bombers. Is that how it works?
Even worse than that. Take the great Hawthorn player Luke Hodge, who's gone to play in Brisbane because he knows that when he leaves football there'll be a yawning chasm in his life, which life just can't fill. Yeah. So he keeps playing. The Hawks have a great run this year. Brisbane not so good because they haven't been able to equalise on a lot of nil-all draws. They've lost a lot of the nil-all draws. Yep. Now, what happens here is the Hawks going well. They might need somebody who can stiffen a back line. That looks like where they're a bit weak if last night's was any evidence to go by. Okay, what happens is they ring him up and say, Hodgie, how'd you like to come back to fill up a hole in the back line for the rest of the season at Hawthorn? So all of a sudden, the Brisbane Lions have to trade a player back to Hawthorn to plug a backline hole. Well, what does it do to the original trade and how they settle the payments?
Well, what about fan loyalty?
Fan loyalty.
What about fan loyalty?
So many people...
What have you got your favourite grub? Okay, you've got a great little grub.
In Toby Green?
Yes, Toby Green. Good, come here! Lay one on him, son! Good. Suddenly... Toby's turning up for someone else.
I know. Or Bryce Gibbs. You know, Carlton have a run, the Crows go horrible, and all of a sudden Bryce is back at Carlton.
Yeah.
I mean, it makes a nonsense. Are there any, what would you call, caveats to this thing? Or is it just open slather? I've got to say is that, you know...
Well, this has got madness written all over it. This has got McLaughlin written all over it, hasn't it?
It certainly has. Look, do you think there is an opportunity, though, for somehow... players who are poleaxed before the season start to be replaced? Like, you know, I've noticed Naismith's come down for the Swans and Doherty's gone from Carlton. Right. Do you think they should be able to add a player to it? And if so, where should that
Where would that player come from? Tasmania.
Are you suggesting players from Tasmania could be part of the AFL competition?
Yeah. They just fill up the gaps as they appear.
Has McLaughlin run the slide rule over this, Roy? As nearly as I can tell, it's the sort of thing that a mad person might do. Tasmanian players in the AFL. Think about it. Yes, you're in the Probe nuclear bunker where our red button is bigger than yours. With his hand on the hovero, the atomic cheese, wing commander rampaging, flyboy Roy Slaven, and out the back on the tools trying to make the bugger go bang. H.G. Nelson now, Roy, South Africa, cricket.
Oh, yes.
I've got to say is that... It was a difficult week this week for cricket, I think, internationally. The main thing is this line that seems to be crossed. Where's this line drawn? If I think people could see where the line was drawn and see players stepping over it, we might have a clearer idea of where to actually or how to award penalties or disapproval or suspensions. Yeah. It's all very well to have an imaginary crossed line. And what the difficulty that I see is that when it's to Australia's advantage, it seems to be a fair way from the line to where it's Australia's disadvantage, if you understand the drift.
I do.
So in the matter of Bairstow in the Brisbane Test, the line was virtually on the horizon. I couldn't see it.
No.
I just couldn't see it. I couldn't get near it. You know, I took that gyrocopter up to have a look. I couldn't get anywhere near it. However, when it's more closer to us... then it seems to be almost at our feet. And as soon as we take a tiny step, we're over it.
Yeah.
Look,
it seems it's easier for other countries to cross our line than it is for us to cross their line, doesn't it?
You think you've summed that up.
Yeah.
Look, I've got to say is that the South African coach, Otis Gibson, whose work I don't know, I've got to be honest here. I don't know the Gibson story here at all.
Nor do I.
Look, I've heard great things, and obviously he's got an idea of where to put the stumps and, you know, probably knows witches' hats and, you know, training drills with a baseball glove and all that sort of stuff.
Yep.
He expressed his frustration at his belief that Australians were the sole arbiters of where the line is in cricket. Is that fair?
Well, fair enough. You know, in all fairness, AC, I've always found Australian sledging funny. Now, but South African sledging is unfunny.
Yeah.
You know, for sledging to work, you've got to get a laugh out of it. Otherwise, it's just spiteful.
It's embarrassing.
It's embarrassing. You know, look. Sometimes when you say you find yourself with gastric and you drop a load, it can form a design that is a very funny pattern.
Yeah.
But more often it's not.
Yes, this is the Probe Writers Festival. On the podium, the man with the biography of Rooting King, rampaging Roy Slaven, and waiting in the wings with a nude version of Romeo and Juliet, the people's playwright, H.G. Nelson. Now, continuing this problem of the line and the moving line, former Test captain Ian Chappell declared Smith should have been held accountable by the ICC for the actions of David Warner and his players in the first Test, while Adam Gilchrist implored the team to realise their penchant for aggressive cricket didn't necessarily translate well to home fans. Right. I'm not sure if Gilly means the home fans in South Africa, who'd be probably outraged. Yeah. That's the Murdoch view. Compare and contrast, the band that played, and I think play was stopped.
Yeah, well, the band got up the nose of one of the umps.
Yes.
And ump had a word with band. Could you shut up? Just give us a bit of a break. Words to that effect. Sure, they said. And as soon as he went back to take his mark, off they went again to get right up his nose. I don't know why. I don't know why they've...
Well... I sure thought the Barmy Army had broken all these rules in the past, and I don't mean that in a bad way. I mean, we trumpets are what we, and who can forget the magic of the Vuvuzela in the World Cup?
World Cup.
That thrilled the world.
Got up the nose of the world perfectly. Yeah.
Now,
look, I think the solution to this is going to be actually they're turning up the stump mics in this second Test,
and that'll drown out the band.
It'll drown out the band while ever there's chirpy chatter going on, sledge style, amusing,
banter,
funny, banter,
robust Aussie banter,
gastric style out in the middle. So that's going to be covered. Yeah.
Now, can I ask? The band made up about a third of the crowd, though.
Did.
I mean, were they literally saying you've got to get out because you're wearing the pink shirt?
No, you're allowed to stay, but just put your trumpets down.
Right. I find this bizarre. We're trying to encourage an audience. I mean, there's a forgotten area of the demographic. People who play in brass
bands who love their cricket.
Exactly. Why aren't they allowed to come anymore?
Apparently not. Not in South Africa.
Can I ask you to compare and contrast jump codes, Matthew Lodge? We've talked a lot about, in fact, I think we've broken the story here about Matthew Lodge some years ago.
Yeah.
In fact, it might have been in the middle of last year, and we followed it all the way through. The only, as I understand it, sporting show to follow the Lodge story from start to finish.
It's not finished yet.
No,
this story's going on. Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah. He returned Thursday night in a wonderful display on International Women's Day.
He did.
Dragons v Broncos. Now, it was played at Cogra
Jubilee Oval, yeah.
Cogra Jubilee Oval. Now, can I say, an audience that is very partisan. I mean, this was not a million miles from the Taj Mahal.
No.
In fact, you can walk from Cogra Jubilee Oval to the Taj Mahal
for a few beers and a game of poker machines at half time. Exactly.
That's right. I think they've got 150 in there if you should.
They do.
A lot of the Queen of the Nile and each way nudger. Now, coming back to the match though.
Yeah.
Matthew Lodge was booed every time he touched the ball. What was great was sometimes he made a mistake and was booed even.
I know. The crowd really got behind him in a way, or got in front of him, or beside him, and certainly made their opinions known. Now, I guess that was their way of thanking him for the terrific work he'd done in promoting the game in New York. No, I'm telling you now, had Lodgy not gone crazy in New York, we wouldn't be having this game in Denver, Colorado. We would not. That's a fact.
Or the anticipated first round next year played in America.
Yes.
Every team.
Right. In Central Park, isn't it?
Central Park, that's one of them. We've got to find 10 venues. Well, not 10, but you know what I mean. I think 9.
9.
Now, what was interesting is afterwards, James Graham, who I'm now declaring rugby league's first saint.
Wow.
Do you know what I mean?
This is the former Bulldog, who's now a St George Dragon.
Yeah, rearing the big red V.
Yeah.
And wasn't it good to see a team turn out in their original stripe?
Yeah.
You know, you get so many weird jumpers these days, but to see the people would have been scratching their heads wondering what the big V was all about when they ran on.
Well, I don't think the big V ever meant anything. I mean, I could be wrong here.
As in,
But
no,
no, unless it meant victory, sort of subliminally. I'm not sure.
Suppose.
But then everyone had a V.
Now, he said he went over and, congratulated him.
This is James Graham. Went over to Matthew Lodge
and
to congratulate him on the pretty ordinary game he had.
Very ordinary game, but the excellent work in New York. And let's face it, James Graham is very pro this mile-high test between England and New Zealand, I think it's going to be.
Yep.
And might that rob Origin of a lot of focus this year?
It will. A lot of world focus.
World focus,
Yeah.
you're absolutely right.
There's going to be a lot of world focus looking at Denver, Colorado.
And how will the free trade ban affect it?
How does that work? Is there any
It's a
choice? Wow.
I know.
You mean there's going to be like 20% impost on rugby league players going into
America?
the United States?
Yeah, yep. Now, the pair of
Has
just...
Steve Chobo said anything about
I
that?
don't think he
Our
has. Chobo, very, very quiet.
Our trade minister?
He's interested in sport. I know Chobo. He went to the AFL Grand Final when he wasn't trade minister and pretended to be trade minister.
Yeah, didn't he turn up
Passed
on the
himself
wrong
on.
day and
He
had
did.
to come back?
He did.
He did.
Now, obviously, fierce opponents, Lodge and Graham. Remember, James Graham, rugby league's first saint. But for what it's worth, I'm pleased he's back. I think he's served his ban. Seems like he's turned a corner, and our game shouldn't turn its back on someone that, has made a mistake. But, this game helps people with some tendencies and some characteristics to channel that and make their lives and the people around them, their lives better too. People can debate it. Let's move on and focus on the game. I mean,
Beautiful thoughts.
I know. Wouldn't it be great if somehow the rainbow connection that the Shamrocks had with the Lithgow jail could be transferred to the St George Dragons?
Wow. Or the Brisbane Broncos.
Either way, I don't mind. I mean, in that match there...
Well, see, I've always been for prosecuting the cause, HG, of every club having a jail as part of its...
Makeup.
Yes.
See, what I worry about, we talk about the poker machines being the only source of revenue. I've thought, as you have, that the ATO could be a source of revenue. That's the Australian Tax Office. I thought of a lottery. I know there's talk of lottery, connected with the Olympics, which would be a tight fit. Yeah. Well, why not jails? Because let's face it, that seems to be one of the big growth industries in Australia.
It seems to be.
I think New South Wales is having to put them up every hour.
Boom time, yeah. And I've always thought too, actually, that why not have the making of poker machines in jails so that jails could turn a bit of a profit by selling poker machines. I know this would get up to the nose of, I think...
Ainsworth and them.
Yeah, the one particular family who
seems
to have a stranglehold on all the bloody poker machines in Australia. We've got to free that up a little bit and allow for a little bit of competition. Now, if you could get a terrific each-way nudger, as you say, or Queen of the Nile from the Lithgow jail, sponsored by the Lithgow Shamrocks, where, every second image that comes up is of a Shamrocks player. You can see where this is going.
Oh, it's just incredible, isn't it? And imagine the queue of people.
So you get a Matthew Lodge special.
Yeah, but
so line up 12 Matthew Lodges.
Or Broncos
or
players.
Broncos players.
12 Lodges would be the jackpot.
That'd be total jackpot.
If you got all Broncos.
Set for life.
Set for life.
Set for life. Line up your Lodges and you never have to work again. No.
Yes, this is the Probe Winter Olympics training session at the top of the big hill. It's a man whose time to shine has come. Rampaging Roy Slaven, and back at the village with an extra clean bottle of gear. Camped near a hole in the wall is H.G. Nelson. Now, beautiful think piece bobbed up in the Fairfax paper a week ago, and it begins... Malcolm Knox got this. Professional sports people, he says, fit into three categories: highly competitive, super ridiculously competitive, and so competitive that they didn't have an outlet for the sport. They'd probably be residing in a state facility like the Lithgow jail or either health or corrective services, take your pick. Now, because everyone out there is so competitive, it's something we lose sight of. But sometimes the brute reminder is delivered in an inverted blurting of a player's voice. This is apropos, of course, of the problems in South Africa and the imaginary line Australia in the first test v South Africa. Yes. Now, Nathan Lyons said this week that although his teammates try not to cross the line, an ethical demarcation as tangible as the Tropic of Capricorn, the international date line, if perchance one of them happens to cross it, they would prefer that kiddies, shockable grandmothers and chin-stroking moralists at home did not hear. That's why they turned the mics down.
Yeah. Yes,
now,
that's right.
I'm not sure if that's right. If grandmothers chin-stroking moralists and at home and kids heard it, they might do something about it and prevent it. He said cricket, which is interesting, which is held at a distance, meaning, the spectators spectators in South Africa don't bother to turn up by the looks, and if they do...
They'd rather be at home listening to what's going on through the stump mic, which you can't really get at the ground.
No, that's right. That's absolutely right. I mean, I think they tried to crack down on people shouting out at tennis some time ago, but that was the only place you could get a bit of blue.
Yeah.
On the stage is so quiet these days. If you do like your blue, you're really desperate to go to the cricket or tennis to catch a bit of it. So cricket, obviously at a distance, it's considered a gentleman, I use this word advisedly, gentlemanly pursuit, or, the behaviour is above board, gentlemanly or womanly pursuit. That was well and truly exploded when the stump mics came in. It's no coincidence the so-called, gentleman's agreement died in 1977, but it was never true. Even Keith Miller's greatest lines were invented later over a beer with Jack Wimbledon. This is a bit arcane here for people who don't know either of those characters. On the field, old heroes knew how to swear and didn't necessarily have superior imagination to counterparts today, but they didn't have the stump microphone.
No, that's right. Yeah.
Now, the difficulty is here is...
well, sledging back in Keith's day, in all fairness, Keith Miller's day, you'd say something to amuse your mates.
You would, just because it's so boring out there, hour
because you're out
after
there
hour.
hour after hour, standing in slips, So you say something and it sort of breaks the ice and everyone has a bit of a laugh.
And on they go.
On you go.
Yeah.
But we changed that, HG, when we decided to go a little bit personal. When, say, Tomo's running in with the ball and from slips, just as he's about to deliver, you say something like, "You're a goose, Mohammed," or something like that.
Yeah.
So just for that moment, your concentration is, what do you say? Oh, the ball's here.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I know.
So we invented that. And no line was crossed, though.
No. Can I point out that we're number one at this?
We are.
Australians are widely regarded as number one.
Yep.
And do you think we should make more of it? I mean, it's already well just...
Well, I want to see everyone mic'd so we can listen to everything that's said.
Yeah, true. I mean, nice areas, Gary.
Yes, I love that.
Yeah. Bowling, Marty.
Yes.
All that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, we've got the idea that goes on. We don't have to hear that anymore. I mean, obviously, Warney's not playing anymore, but so you won't hear that unless somebody does it for a jape. But the nice areas, Gary, I'm tired of that.
Yeah.
I want to hear, as you point out, I want to be at home and be surprised. Wow, did he really say that?
Yeah.
And as I pointed out before, Tony Gregg used to say, there's a lot of words going on out there that if we said them, we'd be taken off air. We'd lose our license.
Yeah, lose your license. Well, that's true. But I think everyone would love to hear, because a lot of our players are really, they're wordsmiths, HG.
Yeah, they're funny.
Wouldn't you love to hear what Warner says?
Yes, it's the big night out on the Probe, dolled up in glitter behind the wheel of the Tesla, the designated driver rampaging Roy Slaven, and camped on the back seat, the melodrama in mascara, H.G. Nelson Roy. People do want to get in touch with the TSP, open brackets, the Sporting Probe, closed brackets, and they can do so by just directing their mojo work to Roy and HG at thesportingprobe.com.au. That's Roy and HG at thesportingprobe.com.au. And these people have got involved, Roy.
Look, Matt's been in touch, HG. Matt in Perth. He said, I was glad to see that during the most recent Ashes series, it appeared that the Australian English teams had synchronised their cream colour with no discernible difference between shades of white. And that's true. And that was refreshing. And I remember saying to you when we were at the game, doesn't it look good?
Both sides.
With the fieldsman and the batsman wearing the same colour.
Yeah, they would have talked about it.
Yeah, well, there obviously had to be be some between the camps.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And would the umpires have gone to the rooms? Obviously, some shade of pink. No.
Anyway, imagine my disappointment, says Matt, to see highlights of the current series in South Africa, where there are two very distinctive shades of white. Australia is sporting a very earthy cream, while the South Africans are in an almost luminescent pure white. What can be done to eradicate this blight from the game?
Whoa, you're absolutely right. I've just seen some pictures now of what you're talking about.
It's an offensive white, that South African white, isn't it? It's not often you can describe a white as offensive, but I'm finding the South African white deeply offensive, worse than any sledge they could come up with. I mean, if you're a bowler and a batsman comes out dressed like that with that white, I mean, you just hate them.
Well, the other thing is distracting.
Distracting, of course.
It's
you don't know where to
reflective.
put good areas. What do you mean? Can hardly find the pitch with that white. Anyway.
Look, Dave's written, regular contributor.
What, Dave Warner?
Yeah, Dave Warner's written. He says...
F you.
Yeah. Yes, F you, Dave. Now, look, he says here, Beattie, meaning Peter Beattie,
Not
Gold
Peter
Coast.
Beattie, the
Gold Coast.
Supremo.
Supremo, Gold Coast Supremo. Rugby League Supremo, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
Has no foresight. Rugby League is a winter sport. Why stop at Tasmania? This is apropos of our calls last week. I'll never get this right, but it's the Sydney Bears, based in Perth, playing for Tasmania, sponsored by the Search for the Thylacine
Something
Tiger.
like that,
Yes. I'll never get all the dominoes lined
the
up.
Tasmanian bloody Bears, Tigers or something, weren't they? Yeah.
Anyway, why stop at Tasmania? I'm calling for an expansion further south, Antarctica.
Wow.
The Casey Penguins.
Wow.
I know.
The Penguins.
The Penguins are back.
They're back.
Yeah, they're back. Imagine the to and fro.
Yeah.
You know, obviously they have to come up every other week and somebody has to go down there. When I say somebody on the rugby league side has to go down there.
Yeah.
What are the conditions like? Won't be long now.
Indeed. But so many publicity opportunities. I mean, imagine allowing the players into Mawson's hut.
What?
You know?
That's their dressing rooms?
Yeah, here's the Bulldogs. Yeah. How's the hut, boys? Yeah, it's just incredible. Think Mawson was here. Was he? Who's Mawson? You get a bit of that, I suppose.
You would get a bit of that, yeah.
No, the players that get right, they do a lot of study about Mawson on the way down. He's just incredible.
I know.
You know.
He's an Australian.
Australian.
South Australian.
Yeah.
Went up to the Flinders Rangers once.
He did.
Maybe
Did he
more than once.
really?
He did. He got up there.
Mawson?
Mawson, yeah, he did. He went north and south. That's how mad he was.
No idea. Has anyone talked about doing the Mawson track? Like walking from Antarctica to Central Australia and back or something? Raise money for poker machines in primary schools? Now, Haysha, just quickly, Nick from Darwin.
Yep.
He says, I listen to your podcasts while travelling the vast expanses of Northern Territory.
Wow, he's very dedicated.
Well, yeah, following the Mawson's hut route. Well, how about
Hut
that?
to hut.
Yeah. He says, the story you broke a couple of weeks ago on the horse racing doping scandal got me thinking. Well, that's the thing, isn't it? Mawson had... Geez,
Too much
Mawson
time
could
to
think.
thought.
Couldn't he
Yeah.
think, Mawson? Anyway, do you think it's time for the Australian Racing Board to introduce a race group for doped horses, whereby doped horses can legally race against each other? I suppose you'd be putting a lot of them down, though.
Well,
But that's not impossible. He says juiced horses would be given the opportunity to race each other on an even playing field, as trainers will be given free rein, so to speak, to use whatever household cleaning products they think they will give their horse an edge. Well, that's true. You know, a bit of bleach up the date can really turn them around and get their eyes thinking.
I think you've done from
Speed.
A to W with the household products
we
on
have.
Reddy King.
Oh, yeah. Some worked, some didn't. As a result, handicapping of horses will no longer be required, and therefore any bludger who can hang on to the souped-up horses can ride, i.e. short people, big blokes, two people, etc. Wow, he's really thought this through. The feature race on the Australian racing calendar could be a 4-mile slogfest sponsored by milkshake brands such as Big M. I don't know Big M milk.
Wow, it's a flavoured milk.
All right.
Flavoured milk. But, he's turning it around a bit here.
Oh, okay, Big M. It's not Mawson. It's not Mawson
No,
milk.
it could be Mawson milk.
Yeah.
There's a marketing opportunity.
Wow! Ice cold!
Exactly.
As found in the hut and drunk by the Bulldogs when they're playing the Penguins. Now, anyway, brands such BM or the like and former disgraced drug-cheating athletes could be the ambassadors. What are your thoughts?
Well, I think we've summed it up. We love it.
Well, you could get some of the Russians down here to hop
they
on
know
a
how
horse,
to-
and they know how to handle
They're
it.
perfect.
Yes.
Yes. Racing in Russia, we don't talk enough
No,
about
we
it,
don't.
do we?
But I tell you, it'd be hard to form odds, though, wouldn't it, HG?
Oh, well,
It'd be impossible.
it is.
It'd just be a lottery.
It's a novelty.
It'd be a lottery.
You've got to put it on with, say, the Melbourne Cup as a prelude
Yeah.
to the Melbourne Cup. You can't have it as a standalone event.
Sure. Would Bruce call it? I
Yeah,
suppose?
Bruce would call it. Yeah. Bruce hasn't been calling much
No,
lately,
I
but
know.
he'd give him a
He'd
chance
give
to
that
get
one
back.
a go, though, wouldn't he?
Yes, there's the Probe Centre for Climate Science, dipping another frog into near boiling water, the prof rampaging Roy Slaven, and down in the basement stoking the furnace with the briquettes, the gold man, H.G. Nelson. Look, just finishing up on the emails, Richard Murovich has been on the blower
Richard,
again.
Yeah. Yep.
Now, this surprises me, but the FFA, that's, obviously Gallup's lot in football, has ratified the Adelaide United sale to investors led by Dutchman Piet van der Pol, president of China's Qingdao Red Lions.
Hang on.
Yeah, no. It does your head in, this story.
Hang
They've
on.
sold an Australian football club
To
to
China?
I mean, what does the AFL think about that? I thought the AFL had a mortgage on going into China with the Suns
I
and
thought the
Port
Suns
Power.
were going to be sold to China.
I think that's still on, but they're going to be shocked when they realise that the Adelaide United are there before them and play a completely different sport.
God almighty.
Now,
Right, okay.
the sale was concluded and ratified
How,
by
how
Football
much money was
Federation.
involved? How many yuan do we know?
No, I haven't got a one count. The finer details of Adelaide United's current consortium being sold to investors came together at 2 p.m. Wednesday. Unknown location in Adelaide. Adelaide officials on Wednesday started clearing out the office space at Club's Hindmarsh. The previous Reds consortium, which took ownership of the club in 2010, sold the club for a sum believed to be $12 million, which was deposited in the former Adelaide United's owner bank account. So does that give you an idea of what it's worth? $12 million. And Richard quite rightly suggests how many books were involved in this sale.
Yes.
Because let's face it, the money doesn't come out of China
No, it
easily.
doesn't. You can't get money out of China, not legally. Not legally, even if you've got a contract. So, books have had to come out, smuggled out,
Yeah.
with one imagines roughly
Big notes. Big notes.
$12 million in yuan. Don't ask me to do the conversion, I can't. But it's a lot of paper we're talking about here.
Talking an enormous amount.
Enormous amount of paper.
Yeah.
So maybe they sent out something like 200 Bibles
Easily.
or,
Now,
I don't know,
well, a lot of copies
Webster's Dictionary.
Little Red Book, they'd do
Oh,
that.
Little
They'd
Red Books,
get
yeah.
that through
But you'd need thousands of Little Red Books
to get the money.
to get the money out.
Yeah,
And
Webster's
and the Little
Dictionary, I
Red
better.
Book, your yuan, you'd have to cut the yuan, which would make it,
Well, worthless.
it wouldn't be legal tender anymore.
Now, can you remember a while ago, we discussed the southern expansion. This is in the Sydney area, and it was
Yeah.
a club that... Craig Foster. And I think Morris Yemmer were putting together to fill that vacant gap in football wasteland from about Hurstville down to Wollongong.
Yep.
Now, this was Chinese sponsored.
It was.
Now, I'm just wondering if the people in China either have formed another consortium to buy Adelaide or given up on the southern expansion.
And turn their attention
Spotlight
to
elsewhere.
Adelaide.
Yes, because they're getting the books out. And this is all in the shadow of the Packer imbroglio in China,
Yeah.
which is well documented in the paper. Read about it for yourselves.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, so is Adelaide HQ now going to be in
Wherever
the
they're based.
Szechuan province or something like that?
Shandong.
In Shandong.
Yeah, in fact,
That's going to be HQ.
that'll be the HQ. And remember, of
And
course,
so home and away games, South Australian, if
Games
you're going to
will
play
be
the
play-
Reds, you get every game is going to be there?
well, certainly more than the number of times Hawthorn goes to Tasmania, you would imagine.
yeah,
This is a serious offer
Yeah.
because, let's face it, these people own horses at Warwick Farm, Roy.
They do.
That's why they're doing it.
Yeah.
They own horses at Warwick Farm. Yes, this is the good ship Probe at the wheel with a knife between the teeth and a punch on the eye of the boatswain. Rampaging Roy Slaven and walking the plank, the peg-legged H.G. Nelson. Now, maybe a couple of weeks ago, the RBB, that's the Red and Black Bloc, the Wanderers supporting group, got into trouble, or a couple of their members of the bloc got into trouble for letting flares go in a stadium.
Yes,
and of
it's
course,
a
there was.
blight. Yeah, it's a blight. I mean, it's so dangerous. The temperature of those flares. I mean, someone's going to end up getting burnt, aren't they?
Yeah. So the police wade into the crowd.
Good.
Yeah, that's right. And pull out 5 and arrest them. And then, of course, all hell breaks loose because other clubs complain we can't let off flares. I assume that's what they complain about. Our support crew, whoever they are, the Cove or the Marinators, they all want to let off flares as well. Why can't we? The Block do it. Why can't we? Etc.
Yeah.
How about this for a sane approach? The Football Federation of Australia is assisting active supporter groups using pyrotechnics.
Yeah.
Pyrotechnics at A-League games, and is to permit safe smoke-emitting devices in the stadiums next season.
Safe smoke emitting.
Okay, now...
Is there such a thing as safe smoke?
Well, where there's smoke, there's usually fire.
Yeah.
But can I point out
But, I mean, people ingest it. I mean, people got to breathe. People don't just stop breathing because there's a bit of smoke about. They keep breathing, and you're breathing the smoke.
Yeah, I don't want to...
I know. You may not know the science. I don't know.
No, I don't. I've got to be honest here.
Yeah.
How much harmful is it?
Yeah,
the
well, I
smoke?
don't know.
Is it as bad as cancer forming, cigarette
is
smoke?
Is it carcinogenic?
Yes,
That's what we want to know.
Yeah,
Is it yes, or is it health enhancing?
Health enhancing smoke?
Yes. And if it is health enhancing,
why are we all on it?
Exactly. Why can't tobacconists legitimately sell this gear that's been put out to allow people to enjoy their soccer watching it through smoke, which is what everyone wants to do?
Well, the head of smoke at the A-League, Greg O'Rourke, is working to allow safe smoke devices into stadiums for next season pending approval of authorities. Safe smoke is not a panacea, but it'll be one part of the picture to enhance the match day colour. It's clear that we have to do some relationship building between the clubs and the fans, and the FAA... Oh,
dear.
Smoke's the only thing they can come up with? Enhancing the relationship between the fans and the game?
Yeah.
Making the game day experience better?
Yeah.
I mean, didn't Essendon pioneer this all those years ago, and the only thing they could come up with was winning? Well, anyway, apparently American Major League, and particular Orlando City FC, has implemented designated areas in the stadium for the use of pyrotechnics by supporters. This is the Fairfax people got this.
Okay.
For more colour and games in a safer environment. So in your design of the... Obviously, the Sydney Footy Stadium, you'll have nude area,
yes.
You'll have singles area, you'll have singles and nude area, and smoke
area, yes. So you can watch the game through smoke.
Will that, do you think, be a big area, Roy, in your imagination of the redesign? Yeah. Would you be able to fit, say, 400,000 people in there?
Well, it depends on the standard of the play, doesn't it? Some games you watch, you think, oh, man, if there was only some smoke to look at.
Thinking Margaret Court and Don Burke? Think the Sporting Probe.
You'll never believe this, Roy, but the A-League has a supporter group. They've talked about the use of smoke devices, and there's one branded product, the wire pull smoke grenade.
Oh, yes.
Sadly, the FFA have yet to identify a supplier.
Can't you get them in China?
I'm sure you can.
Of course you can.
The wire
pull
smoke grenade.
Smoke grenade? Wow.
Great idea.
Does it make a noise as well? Does it?
I hope so.
Yeah, something like that. Does it sound like a grenade?
I hope it smells. Wouldn't that be... Oh, I mean, don't give people ideas. They'll be going home and putting, stink beads in it. So it's when it gets to the point, oh, look at that great... Oh, what's that smell?
Yes. Well, that's what you want. I mean, I to my mind, always, you want to have a smoke machine that puts out a putrid, acrid aroma in your opponent's fan base.
What a lovely idea.
To get right up there, and you arrive early and dressed as if you're one of them, plant it under a
seat,
and you can fire it by remote using a drone. Hey? Just the right time when they're about to score or, they do something stupid. Kaboom! Take that! And they stink for a month.
What a lovely idea.
You can't get it off.
Your clothes, your hair, your shoes, your feet.
Yeah. And then you go and sit in your car, go home. Car stinks of it for a month as well. Well, that's what you want.
On that tantalising prospect, sadly, we'll have to declare stumps on the probe for this week. There'll be more excellent ideas for the FFA to consider and other sports to consider. Same time, same place next week. Can I thank the birthday boy, Felix, the fickle fingers of Felix, for his excellent work. Roy, of course, and Chairman Mao, who's got the job for life. That's the word from China. He's here forever. We may not be. See you next week on the probe.
Night.
Bonafide sports-mad Australians. Snakes alive. Is that the time? Yes, green and gold freaks, it certainly is. It's time for the Sporting Probe. With two diamond pythons twirled around the tree of knowledge across the nation.
Boys and girls.
Well, a young man ain't got nothing in the world these days.
The Sporting Probe, leading the charge up the eucalypt. With extra chili on the stick is the in-and-out maestro, rampaging Roy Slaven. And coming from behind is the heavy lifter with both feet on the ground, H.G. Nelson. Unleash the grunt and poke HG?
Yes, TF Much, gentleman Jim Daniels, the golden guy in the TSP soundproof booth. He's towing the Caravan of Hope, that's the TSP, that's the Sporting Probe, Caravan of Hope to Port Elliot for an afternoon of fun and putting the food up at that South Coast nook that fronts the Southern Ocean there. Beautiful Port Elliot, just what a great place that is. Probe-sters, patriots, pilgrims, punters, H.G. Nelson getting the Sporting Probe away for another set of 7. TF Much, Bruce McAvaney. I have to pause here because I hope people have seen Bruce's wonderful work getting Winksy home yesterday. I mean, you know I love Bruce. I've modelled my whole career on Bruce. Bruce has taught me everything I know about what I do. You know, I wouldn't be able to do this if it wasn't for Bruce. But I was worried yesterday that Bruce has formed an unholy attachment to this horse. If Winks had lost, I fear that we may have lost Bruce. And that's not a good thing in a sports commentator. Bruce, you can't be that too attached to it. It's a horse. It's a horse. It's got 4 legs. It goes clippity-clop, clippity-clop, clippity-clop. People put money on it. Sure, not much money, as in you can't win much money. I think it was $1.04 yesterday. You've got to put about $150,000 to earn $12 enough for a hamburger and a milkshake. But Bruce, you need to take a deep breath and enjoy the passing parade. You can't get so attached to it all, buddy. You'll do yourself a mischief. I'd hate to see you go. Buddy, think about it. What a week. What an incredible week. A week when too much sport is barely enough. Residents and 457 visa holders, it's tremendous to have you with us as we prod forward through the solidly backed up stallage of the week's sporting action. A week of massive collects, obviously everywhere except on Winks. Now, weatherboarders, let's lock horns with a man who this week appealed to young Aussie kids to stop tuning into Question Time in Canberra on the ABC at 2 p.m. weekdays afternoons expecting to see The Muppet Show. Apparently across Australia, kids are being reduced to blubbing rubble when they turn on and see no one in the big house Canberra way who resembles Kermit the Frog, Miss Piggy, Scooter, Fozzie Bear, Animal, Dr. Teeth, Gonzo the Great, Sam the Eagle, Beaker, Janice, Link, Hogthrob, Zoot, Statler and Waldorf, or the Swedish chef. That is the Swedish chef, although it must be said the Belgian waffle does a passable impression of the Nordic fork and pork maestro. This nation hasn't stooped so low that its talking shop refuses to kid kids of Australia in an hour of family fun when no one gets hurt or has to be bullied for the amusements of others. That place has become a joke. You know, you can bring down the curtain as often as you like, but it still will never be The Muppet Show as far as I'm concerned. The man who alerted the nation to this schmozzle in Canberra is the king of the kids, formerly known as Rolf the Dog. That is rampaging Roy Slaven. Roy, can we get the TSP bunny in motion simply by asking what highlights caught your restless eye this week?
Yes, thank you very,
woof,
very,
woof.
very much, H.G. Nelson.
Were you worried about Bruce?
Yeah, look, if Bruce is going to go, that's the way I want him to go. I'd love him to be remembered as the day we lost Bruce and Winks on the same day. That'd be beautiful. That'd just be perfect. And what a wonderful week to be an Australian with old-fashioned, no-nonsense Aussie values. Because at the end of the day, when all is said and done, that's all we've got in the end, us Aussies. All we've got is our old-fashioned Aussie sense of Aussie values. And that's what keeps us Aussies together. That's the glue that keeps us together.
And it's awesome, isn't it?
It's awesome. Of course it's awesome. Now, the big show is overlooked by Justin Langer. Look, what has the big show got to do? Don't we need the show? Isn't our plate tailor-made for the show? This is the time for the big show to step up. But oh no, Langer and co., those idiots who are steering our bloody cricket team around the park have not got a clue. They are an insult to good old-fashioned, no-nonsense Aussie values. Because if they did have good old-fashioned, no-nonsense Aussie values, Big Show would have been the first bloke picked. Peter Siddle, the awesome Australian, to lead our attack against Pakistan. And that's good. I tick that box. Because if anyone has old-fashioned, no-nonsense Aussie values, it's Peter Siddle. It's Sid's.
Is he still on the vegetarian vegan
Yes, he
gear?
is.
Yeah?
Yes, he is.
Good.
Yes, vegan. Vegan Sid's. He's never known a sausage. Whenever I look at him, I think there's a bloke who's never known the joy of a sausage.
I tell you,
Old-fashioned Aussie value sausage.
I tell you
Yeah,
what,
no nonsense sausage, just with a little bit of tomato sauce on a bit of white bread.
an awesome sausage.
Awesome sausage.
And speaking of tomato sauce, have you seen the Jimmy Bartell ad for tomato sauce?
No, I haven't.
It's
But
just
I can imagine it.
No, of
Anything
course you
Jimmy
can.
Bartell has, I want. If Jimmy Bartell says the tomato sauce is for him, I want it. There's nothing wrong with tomato sauce. Chock-a-block full of vitamin C. Sure, there's a bit of sugar. There's a little bit of sugar, so what? A little bit of sugar on a sausage, nothing wrong with that. As long as it's shrouded in tomato sauce, or in tomatoes at least.
Or something.
Or something. Now, the new Perth Stadium is in need of renovation. It shocked me. It opened last week. It's just not big enough. It's being referred to as a toy stadium. A toy stadium?
Yeah, not good.
It's not good, is it?
No.
Not for the people of Perth.
Is that Eddie Maguire's position?
I don't know Eddie Maguire's position, but if he did have one, I'm sure he'd suggest that it's not big enough. Now, Alistair Cook bids farewell with a final ton fairy tale. I've never liked Alistair Cook. I've never liked the way he bats. He's only got 2 shots, and both of those look ordinary. Anyway, he's bludgeoned his way through, just bored his way through. No Aussie values. Well, you can't expect him to. He's not Australian. Is he? I mean, he might like to think he is every now and again, but he's not. He's Alistair Cook, Englishman. And speaking of that, Jimmy Anderson overtakes the pigeon, our pidge. I thought our pidge's record would never be beaten, but oh no, Jimmy Anderson, up he rolls the arm over again. Yeah, someone gets out. Now, who in their right mind would reveal the story of the bunnies exposing themselves with the finals on? I mean, the timing is just appalling. I mean, sure. I mean, okay, let's say it's all true. Let's say it's all true. Couldn't you just wait until after the final?
Well, it's waited till May.
Yeah, I mean, it happened in May. Why bring it up now?
It's a disgrace,
It's an absolute disgrace. There's nothing old-fashioned, no-nonsense Aussie values about that. Let me tell you. Now, my only observation about the Serena imbroglio is that I don't think it would have happened had she been winning. I just don't think it would have. And just to put it in context. To put it in that context. And now, what was I going to say? Israel Folau, HG. I don't know if you saw the incident last night.
Mercifully, I was elsewhere.
But he gave Argentina its first win in Australia in over 35 years. Now, it's not often I question the values, the old-fashioned Aussie values of Israel Folau, but I wonder who had money on the Pumas winning. Who had money on them winning? Now, if you don't want to go there, I understand, because it's going to be a shock. On the other hand, on the other side of the coin, the Aussie coin, the old values Aussie coin, little Leighton has rolled back the years to keep Australia's tilt alive in the Davis Cup against Austria. Thank you very much, little Leighton. Make of that what you will.
You're in the Probe Ute, and we're on a road to Oodnadatta. Behind the wheel with his hand on the horn, rampaging Roy Slaven and riding shotgun is the man they call Sawn-Off, H.G. Nelson. Now, look, a lot of issues mainly connected with footy finals, but let's cut to the chase. The announcement, firstly, Dermy's jacket. I don't know if you've had a chance to see this, Roy. Dermy turned out, I think, on Friday night in a rather racy gear. It was described as the pirate look come to football, which is something new and caused a lot of chat. A sort of plum-coloured, high-collared. Sadly, he didn't team it up with a pair of thigh-high boots and, sort of tight-fitting trouser and swaggering around with maybe what was described, I think, in Seinfeld as a puffy shirt the pirate look. But I think the last person to pull off the pirate look convincingly was Adam Ant. And I'd never thought
ant music.
Ant music is a long time ago, and I'd never combined the idea of football and ant music. But it's a tight fit when Dermy's involved.
Yeah,
it was just terrific to see something new in the commentary position.
Yeah, I agree. I've always enjoyed Dermot's appearance. He is a bit of a. I mean, he can model clothing. I don't know why he hasn't been teamed up with, say, Jennifer Hawkins or someone like that.
Well, he rocks a look, I think, is the term you're looking
Rocks
for.
a look.
Yes.
Am I looking for someone to represent them now that Jennifer Hawkins is saying farewell to the Maya
brand? Look, can I say Dermot would be terrific. We could fill a big hole, Dermot.
Sure.
It'd be fantastic. And probably talk about the clothes convincingly.
Yes.
You know, I'm wearing something from, say, Zimmerman today,
yes.
and I've teamed it up.
Session Bard picked up something for me,
That's
yeah.
right.
Yeah.
That's right. And, look, shoes by, Clark's.
Yeah, Clark's shoes, yes, why not? Yes, or Raoul Merton.
Yes,
You can be
of
sure
style,
and certain.
fit and certain when they're Raoul Merton. Now, the big news, of course, in AFL circles is they've kept this quiet as a bit of dry powder once some of the teams have been whittled away. They've done a terrific job, the media people in the AFL, by not announcing up front and months in advance who's playing the grand final. I thought for a while they hadn't got anybody and they couldn't find anybody to come or was silly enough to do it. But they've certainly got an excellent...
Is this the Black Eyed Peas?
Yes, Black Eyed Peas are coming without Fergie, their main singer. I don't know how that works.
Who's stepping in? John Farnham? Someone like that? Someone we know?
I think the voice man is teaming up with the Black Eyed Peas.
Yes.
But more importantly, Jimmy Barnes is helping out. I'm not sure how it'll work. Who'll get top
the
billing.
Peas plus Barnes.
Unless Barnes is going to be Fergie. Which is
Wow.
with Johnny Farnham. So
Yeah.
we've got Barnesy, Farnsey and the Black Eyed Peas. That's starting to look supergroupish. That's great.
Yeah.
And-
Yeah. And will they be, say, on the back of a tabletop truck with bales of hay? Something like that to
Indicate
send a signal?
Message hands across the water from
Yes.
the G to people doing it tough across Australia
Yep.
without hay.
Yes.
We've got it all here. Come down and get it.
Sort of thing.
And then I think, as I understand it, Barnesy will be doing an acoustic version, which is something new and brave at the MCG.
Acoustic.
Just Barnesy and a mate and guitar. And I've seen a bit of a set list. He's going to start with Everybody's Talk and then do Sweet Caroline. That'll get the audience involved, and especially
It's a
that'll
sort of sing-along.
sing-along,
Yeah,
and
good.
that'll reach across to rugby league people because they
Yes,
know that.
They do.
Even when they piss, they can remember that.
Yes.
Daydream Believer, Evie, and he's going to
It's a
finish...
sort of monkey songbook, is it?
Monkey, not bad, Monkey Songbook. And I'm hoping he's going to finish up with the unofficial national anthem of I Thank You. I mean, that's just my dream there, that last bit. But I think the 4 other tracks are certainly there. So it's going to be a great day.
That's
whoever's there.
fantastic. Now, do we know what the Peas are doing? Are the Peas doing something...
What, from, say, Vander and Young, like Dirty Deeds Done Dirt Cheap?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
Oh, just to start somewhere. I mean, I've got to start the conversation somewhere.
Yep.
That management would have talked to the killer or the murderer to find out what he's got to...
Well, the murderer would vet it pretty carefully, wouldn't he?
He would. He's
He'd
very
make sure
hands-on.
they didn't do anything that was calculated to offend.
Yes, this is the Probe House of Exotic Broadloom. Checking the weave on a couple of nudes and a Tree of Life creation is the Carpet Whiz, rampaging Roy Slaven and fleecing the clueless tourists with some lively Iranian hall fake runners is H.D. Nelson. Now, just, it's a busy time of year for people in the football business. And
frantic, isn't it?
frantic, that's right, absolutely frantic. I mean, look at last night. We had,
I know.
obviously, the
Embarrassment of riches.
Pies Giants. We had, obviously the Pumas and Wallabies. And wasn't that a wonderful feast of rugby?
Yeah.
I mean, you were saying before that...
Well, I was astonished that the Wallabies were able to score so many points without ever being able to
hold the ball. Yeah, I mean, it is a genius, this, because, when they play the All Blacks, you think, it's the pressure of the All Blacks that caused these mistakes. But that's what we call the Wallabies brand.
It is now.
No line out.
No line out. No,
No
we can't
hold-
throw the ball down the middle. Every now and again we can do a bit of scrummage. But set pieces, nah, forget it. Holding the ball, nah, forget it. Passing the ball, nah, forget it. Even when you got the ball and you've got a player in the clear who could easily score, you don't pass it to him. You just take the tackle and lose the ball. I mean, that's our style, isn't it? And you can't Look, you can say Checker's done a terrific job, but the players have got to bring a lot of these skills themselves.
He can't do
you
everything.
You can't coach this. You can't.
No. Can I just say is, it's a sort of stunning brand, really, to think that we've got a generation now
Of bumblers.
who are encouraging people to get involved in this caper,
Yes.
to lose to Scotland and now Argentina.
Yes. Yes,
You
first time
obviously
in
accept that
35
you can't-
years. I mean, it's no small feat.
No, exactly. That's exactly what I was trying to point out.
Yeah.
Now, and of course, you had those wonderful matches in the rugby league this weekend, and we might get to talk about
1 point difference between both sides.
I know.
I mean, you couldn't write this stuff.
And now you were telling me 3 field goals.
3 field goals.
First time in 71.
No, first time since 1971. Billy Smith, I think, did 3 field goals in a finals game back in 71 for St George, yeah.
And that weird match where the other one, 21-20, and I'm right in thinking all the points were scored by one team in the first half
Yes.
and the other team in the second half.
Yes, well, that's Penrith style at the moment. Just, give away
Only
a lot
two.
of points in the first half and then come back in the second. I mean, it's a brilliant idea. I mean, it makes for a very entertaining rugby league. But if you're a Penrith fan, it's a heart-stopper for you. I'm just so pleased that Bruce McAvaney's not a Penrith fan.
Aren't we all? Now, of course, one of the great Penrith characters is Brad Fittler. And Brad, well, he took time out, busy week.
Yep.
Obviously, he's helping the Penrith side prepare and so on. He rode for more than 8 hours on his bike to take what's described the Origin Shield to a little-known country town, dubbed Hogs for the Farmers. Now, earlier in the year, we broke a story. It might have been Hogs for the Homeless.
It was.
And I thought at the time, that's an interesting promotion, that Harley-Davidson would be giving all the homeless in Australia a motorbike to go to job interviews and all that sort of stuff and have some asset. But it wasn't. It was a tour around. And in this tour originally, Brad discovered that everybody hated New South Wales State Rugby League team because they never won.
Yeah.
Now, so he's up to Hogs for the Farmer. Fittler set off with fellow ex-Blues Josh Perry, Danny Badiris and former Kangaroo Ian Schubert to spread a bit of cheer to drought-ravaged areas. Along the way, he popped into Come By Chance, a country town of fewer than 200 people about 50 kilometres south of Walgett. Now, I think, I don't mean to be unkind, and the people there in the Come By Chance did respond well to having rugby league royalty with them. But I think it would have been better if he'd taken a bale of hay or something that was useful rather than a motorbike.
I suppose. Look, I'm not, pardon me, going to criticise Brad or the boys because their hearts were in the right place.
They were. That's absolutely true.
And they
were awesome Aussies.
They were awesome Aussies, and they had old-fashioned, bloody no-nonsense values that we admire so much. And they took themselves to country towns and made the first shout of beer in these small town pubs. And for those busted-ass farmers, let's call it what it is, they forgot about their farming just for a few minutes. Just for a few minutes, there was a respite. They had something else to think about. They had Freddie there, they had Butterball Badiris, they had Ian Schubert, not that they remembered him very much.
And
Josh Perry. And just to spend a few time, just a few laughs with those blokes, have a couple of beers, take your mind off it. I thought it was a tremendous thing for them to do. They didn't have to do it. They weren't paid. Nobody forced them. They weren't there at gunpoint. They were there of their own volition. They were just battling Aussie ex-footballers who want to do something.
And let's not forget that the last time the Hogs were out there in that drought-blighted part of Australia, they re-turfed the Wellington Oval.
They did.
It's not as though they come completely without horticultural, agricultural skills.
That's right.
They do. I mean, I haven't seen any recent pictures of the Wellington Oval, how it stood up to week
drought.
on week, drought, week on week, rugby league, week on week, whatever, school sport, whatever else is used there.
Yep.
Now, I think that what was a lovely touch afterwards was that Brad could go round to a lot of the farms and have a look at the tomatoes growing near the house and maybe made some suggestions about how to improve yields, watering at this point of year and mulching and stuff like that. I thought that was well received.
And your choice, whether you put in Gros Lizzie or
whether
you put
Roma.
What are you going to get the best result?
returns.
Best bang for your buck when it comes to a tomato. You're absolutely right, H. I mean, he had some ideas.
Yes, brothers and sisters, you're in the Probe Church of Hope in the pulpit, the very Reverend R.R. Slaven with a special reading from Revelation on the evils lurking in AFLX, and nicking off with a collection plate, H.G. Nelson. Now, look, just tidying up a little bit from last week was the problem that, John Hopewadi, obviously the 10-year suspension enables him to get back into the ring, his first love and his greatest love. And, he suggested that he would be able to take on Gal.
That's right.
Paul Gallen.
Has that been penciled? Has that gone from pencil to ink yet?
I don't know. Now, did I see Gal come off with an arm or wrist injury last night? Could that slow him up in terms of returning to the ring?
He took a swing at someone's head and missed, and it wrenched his shoulder. Now, these things can happen.
What a blow.
Yeah, I know.
Now, and Hopper's been training, and get this, he's been sparring, here's a blast from the past, with Solomon Omono.
No way.
Yes. Solomon Omono, a rugby league player of some standing years ago, always loved the ring, of course, and he's taken, Hopper under his wing and is preparing him for the Gal bout.
Good.
But I let that rest there because the big news or the big noise in, the fight caper is, of course, the Gal v SBW, Sonny Bill Williams.
Well, that's the one everyone's been hoping for.
I know. Well, news on that. Get this. Williams will step into the ring for the first time in 3 years on December 1.
Good.
Against a yet-to-be-announced opponent. I love this. A head-in-the-bag bout.
A mystery match.
A mystery match.
Yeah, right.
Sonny Bill v...
But we know it's not Gal. Are we sure it's not Gal?
Well...
Why couldn't it be Gal, the head in the bag?
Well, okay. Before I let you have a go, here's a few other ideas.
Yes.
A fight's going to be dubbed as Banger Under the Hanger.
Banger under the hanger.
Get it? Banger, hanger, being the Harbour Bridge.
Right.
Gallen has expressed frustration. He's been overlooked as Williams' next opponent. So there's already spice on this because SBW's stepping in the ring December 1, but Gallen, at the moment, isn't the opponent.
Right.
The All Black star dodging him, that's according to Gal.
Yeah.
However, SBW says the latest opportunity, which will raise funds for the homeless via the Exodus Foundation in Australia and the Auckland City Mission in New Zealand, was too good to pass up.
Right.
Tell my good friend Paul he can just relax. We'll get to him eventually. He keeps calling me out, attacking me, questioning me, manhood, that kind of talk, but I'm past that stage in my life. Now...
Is he calling Gal Paul?
Yes.
Right.
Gee, that's one right in the eye, isn't
right
it?
in the guts, isn't it?
It's already got the advantage. Now, PR guru Max Markson's promoting this Williams bout, which is terrific. The banger under the hanger.
Well, he knows how to promote.
Oh, he's
that,
terrific.
doesn't he?
That banger under the hanger, that's pure
Yeah, that's
Markson.
pure Marks. And he'll have all the stars come out for this,
I
won't
assume
he?
so. Yeah, he might have a red carpet out the front.
Yes, Posh and Bex and all of those.
Are they coming?
Those stars. Well, he knows them all.
Yeah, and would Harry and Megan be
Yeah,
here?
Megan, they'll be here for this, yes. If Max can bloody get to them.
Now, the latest fight, a winner to be dubbed the World Heavyweight Champion of the Homeless. So whoever wins this head in the bag v Sonny Bill Williams.
Is this any suggestion that the head in the bag could be a homeless bloke who doesn't know about it yet?
The Probe Midnight Radio, yes, coming out of Tricky Shoot 8 on Twinkle Toes, the champ, rampaging Roy Slaven, and in the clown pants and big shoes, the distractor, H.G. Nelson. Now, Roy, just going back to this terrific, the banger under the hanger.
The banger under the hanger.
It grows on you, doesn't it?
It does, doesn't it? It seemed a little bit sort of cumbersome when you first mentioned it, yeah.
A little bit try-hard, but that's Markson all over.
Yes.
So we've got Sonny Bill. It'll be good to get back in the ring again after 3 years out of it.
Good.
I suppose that's a start. I'm a little bit nervous, but I'm sure I'll be able to put on a good show. Good. The thing that really gets me excited about getting back in the ring is the good cause. It's going to be a great night, and God willing, a lot of money will be raised for the homeless.
Yep.
Now, Williams' opponent, in what will be a sanctioned world title fight, will be obviously named in news conference on September the 18th.
This is Homeless Harry.
Homeless Harry, head in the bag Harry.
Yep.
Other sports stars will be participating on the undercard, and I can't wait. Licking the lips.
We're not talking the date hunter versus
the date.
The date.
Well, I'd love to see that. Double date, a fate. Mate v mate, state v state, date v date at last. Now, can I ask, it's going to be a great night and God willing a lot of money will be raised. Now, let's say it's obviously got to be a pretty much a Buble ticket price, maybe $1,000 ringside, tapering off to families, tickets for about $300 for mum, dad and the kids, which would take you up to about $900 to get mum, dad and 2 kids in.
Sure.
Which is great. And then Markson takes his cut off that, obviously, and, rooms and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I'm just wondering how else we can raise money now. Can
you bet on it?
Well, obviously be able to bet on it, but maybe restrict the betting to people going or something like that, so as then we can take a bit of we can skim something off the top. Let's say
can't
3
we
or 4
skim
million.
something off, say, online betting? Can't we?
Well, that's a bit tricky.
Is it? Oh.
We have to hack into the online betting systems.
Right. So we have to speak to the Russians.
Well, or the Nigerians. As it turns out, most of the Nigerians are in Villawood.
Oh, yes, they've been doing some terrific work there, haven't they?
Exciting work, as nearly as I can tell, with the SIM card. But the value adding, I'm just wondering if a raffle,
yes,
somehow we could sell tickets.
What, something tangible like a ute or something like that?
A ute?
That's there in the room beside the ring. And
now,
so you buy your tickets, maybe $5 tickets or something like that.
And we sell, say, 400,000 or 500,000 of them.
Yes.
And we have I think Ford, am I right? Ford have got some sort of new ute out that's going to, a really big,
big ute.
Yeah, called the Raptor or something like that.
Wow,
big,
I like
huge.
the sound of that.
I know, we could we could have that as a raffle prize.
Yes.
I'm just wondering if, somehow, let's say we get one of the big names to do the ring announcing, like, I don't know, Dermot Brereton or something like that, that he could maybe...
talk up the ute.
Talk up the ute and maybe have other ways of raising money, like a lucky spot, door prize, the lucky ticket, these sort of things as well. I'm not saying
No, it's all terrific, actually. And let's say you won the Raptor, and that would automatically get you on The Bachelor or something like that. You could be the next Bachelor.
Wow.
I don't know. I'm just trying to get Seven involved and,
Yeah, that's perfect. That's perfect. The next Bachelor at this fight night for the homeless. That's exactly right.
Yeah, and you could value add it. You could join Jennifer Hawkins on the catwalk in her last performance for...
Maya. Right, in Dermy's pirate look.
Well, maybe, yeah. In the funny shirt and the funny jacket and stuff. And what were the shoes he was wearing? Ralph Mertens.
Yes, it's the Garden of the Probe, all right. The head botanist rampaging Roy Slaven, a man who's always brutal with begonias, and the box thorn rolling down the road. That's me, H.G. Nelson. Now, last week we were talking about the problems of the Canterbury Bankstown Bulldogs, not in,
You mean the cultural problems?
The cultural problems, yes. I just hope it wasn't seen as vicariously trying to trade off somebody else's misfortune.
No, you mean Schadenfreude. Yeah, no, none of that.
No, but it did have a curious spin-off this week at Wacky Wednesday.
Wacky Wednesday? What's this idea?
Well, this is something new, brand new. It's the Geelong Cats have a Wacky Wednesday instead of Mad Monday.
How long's this been going on?
Oh, I'd say 4 or 5 centuries.
Really? They've kept that quiet.
I have. Now, get this. Patrick Dangerfield came dressed as a Canterbury Bankstown Bulldog. That's how wacky it was.
Wow, that's a shot across the bow, isn't it? And did he? Did the act go on, HG? Did he comply with the values?
Well, yes, that's right. Now, this raises...
pants off and vomit?
He's certainly got the pants on, but he appears to have the Rogers on underneath the pants.
Good.
And they didn't... Well, I don't think in the vision that I've got, they came off at all.
Okay.
But it was terrific Wacky Wednesday. Some were saying it was the best Wacky Wednesday ever.
Wow.
And, of course, they've got a little bit to think about. The Cats, I think they would have liked to have gone a little bit further in season 2018.
Yeah.
Gone, as they say, deep into September.
Yeah.
But... people were pretty sanguine about it. They realised they were beaten by a better team on the day and, look forward to next year after Wacky Wednesday.
So was Wacky Wednesday a bit quiet this year, HG?
I think it was more subdued.
Right.
In previous years, it might have really gone off.
Uh-huh.
But this does
raise...
Do
they have it somewhere in public that people can observe what's going on, or is it held in camera?
No, it does appear to be sort of out and about. I think they've got a similar arrangement with the local hostel.
Right.
And
could I suggest they probably have a private Mad Monday?
And then
public. Wacky Wednesday is just for the shop front, this is what we really do. Yeah, look at me.
Go on in,
Bankstown Bulldog, aren't I wacky?
Yeah, that's right. Dermy's jacket, aren't I wacky? Now, How about this? The Parramatta Eels don't have a Mad Monday. They don't have a Wacky Wednesday. They have an end-of-season trip. And this year, they're according to the paper, and this is the Murdoch press, they're having a ball in Lebanon and Greece.
What, a formal ball? That's what a weird idea. Is it a sort of fundraising ball or something, HG? I mean, do they take partners? Is it a...
Well, they're going quad biking.
Are there Debs and things like that? Is it...
you know the dancers better than me.
Well,
you know,
Canadian three-step.
Waltz of some sort, toe-to-toe.
Foxtrot, jazz waltz, Pride of Erin.
And a dance card and stuff like that.
Yeah, I suppose a formal card.
They're doing quad biking, yachting, dancing. They're into the nightlife at Beirut, where they're doing, obviously, all those things you've suggested. There's a formal event. You know, obviously, that's part of the ball. Mitchell Moses, Jared Hayne, Michael Jennings, Nathan Brown, Tim Manor. They've been lapping up the Mediterranean sunshine.
Wow.
They love Mykonos. It's just a fantastic... And
I associate Mykonos as a Greek island.
Yeah, they're going to Lebanon and Greece. I should have mentioned that if I didn't say that earlier.
Right, okay.
It's a two-pronger.
I thought there must have been some sort of realignment of states' boundaries or something.
Caught up with.
Yeah.
Now, they've one terrific thing was they posed in front of a Parramatta Road sign in a small northern Lebanese town. That was great, wasn't it?
What? Something like 10,500 kilometres to Parramatta from here, that sort of thing.
I think that's right. And many former inhabitants which now call Western Sydney home. So that from that part...
well, see, a lot of this work would have been done by Eddie Obeid, who I think might have been Mayor of Lebanon as well as a member of the
House
New
of
South Wales Parliament.
Yes, the Parliament, yeah.
So he would have done a lot of that groundwork. And, road signs, that's his idea. He would have sold those, one imagines.
Can I say, look, here's two great ideas. It's sort of, I mean...
What's spreading the word internationally?
Of rugby league and Parramatta, the new stadium coming on and all that sort of stuff. And, let's face it, they got a long way from the wooden spoon. Yeah. No one knows what a wooden spoon is in Lebanon. I mean, obviously they do as a cutlery item or, something in the kitchen. Yeah. But they don't know the implications of the wooden spoon in terms of a football competition.
Sure.
And so I'm just wondering whether we should open this up and think, well, Mad Monday, maybe its time has come and gone.
Well, maybe it's time for the wooden spoon concept to go to the Middle East, HG. It's hard to say which country will be putting its hand up to win the wooden spoon this year. Could I suggest Syria?
Yes, it's the Probe Houseman, slicing and dicing as the butcher of the year, Roy Slaven, and satisfying the customers with that thumb on the scale, H.G. Nelson. Now, Roy, scheduling the AFL, and I know this is an old topic that we seem to keep rabbiting on about, nothing will be done. We just try and, keep, keep the AFL honest by drawing attention. They're not getting away with it. All the time. And it's not often I agree with Eddie Maguire because obviously he's a Collingwood person and they had a big win last night and so on. Yeah. But he makes the very telling point that the AFL's fixture boss, Travis Auld, who I've got no time for at all, and I see him as hand in glove with the killer and the murderer, trying to kill a stone-dead AFL in this nation. Yes. I mean, they get into these positions of power so they can have their wicked ways, and that is to kill it, to murder it, to bury it. Anyway, Eddie this week took all to task on his breakfast program on Triple M on the network. Richmond have a 15-day break going into the preliminary final, then an 8-day break going into the grand final. If you played Richmond on Saturday night, that's next Saturday night, and the West Coast on Friday night, every team would get a 7-day break going into the preliminary final. Why is that not on top of mind? Do you understand what he's talking about? Is the scheduling is unfair, really.
Well, it means someone's going to get 6 sleeps and someone's going to get 7 sleeps.
I think that's the way to look at it. Now, one of the email correspondents, and it's been terrific response, on the emails this week, wonders how you coped with that variation in routine. Yeah. Because during the home and away, like clockwork, you were playing Orange Sims, Oberon Tigers, etc., and you knew exactly what was coming up throughout the week, 7 sleeps away.
That's right.
All of a sudden, 6 sleeps would make a big difference.
Enormous difference.
Because of your preparation.
Yeah.
Do you have the ice bath on Monday? Well, that's when you normally have your ice bath. But all of a sudden, you've got to have it on Sunday to hit the mark, 6 days later.
Yeah. And there are little superstitions you have, HG. The email was sent by Anthony, HG. Anthony said Eddie Maguire's droning of 6-day breaks in the AFL finals has been wondering through the lens of the Lithgow days, does 6 sleeps instead of 7, 8 or 9 make much of a difference? And this is your point, HG, and I would have to say I agree with Anthony here that yes, it does. It makes an enormous difference because a lot of players are what I'd call superstitious. You get into a routine, on
Pie night
on Friday
Tuesday,
night,
yeah.
Then Saturday I'll wash the car, and
fish on Sunday,
and then fish on Sunday, and then we play rugby league. Now, if it's brought forward that you've got to wash the car the same day that you eat the fish and play rugby league, it's not going to work. It's not going to work. You're going to feel out of sorts, So I think it's an enormous advantage to be able to stay with your normal circadian rhythms, your normal weekly routine. And I'm sure if you look at statistics, HG, those teams that are favoured by having their normal routine stay in place for a final series always have a tremendous advantage over those teams who are shocked to learn that they're only going to get 5 or 6 sleeps instead of 7 before the next game.
And today we have so many more so many more interruptions.
Yes, we
people
do.
have their social media commitments.
Yes.
They've got to squeeze something in there.
Yep.
They might have cryobaric chamber work for injuries and this sort of stuff. I mean, it's an elaborate. It's not just a set and forget.
No. It's science these days. It's science, isn't it? It's science. Yeah. But there is the science of psychology, HG, which Grassy used to say, well, all right, boys, listen, bloke, settle down.
Pants up.
Now, pants up now. Now, a lot of you are thinking that tomorrow's Monday. Forget it. It's not. It's Tuesday. Tomorrow, you've got to imagine tomorrow's Tuesdays, boys. Why is that? Because we're not having a Monday, all right? Monday's gone. All right? Like Monday is today, all right? But it's Sunday. Yes, I know, but we're calling it Monday, so tomorrow's Tuesday, so you're going to get your 7 sleeps, even though you're only getting 6.
Yes, is the Probe Philharmonic with the Maastricht variations of I Thank You on first violin, the melodic maestro rampaging Roy Slaven and crushing the saucepan lids in 5/4 time, tone deaf and tuneless H.G. Nelson. Now, Roy, obviously a topic that has, galvanised some comment in the Sydney area, especially at this time of year, concerns the demolition of the Sydney Football Stadium.
Oh, yes.
And, of course, there's a big night coming up on October the 5th where people are asked to bring their hammers along to the
this is Demolition Night.
Demolition Night with Michael Bublé.
That's right.
Singing the Jimmy Barnes songbook and other rugby league favourites. So it's going to be a great night.
Yeah.
It's a bit exy, but on the other hand, you get a chance to take home a piece of the stadium and have that as
A bit like the
yours.
Berlin Wall. You'll have something at home that is a bit of history.
That's right. Yeah. Now, because of this, obviously the New South Wales Waratahs, I remember them, the team that often played there, they're going to be without a...
Are they turning up as well?
They're going to turn up, but then next year in 2019, they're going to have, they're going to have to go on the roam, a bit like the Gold Coast Suns earlier this year when their stadium had been taken over by Commonwealth Games activities.
Right, yeah.
So they're going to obviously play at the Sydney Cricket Ground, Western Sydney, Regional New South Wales.
Well, Regional New South Wales is a good idea, actually. Where are they going? Are they going
Watford Oval.
Watford Oval, yes. I heard about that. And then they're going to what? Forbes? Wellington?
Well, I think
Temora?
Yes, and the place where Freddie turned up this week.
Oh, okay. Come by chance.
Come by chance, that's right. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, well, that's fantastic. It's a real reach out, isn't
I reach out from the city to the rural Australia, and
Yep.
let's face it. Given that it's summer and they'll be underway sometime late January, early February,
Yes.
the drought may still be on. I'm not. I don't
Well,
wish
it might
that
be
on
just the
people.
time for the people to turn to the Tars. The Tars are coming to town. Who? The Tars. What about them Tars, eh?
Them Tars.
Them Tars. Well, that's great, HG. I'm pleased.
Now, the exact venues for the Waratahs' 8 home games are still being finalised, but New South Wales Rugby obviously has struck a deal with CG and stakeholders after months of negotiation. Now, did they, it's the face of the Watford Oval.
Yes.
Were you involved as a stakeholder here?
Well, I was, yes.
How did you respond to the request? I mean, obviously you would have preferred maybe a rugby league side to come to Watford.
Well, of course, I would always prefer a rugby league side, actually, but I took a call from Max Markson because Max was acting on behalf of the Waratahs, so he said. And he said, how much would Watford Oval be prepared to pay him to negotiate with the Tars to come to Watford Oval? And I said, nothing.
And how did he go with that?
He hung up.
Probe School of Science with the Prof. R.R. Slaven fiddling around with fusion and the inspired amateur on the artificial insemination desk, H.G. Nelson. Now, going back to that rugby story, Roy, about, the Tars roaming around the country looking for somewhere to play.
Yes.
The great thing is the hard part is over, and the key thing is we've reached agreement that is very fair to everyone, according to Rugby CEO. We've done a lot of consultation with our commercial partners and our members and the wider rugby community, and we'll soon announce the package that will appeal to everyone.
Good.
We will certainly be playing matches the SCG, but we're also going to play at smaller grounds, etc., etc., etc.
Yeah, Watford Oval, etc., yeah.
Now, it's hard to imagine that this is going to appeal to everyone. I don't want to be unkind to Watford Oval, but what would it be, a 3-hour drive?
Oh, easily, yes.
Yeah.
From Sydney.
Yeah, Sydney. Say you're keen.
But for those in Lithgow who love the Waratahs, there might be 3 or 4 of them, you can walk there in 5 minutes. I mean, that's the great advantage. And if you want to, you can sit in the car and watch it in the car.
And when they score on a point.
Exactly.
Now, this is the NRL now.
Yeah.
Same problem, of course, because they used to play at the
Sydney Football Stadium.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the NRL, this is turning a weakness to a strength. The NRL considers stepping back in time to the SCG for the finals footy next September.
Could I just tap this on the head right away, actually? Can I just say that the SCG is the worst venue for watching rugby league on the planet? It is hopeless. It is utterly hopeless. It will kill rugby league stone dead in this country if they proceed with this plan. No. Take it to your
well, you've got
suburban
grounds.
Suburban grounds.
And who's to say Jubilee wouldn't fit in some of the crowds that have turned up for the finals so far?
Yeah.
I mean, you can
Leichhardt Oval.
Well,
North Sydney Oval.
Let's face it, if the Cows were playing, say even the franchise, the joint venture, so the Tigers, West Tigers, you'd be lucky to fill Balmain Oval. I mean, people watch rugby league on the television. They don't go to it.
They don't go to it. No. It is crazy, actually. It is madness. Imagining you've got to play rugby league in a venue that seats more than 10,000 people. You don't.
No.
And 10,000 is great. That's about the average crowd you're going to get on a good day.
In Sydney.
And so you'd have a full stand.
That's right.
It'd look great on TV.
And, of course, the trouble with the Sydney Cricket Ground is the nearest player to you, to be a winger, wherever you are, would be about half a kilometre away.
Exactly.
At min.
Exactly. I mean, you've got to take a megaphone with you if you want to gob off. Yeah. Whereas at your more suburban boutique stands, they're just there right beside you. You can gob off right in their ear.
Yeah, you can get a bit of phlegm on them.
Yeah.
Now, the NRL consider using, obviously, the SCG finals matches, despite expecting 300 million Western Sydney Stadium and ANZ Stadium to shoulder the majority of the playoff fixtures. A day after taking, obviously, a financial hit to solve scheduling nightmare for the opening week of this, of this week's finals, the NRL is presented with a new set of issues next year when Allianz Stadium, the Moore Park thing, is being raised for a world-class facility. Anyway, now...
Do the people of Sydney want a world-class facility there at Moore Park? Could I suggest they don't?
If anything to go by, I think the match that was there on Friday night didn't look very impressive. The both ends were pretty empty, and
they were.
The sides had a few people in them. But
it'd be different if people went to rugby league. I mean, honestly,
I know.
All you need is a TV studio big enough to cover these events and put in a bit of crowd CGI. That's all you need.
Now, of course, the other news is that the trip to America.
Oh, yes.
For the season opener.
That's right. That had people genuinely excited,
It was a terrific idea. Obviously, I think Souths were putting their hand in the air.
Yes.
By the way, before we forget grounds, can I just say one word? Lotto Land.
Yes.
The forgotten venue in Sydney football.
Yeah.
It's terrific.
Yeah.
Sure, there's no toilets, there's no facilities. People have to change in their car parks and shower at home, but that's rugby league.
That's right.
And Lotto Land would hold a bit of a crowd.
It would.
I don't understand.
And you can enjoy rugby league as it's been enjoyed since 1907. You know, you just make sure that you wear something. We used to wear plastic bags around our gusset, and that way you don't need to go to the toilet.
Can I also point out that this Parramatta Stadium, I think they're up to 30,000. And they could put in some more, stand, if they need stand, on scaffold.
Right. That's when Michael Bublé comes. But what about when there's rugby league happening?
I meant out there, I shouldn't point it out that way, but Western Sydney, the Parramatta Stadium, the new one that's being built there, which is meant to be a world-class facility.
Yes.
With toilets.
Yeah, with toilets. And it's going to, seat 30,000 people?
Yeah. That's enough, isn't it?
Well, it's far too many, unless you're having Bublé.
Yes, this is the House of Pain, the Probe Dental Clinic. On the pull with the pliers, Dr. R.R. Slaven, and overdosing on the nitrous, the unpaid intern, H.D. Nelson. Now, so it appears that Manly and South Sydney were keen to go to America, but now the NRL are going to scrap it because of cost blowout. Now, I don't know if we've addressed this before, but that strikes me as extremely unlikely.
Is it because of the Australian dollar has gone down a little bit, I suppose, HG? It touched, about 71 cents US now? Is that how it was? But when these plans were being floated, it was about 84 cents.
I'm pretty sure that's right. So there is a bit of a ding there. Two things. Firstly, it doesn't help it when people write stories in the paper saying money isn't an object, when money obviously does become an object and makes rugby league look cheap.
It does.
On the other hand, can I suggest that taking Manly and Souths to Port Moresby for an out-of-town tryout, for want of a way
much
better
better
thing.
idea.
Yeah, because let's face it, rugby league is the national sport in Papua New Guinea, and it's going to have one of those big international meets of the big heads soon.
That's right.
And if they could do that, they could certainly stage a rugby league fixture.
They certainly
there
could, yes. And what about Nauru, HG?
Well, that would be a real hands across the water.
It would. It would. They would certainly appreciate, I think,
a bit of
bit of
TLC,
reach out,
reach out, TLC. It is believed that the American cause hasn't been helped by the fact the NRL will cop a significant financial hit with its 1 week final schedule after the number of 11th hour changes. So that's going to slow them up a bit.
Yeah.
I'm not sure really where it goes to from here. I mean, Beattie. Do you feel as though that somehow Beattie's? I notice he.
Look, if we had a rugby league envoy who could
at the federal level,
obviously, who could report obviously to the Prime Minister, but who could travel America, tour America. In association perhaps with Joe Hockey, who I notice has put in a
tennis court.
Well, he's refurbished a tennis court there in our embassy in Washington, which is brilliant, fantastic idea, which made me think, why not expand that a little bit and have a rugby league ground in the yard there beside the tennis court, which I think would be. I mean, they would come to watch that. Former American presidents and ambassadors, etc., would be falling over them, tumbling over themselves to have a look at an exhibition match that could be put on there, say between, let's say, Manly and Parramatta.
Well, and what would happen, I think, would be that the level of government here, representatives going, I mean, a lot of people would be going, the Trade Minister. Is
Steve Cherbo, is that the
I
Trade
don't
Minister?
think he is anymore. He might be Defence or something like that. Everything's changed.
Well, Defence could go as well.
I think
Maurice
it could.
Payne,
Maurice Payne, Foreign Minister.
Yeah.
Yes, they'd all be there, meeting their counterparts from countries all around the world, because it is that sort of hotbed in Washington there.
It is, that's right. And you arrive at Joe Hockey's place there, and it's fantastic.
You might have a Carlton Draft
You'd
beer.
have a Carlton Draft, you'd have a few, a pie.
A pie.
Something
That's
like
right.
that.
Chips, maybe.
Why not? Potato scallops, and then you move out, and suddenly you're out on the tennis court. Oh, look at that. It's Special K and Little Leighton. Oh, wonderful. How you doing, Nick? F5, whatever he's going to say, in his diplomatic way, and they'd laugh, ha ha ha, they're Aussies.
Yeah, that's right. And then
and then you move on, and then all of a sudden, hello, who's this?
Canterbury Bankstown Bulldogs. Just putting on their shirts and pants.
That's right. And who are they playing? Oh, the Manly Seagulls. Wow, is Trent Barrett still with you guys? No, I'm afraid Trent's left us. Who you got now? I don't know. We haven't appointed anyone. I don't matter. Let them play.
G'day, Paul Roos here. What makes good leaders? After 3 decades on the footy field and in the coach's box, I've learned just how important effective leadership is in building high-performing teams. Now you can share in everything I've learned in my podcast series, The Coach. If you're into leadership and building a winning culture, join me on The Coach. Download the app or listen now at podcast1.com.au. No matter what you're into, there's one for everyone.
Podcast One.
Yes, this is the Probe Auto Outlet. Head salesman looking to do you a deal. Car Trader of the Year, Roy Slaven, and Outback spinning back the kilometres with the Black & Decker HG Nelson. Now, Roy, people like to get in touch with us, and they can do so by simply going to royanhg@thesportingprobe.com.au. That's royanhg@thesportingprobe.com.au, and the following people have.
Well, Millerard has HG, and Millerard says... Geez, it seems like a lifetime since I've heard HG tell a tale from the gateway to the Barossa. Nuriutba, could you give me an update from the great town that no one can pronounce when looking at the letters, please?
Well, more than happy to. Look, I was there on Thursday at the Holy Trinity Church Hall in Nuriutba.
Oh, yes.
50 people came along to the Gawler Tanunda Lindok in Udunda Red Cross branch's lunch. Sonia Thorne, a naturopath from Anguston, was guest speaker on the day. It was terrific. Terrific spray.
Right.
A naturopath. And the secretary of the New Nuriutba Red Cross branch explained a really good lunch with everybody being happy and enjoying themselves. Right. And the president added a pleasant surprise at how many turned up.
How many did turn up, does he say?
Well, 50. 50
wow.
people. That was really good. But the big news in town, and this has got the town really rocking, is that the Tigers, that's the Nuriutba Tigers, have progressed to the 2018 Barossa Light and Gawler Football Association A-grade grand final.
Well done.
They
How many teams in the comp, HG? Four?
Oh, I forget. They've had to amalgamate a few, as you can see. So it's Barossa, Light and Gawler football. That's 3 competitions have had to be amalgamated because the killer obviously just murdered football out there years ago. Now, they beat the Tanunda Rovers.
No easy beats either.
No easy beats. And the final score was, in 9-6-60, Tanunda 6-7-43. Right. The game was played in blustery conditions with the wind blowing towards the racecourse pocket, which is...
notorious?
It's notorious. You get it caught in that pocket, you just can't get out.
Yep.
Tigers coach Henry Slattery said, game of attrition. I thought we broke even in the contest. Our back six were very good again. Luke Jornay was outstanding at fullback. The rest of the defensive unit sound all day. At the stoppages broke even. Generally, as a rule, Tanunda have a dominance in this area. Ended with a couple of injuries. So it's really good. Now, the Magpies sadly need to butter up, take on Williston in Saturday's preliminary grand final, Anguston Oval, and we're looking for strong leadership from their 2018 Schluter medalist, Dean Turlick. Dean
Turlick won the Schluter last year.
He got the Schluter. Yeah, it's incredible, isn't it?
Okay.
That's obviously
God almighty,
terrific.
I bet Schluter could play.
Wonderful player.
Great
name for that area too.
Yeah. Was he called Schluter the Shooter?
This is 2018 years after the birth of Christ. This is the Sporting Probe.
And remember, if you do want to get in touch, royanhg@thesportingprobe.com.au. Now, 2 things that have I've passed over in the day. The Rabbits have been in rugby league now. The Rabbits have been in a little bit of trouble earlier in the year. And in the fallout, it's been revealed that they have a sort of a code of conduct, a sort of no dickheads policy, I assume, if you take a leaf out of the Sydney Swans. It's called the Rabbitoh Way.
Oh, the Rabbitoh Way?
Yeah, so as I understand it, the 3 main principles of the Rabbitoh Way are don't bag Russell, that's Russell Crowe, the owner.
Yes.
Know the words to Glory, Glory, I'm a Rabbit.
Yep.
And stay off FaceTime.
Oh.
They're the three things. But the Rabbitoh way, is it more elaborate than that? Because let's face it, the Rabbits are a team that does like a literary illusion. They've got they're the only club with a book of feuds that you can actually go and buy.
Yes, that's true.
Tracing the history of the club over the last, 110 years.
Well, they've had a lot of feuds with St George, HG, I suppose they have.
Roosters.
Oh, Roosters.
Yeah,
Oh, God,
of course they have.
I hate the Roosters,
yeah. And, of course, this weekend...
they might play the Roosters next week.
They do. That's
wow.
Getting to.
Wow, okay. Yeah, so there's that.
I was just trying to think of the Rabbitoh way. It's something new. I hadn't heard about it.
I'd never heard of it before. I like it. But what's going to happen with the Rabbitoh way, HG, in issue of point 3 there with the FaceTime? Wasn't there an issue, HG, with some players exposing themselves?
There was. I wasn't... Look, can I say that this program, over the years, I think has been scrupulous in its trying to keep its head above the gutter.
Yeah.
I think that we're on record as saying we're the only team, that is commentating team, who don't stoop to root around in rubbish that others dabble in and make front page news out of.
Yes, that's right.
So...
That's right.
We haven't bothered with the Canterbury Bankstown Bulldogs problems? We haven't bothered.
We do not examine used toilet paper on this program. We won't. We won't stoop that low. Having said that, what's the story with the
FaceTime and the nudity?
Yeah.
Look, what I gathered was that the Rabbitoh way was something
It was a misunderstanding. Surely these you had blokes who fit, just had a win on FaceTime with someone they've never met. They know it's a female, and the communication wires got crossed. They thought she was saying, "Show us your gear."
Yeah, well.
Which is an easy mistake to make, and so you think, oh, do I have to? Oh, well, I'll photograph it and send it to you.
And remember, this is a person who lives, as nearly as we can tell, in either, Malaysia or New Zealand.
Right.
Or Philippines or New Zealand.
Right, yeah. Well.
So, enough said. There's cultural sensibilities that work in one place and not the other.
Yeah.
I mean, we can't expect rugby league to be across all the minutiae of...
the nuance, cultural nuance, actually.
Show us your gear may mean an entirely different thing in New Zealand to here.
Yes. Yeah, I'm sure it does. I'm sure it does. And so the players misunderstood what was meant, and so sent in what now appear to be inappropriate images. But if you understood the context, you'd think, oh, well, they were trying to do the right thing. Is that the way we...
I think we have to put on a charitable, interpretation like that.
Yeah.
Now, just
because the blokes wouldn't have been. I mean, they're not the sort of blokes who would just,
willy nilly get it out,
and photograph it and send it to someone they don't know. They don't do that.
No, they're not St Kilda players.
No.
Now, can I point out that very disturbing stories reach me? This got to do with the politics of sport and television. That Network 10 has taken a $100 million punt on the Melbourne Cup, outbidding rival Network 7 West Media for the 20-day horse racing festival. They're going to spend $100 million over the next 5 years. So it's $20 million a year. So the Australian racing fans will tune into 10 from 2019 to 2023 for the 4-day carnival, which obviously has the Victorian Derby, Lexus Melbourne Cup, Kennedy Oaks Day, and so on.
That's great. Is Bruce going to join
now,
10?
You hit the nail on the head.
Yeah. Is Bruce part of the package? Because I tell you, if it's not Bruce, it's not a Melbourne Cup.
Yes, you're on the front line of the 2018 Love Probe Revolution, doing the in-out work, the specialists, Roy and HG. Now, this story I should have introduced a couple of hours ago, but I believe it's a lovely button to leave the listener with this week. It concerns the toughest man in rugby league, because this is obviously a conversation starter. Now, a week or so ago, South Sydney boss, obviously a Rabbitoh, who's familiar with the Rabbitoh way, Shane Richardson, declared Sam Burgess the toughest forward he's ever seen, even tougher than the ultimate, Rabbitoh way hard man, Les Davidson.
Oh, I remember him.
Yeah, the pillow man.
Yeah.
I think he was famously said the Sharks pack was just pillows.
Pillows, yeah.
A bunch of pillows. Now, this is an incredible... I should flesh out the Richardson view. In all my time working at the top in the game, I've never seen a tougher forward than Sam Richardson. Sorry, than Sam.
Sam
Burgess, sorry, yeah. Richardson.
Well, Sam Richardson.
He was tough.
Yeah.
He was just, they had to hit him with a hammer in the end. Les was tough. He's still tough. He's the reigning champion, but, he mentions people like Les Davidson, Craig Gower, Jason Smith. All these guys were tough, but in my opinion, Sam's the toughest. Now, this does raise a thing about how tough he is. He was obviously in 2014 grand final. He played with a broken cheekbone.
That's right.
Then Burgess, after might have been a Broncos loss, caught a 6 a.m. flight, had arthroscopic surgery on his right elbow later that day, while full recovery time for an operation, normally 6 weeks, especially given the pain and swelling in the joint, backed up against the Raiders with the right elbow strapped, 36 tackles in 76 minutes. He's tough. But can I point out one name that is not in conversation yet and should be? Kevin Hardwick.
Oh, yes, Kevin.
Remember the Hardwick numbers, Roy? Your system of devising toughness in players?
Yeah.
Based on how many Kevin Hardwicks
were in your team. That's true.
How-
I mean, there'd been Terry Randall was tough, wasn't he? Bunny Riley. I mean, there've been some hard men over the years, hasn't there?
They have, and that's and in more recent times, I mean, there's been players who've done the phenomenal thing. I mean, who can forget Royce Simmons? You know, he played the grand final, can't remember a thing about it. A winning grand final, can't remember a thing about it.
Yeah.
He can't remember, he said he'd shout everybody in Penrith a beer.
A beer, he did. I did hear that promise, and he scored 3 tries, and he can't remember. They were the only 3 tries he scored in his life. They were in the grand final, and he can't remember one of them.
I know, it's an incredible
It's a cruel
story.
game in many ways, isn't it?
It's cruel. It's certainly cruel.
Yeah.
But the hardness issue, I mean, is it something?
Well, you're sort of born with a hardness like that. I think. Actually, I often think of Skull Northey. I mean, Skull was a very hard man back in Lithgow in the day. He played a little bit before my time, but I was certainly the whole town was in awe of him. I remember he got badly concussed in the first round, and he played the rest of the year. HG
22 home and away.
Concussed. He
There was a period there where he thought he was losing concussion, but he belted himself with a Stilson's, and they got him back in the zone.
Well, that's true. I remember he nearly died on the field at one stage, and he was ambulanced off. They put him in the back of the ambulance, and the ambulance was in a car accident. These things can happen. And he came around and rescued the ambulance officers who were wedged in the front of the car, in the front of the ambulance, if you know what I mean. Ripped the seats out and saved their lives, put them in the back, and then drove them to the hospital.
And went back and finished the second half.
Well, I don't know if that's right or not.
Yeah,
Some say that happened.
Yeah.
You know, that's the mythical story that he got back and scored the winning try in the last, in the 79th minute.
80 metres out.
From 80 metres out, Well, he ran out of the ambulance, the busted ambulance, of course, straight onto the field, picked up the ball, and off he went. No one could stop him. But Skull was an extraordinary bloke, but didn't last long, of course. After he gave up rugby league, he gave up life.
Can I ask whether you think this is a useful conversation to have? Everybody who plays rugby league has a certain sort of toughness.
They do.
And singling out Sam Burgess, who sometimes does behave a bit idiotically.
He does.
My mind, because of his toughness.
Well, you can lose self-discipline if you're that tough. Sometimes you can be too tough for rugby league. Too tough for your own good.
Too tough for your own good.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the game has changed, hasn't it?
It has. It has. And I mean, toughness used to be challenged in the old days. Actually, sometimes, blokes would bring along a 3-inch nail and a hammer and say, I bet you're not tough enough to bash that through your arm. Some players would do that, and it really might have cost them the season sometimes.
And that's a tantalising prospect for kids to be practising in the schoolyard this week, bashing a nail through your arm to prove your toughness. That's it for the Probe this week. On behalf of Roy, Lockie, who stepped in gamefully because Felix isn't here, the fly fisherman of Burnie, who sadly gave up the fish this week. Bye now.
Bonafide sports-mad Australians. Snakes alive. Is that the time? Yes, green and gold freaks, it certainly is. It's time for the Sporting Probe. With 2 diamond pythons twirled around the tree of knowledge across the nation.
Boys and girls.
Well, a young man ain't got nothing in the world these days.
The Sporting Probe leading the charge up the eucalypt. With extra chili on the stick is the in-and-out maestro, rampaging Roy Slaven. And coming from behind is the heavy lifter with both feet on the ground, H.G. Nelson. Unleash the grunt and poke HG?
Yes, TF Much, gentleman Jim Daniels, the golden guy in the TSP soundproof booth. He's towing the pop-up studio, the Caravan of Hope, up the Hume as we speak, from the G to Homebush, linking for the first time the granny venue with the home of the big dance. I think I've got those correct in their correct order, as in AFL is a granny, the rugby league is a big dance. Now, look for him to be pulling into the car park, into that wonderful venue in Western Sydney there about 4 o'clock with the mallard rolling up behind. And the Festival of the Boot, can I just begin on a personal note? The Festival of the Boot is a time for families. It's a time for all families to get together, and Jim's lucky to have his family here from America. A lot of people don't realise that Jim lives in America with his family, and they've flown out to be with Jim and drive up from Melbourne to Sydney with him. There's no better way to spend a couple of weeks in Australia than driving the Hume, let me tell you. In the old days, it used to be a real holiday, real exciting adventure. These days, with dual carriage most of the way, in fact, all of the way, it's taken a lot of the sting out of that wonderful, wonderful road. People say it's the best road in the world. I'd love to hear your thoughts on that, and maybe that'll be something we can throw up in the phone lines later on today on our Boot special, which is the best road in Australia. Anyway, the Festival of the Boot is a time for families, and people don't realise the sacrifices a bloke like Jim makes throughout the football year. I mean, it's great that Jim gets a couple of days in the coming week to see his family and find out what they've been up to since early March, because obviously he's been towing the Caravan of Hope around to all the venues throughout the football season and unable to get home because of his on-road commitments. You know, people don't realise the sacrifices footballers make, or even commentators. I was only talking about this with BT last night over a few convivials over the drip tray. Look, he's most concerned that we get the message out through programs like ours, like the Sporting Probe, the sacrifices that people make. These blokes only earn, maybe a couple of $100,000 a year, and they turn up for work, everything's done for them, boots, they don't have to wash their jumpers or nothing like that, and their shorts are fairly clean and they get new shorts. But the sacrifices! It's so easy to go and cheer. You've got the easy bit. Sitting there, imagine the sacrifices that the players have made. Just to get there, they had to wake up, have some breakfast or not, as the case may be, get in a car or not, as the case may be. The sacrifices, that's the theme of the day. And when we throw open the phone lines, that's the other thing we want to know. What sacrifices do you think the players have made? Anyway, Probe-sters, patriots, pilgrims and punters, H.G. Nelson getting the Probe, the Sporting Probe, away for another set of 7. TF Much, Bruce McAvaney. Bruce, brilliant. It was his best grand final call ever. Big call, I know. Bruce has been doing it a long time, you forget that. He's made a lot of sacrifices over the years, turning up all those Saturdays, Friday nights. You think that's easy? It's not. There he is with 7, and sitting alongside BT. People think that's easy. It's not. It was okay when Dennis was there. Dennis used to amuse him, but now he's got BT there as well, led in the saddlebag. What a week, what an incredible week. A week when too much body's belly enough. Residents and 457 visa holders, it's tremendous to have you with us as we prod forward through the solidly backed up stallage of the week's sporting action, a week of massive collects. Did you get a winner up in the Epsom? Oh, what a great result there, Huey Bowman and Hartnell. Anyway, we're the Borders. Let's lock horns with a man who this week has done everything he can to get the Roosters ready for the decider. He was called in late last Sunday night to take control of the Cronk arm for the Tricolours, and under this man's strict regime, Kid Cooper has been on ice in the cryogenic chamber for the past 5 days. This man has fed him 24/7. That is, fed the midfield maestro 24/7 with a thin gruel through a straw while playing Sweet Caroline non-stop on a pair of battered headphones and playing images of Storm coach Bellyache, that's Craig Bellamy, going off on a loop on the iPad while at the same time whispering in his ear, "You're a part-timer, you're a no-hoper, you're a joke." The idea, as I understand it, is to make Coops as mad as hell, so he forgets all about the arm, forgets he's playing in the big dance, forgets about rugby league and runs on and has a Royce Simmons-style blinder, i.e. one he can't remember bugger all about. The genius behind this controversial treatment, which has been funded to the tune of $1.9 billion by the Blinken Knights of Balaclava, is Probe Doctor rampaging Roy Slaven. Roy, can we get the TSP bunny in motion by simply asking what highlights caught your wrestler's eye this week, Doctor Bro?
Yes, thank you very, very much, H.G. Nelson. What a wonderful, wonderful week to be a genuine Aussie lifter. An Aussie lifter. And I'm sick and tired of Aussie lifters having to hide their lights behind a bushel. Be proud. If you're a lifter, get out and show people. Be proud to say, yes, I'm a lifter. Especially if you're surrounded by leaners. Nothing gets up my nose more than leaners. Bludging leaners. And they're about! You've only got to open your eyes on the bus. You'll see them. Now, Lane Beachley, who's a lifter, she's won the Masters. I don't know how long it's been since Lane has competed, but she's been competing almost all my lifetime. I don't know how old she is now, but it's been an extraordinary career. Ash Barty has claimed the scalp of Angie Kerber, the former world number one. I think it's Ash's first win over a top 10 competitor, which is great news. She's heading in the right direction, although I think she was bumped out of the semi-finals of the Chinese Open. Now, Liz Cambage has carried Australia into the Women's Basketball World Cup semi-finals with a big win over China. From memory, there was a bit of friction, HG, between Liz and the Kings superstar, Bugger or Bogut.
There was.
Wasn't there a bit of...
There was a bit of
social media friction.
Yeah, texting.
Yeah,
no,
I hate you, you're useless.
Joke. Yeah, that's
you
usual,
big fat goose.
Yeah, usual badinage.
Yeah. But Bugut's wasn't very clever, was it? I don't think. It was...
no, a bit more...
bit smug and sort of stupid and goosey.
Yeah.
A bit bugger all about it.
Yeah, well...
And not very thought out.
Well, not very funny.
Nothing clever.
Clever.
Yeah.
That's right.
That's right. Anyway, I don't know where that stands at the moment. I don't know whether they've drawn a line under it or whether it's still going on. I don't know. Now, the man they call Tiger Woods, is back. And you'd be happy to know that Tiger is in love again.
Is he?
He's in love again. And I think there's a connection between the horizontal work
and the swing work.
And the swing work, yes.
Right.
And, yeah, so it's all good. Everything's pointing in the right direction for the man they call Tiger. That is Tiger Woods. Speaking of golf, is golf struggling at the grassroots level? And this is something we might try and unpack during the program today, bearing in mind that when's the 1st of October? Is that tomorrow, HG? I think tomorrow is the beginning of golf
I think it might be
month.
today.
No, I think today's the 30th.
Oh, the 30th, sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, of course. What
Yeah.
am I doing?
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
it's a long weekend.
Long weekend.
In certain parts
of course.
Australia.
Yes.
Oh, God,
Why it's a long
completely
weekend, I don't know. I don't know if it's Labor Day or the Queen's birthday.
Or Festival of the Boot Day.
Festival of the Boot Day. Or just Leaner Day. Yes, anyway, less said about that, the better. Anyway, golf. We'll get to golf. Now, Mitchell Marsh and Josh Hazlewood, Cricket Australia, have announced this. I'm not making this up. You can't make this stuff up. Well, they've appointed joint co-vice captains. That is, we've got Captain Tim Payne and joint co-vice captain Mitchell Marsh and joint co-vice captain Josh Hazlewood to help out with decision making. Josh, who should bowl now or me? Okay.
Yeah, fair enough.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Lord, where's this going to win?
In tears.
Of course it's going to win in tears.
In
because
tears.
It's rubbish.
Exactly.
It is absolute. It's an embarrassment.
An
to
embarrassment. And is this the new Australia?
Yeah, what, everyone's going to be a bloody vice captain? Is that the future of Australian cricket? 10 vice captains plus a captain? No. I mean, honestly.
So that means that, well, yeah.
I know.
Do
The
maths.
implications
Yeah,
are just
yeah.
bizarre.
Bizarre, that's right.
Bizarre.
Yeah.
Anyway, just finally, HG, is there one rule for Billy and one for everyone else? I think so. Make of that what you will.
It's the Sporting Probe. You're in the nuclear bunker where our red button is bigger than yours. With his hand on the hover, the atomic cheese, Wing Commander rampaging flyboy Roy Slaven, and out back on the tools trying to make the bugger go bang, H.D. Nelson. Roy, so much to talk about. But Slater, let's go to Slater because it does impact on the big one tonight because he's there.
The big dance, yes.
The big dance tonight. How are you feeling about, firstly, the use of the term big dance? I mean, I think last week we went pretty hard on trying to get this demarcation sorted out. The big dance is the NRL and the granny is the AFL.
Yeah.
I think it worked fairly well this week.
Yeah, it did. It did. Look, every now and again you've got to accept reality. And secondly, that language is in the hand of the people. You can't impose rules on language anymore. I mean, a lot of people have tried to with grammar, etc., and past participles and, when it's appropriate to use the word whilst.
And fewer and less.
Exactly. But you can't, because it comes down to usage. Mm-hmm. Usage determines how a language develops. So if people are going to say the big dance, then you'd be mad to swim against the tide. You've just got to accept, okay, the grand final is now the big dance. Let's move on with our lives. And that's something I've managed to do, HG. So when people mention the big dance to me these days, I no longer lash out and try to hit them. I just accept it. I nod and move on. I try to steer the conversation elsewhere, obviously. But I'm prepared to just be sanguine about it now.
And not draw attention to
No.
it. But as you say, if
Yep.
people say, oh, what are you doing Sunday night? I'm going to the big dance. You
Yes.
just think, oh, well, let's talk about who's in it.
Sure.
Not,
Yeah.
obviously
Yeah.
punch them because they're misusing the language and abusing the language.
Yep.
Now, Slater, have they changed the rules of rugby league?
would seem
with
so.
This decision?
Yes, it would seem so. I thought I thought the shoulder charge had been declared illegal. For sensible reasons, it can result in death. And it has resulted in death in days gone by. And that's why it was stamped out. Now, if you're going to change this rule so that a shoulder charge is acceptable if you're running parallel or 45 degrees to the person you're bumping, whereas if you're head-on, it's illegal, where does the angle, 79 degrees, is that acceptable? 78 degrees, 77? Who's going to judge this? And can it be judged by the people out there who are only human and whose understanding of trigonometry may not be as advanced as others? It's a very difficult one, HG. I think either it is legal or it's not. Now, if it is illegal, and we look at the black and white, I'm a black and white reader of the law, as you know. I look at that, and I saw that as a shoulder charge. Off.
Yeah.
He was penalised. He should not be allowed to be at the big
And
dance.
what do you make of the Gouldian position? This is Phil Gould. This is Phil Gus Gould's
Yes.
position that
the people want him.
well, the game shoots itself in the foot by not allowing the gun players to
Yeah.
play in the big dances.
Right. Well, if the gun players didn't break the law, the gun players wouldn't have a problem, would they?
No, exactly. That's my view.
That's
too.
my view.
Yeah.
Did you put this to Gould?
I put this to Gould.
What
but
did he say?
He just moved on.
Well, he's stupid.
Yep, it's the Probe fire truck putting the wet stuff on the red stuff on the pump. Crew captain rampaging Roy Slaven and outback torching the grub. H.D. Nelson. Roy, admittedly he'll be there, Slater obviously,
Yes,
but
he
how must Dylan Napper feel?
Yes.
Because technically his method of tackling isn't outlawed by the rules.
No, wouldn't appear to me.
Slater's isn't outlawed by the rules, and yet obviously Dylan Napper's had to sit out too. Not that it's cost the Roosters much, him sitting it out. They're in the big dance.
Yes.
But consistency, it's a difficult thing. And I come now to the AFL yesterday, this magnificent match, this spectacle. Look, several things I'd like to... as soon as the banner went down for Collingwood...
Yeah,
I
you knew
thought,
they were in trouble, didn't you?
Yeah. And especially when I saw the coach. And you won't get a bigger person to rap for, obviously Collingwood coach Nathan Buckley than me. But he had to go over before thinking about the troops, before thinking about the toss, before thinking about climbing the stairs to the commentary position, before thinking about, everything else that goes with coaching, the sacrifices, the family, all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
He went over and had to cuddle and console the banner merchants or the banner attendees.
Yeah. Say it's not your fault.
Yeah, it's
Well, I
the
suppose it was their fault, really, wasn't it?
Well, they didn't build a banner for conditions.
No.
They should have looked at the weather.
They should have.
We have apps now that you
Yeah.
can look up the
Yeah,
weather,
yeah,
wind
yeah,
conditions and stuff like. Anyway, the banner went down.
Yeah.
Then there was that incident with the runner.
Yes.
Might have been in the third quarter.
Yes.
The Collingwood runner seemed to.
He backed into his own bloke.
I know. I've never seen that before.
Cost them the game.
In 1,000 years of watching footy, I've never seen that.
No.
Cost him the game. Then he had to be consoled as well.
He did.
He
did.
And then
and they lost the toss. I knew when they lost the toss that there was trouble. So the banner went down, lost the toss.
And then in the
runner backed into another player.
And then in the final minute of the game, or the minute and a half of the game, there was a red-hot infringement
There was.
on a Collingwood player that deserved, I think, a free kick.
It did.
Before Sheed got the goal
Yeah.
that won it for them.
Yes.
So runabouts for the Pies
It
yesterday.
was, wasn't it? I mean, conspiracy theorists can run amok with this, can't they?
I hadn't thought of that.
You
Like,
know.
give us an idea of...
Who jeopardised the banner? For a start.
Was the
Was it
runner...
an inside job? And the runner. Who got into the runner's ear and said, back into your own bloke?
Ah.
Who did that?
Do you think that the...
Who paid the umpires not to see? You know?
Maynard.
Yeah. Okay, there are a lot of questions. I mean, People are already talking about a Royal Commission. I don't know if we should go that far, but it's possible. Royal Commission, because the Prime Minister was there. He saw it all, ScoMo. And I think if anyone can call for a Royal Commission, he can.
And he's very keen on Royal Commissions.
He loves Royal
Commissions. He's got
the
one about the pies going.
Yes.
I never thought that'd get up.
Yep.
I mean, it's obviously...
And I assume there's going to be a Royal Commission into the ABC.
Yes, this is Lou to 11, the Sporting Probe end-of-year Rugby League burlesque extravaganza. Up the pole in the sequence with the pie wedged is rampaging Roy Slaven, and down below with the broom and dustpan, H.G. Nelson. Now, I think the AFL need to think about what they're going to do inside 50s in a grand final.
There's one rule inside the 50s and one rule out.
Oh, no. Somebody's going to get hurt eventually, and then they'll have to do something about it. Mercifully, it didn't happen yesterday.
Yep.
But it seems that the referees put away the whistle inside the 50s. Now, can I just say I don't come to bag referees, because our referees are the best in the world, our referees and umpires. You'll see that again tonight. Our referees, our touchies in the rugby league, our boundary umpires and our central umpires and our goal umpires more particularly are the best in the world.
Model citizens.
Model citizens.
They're not leaners, they're lifters.
No, I hadn't thought of it that way, but you're absolutely right. And I think they need more help. Bullying abuse of referees prompts call for mental health support of sporting officials. This comes from that left-wing lynch mob, the ABC News website and sport.
Oh, yes.
How do referees cope with personal abuse, football referee and...
well, a lot of them love it, of course.
That's true.
They love the notoriety.
They love the notoriety.
They'll often, blow one just to get the crowd offside. I've seen that.
That's right.
You can't blame them. They love getting up people's noses. That's what attracts them to the job in the first place.
I know.
Can
I ask?
You got to ask yourself what they'd be doing if they weren't blowing the whistle. They'd be in jail.
You're part of the Love Probe revolution in 2018 with Roy and HG on the Probe. Obviously, we're talking about umpires and referees. Our umpires and referees are without a doubt the best in the world. You only had to look at the granny yesterday to realise that, and tonight again. A great display in prospect, probably overshadowing the quality of the game in some ways.
Probably, yes. Yes. Is there any talk of having, say, the year of the umpire and referee? Something like that?
2019, the year of the umpire and referee.
Something like that.
An international year or just Australia?
Just Australia, I think, to begin with. It'll spread. Of course it'll spread.
Yeah.
But
I'd love to see somebody go to the United Nations and talk about that.
Yes.
I think that'd be great. What I was going to suggest, though, was that with this call for more help for referees and umpires, I'm just wondering, I want to put two names to you because I know they know a lot about this and, generally have explored the relationship between the media and the public and officialdom. One is John Hopoate, who's been banned for 10 years, and I'm just wondering if he now needs to move to the other side, as in the...
become a referee?
Well, I hadn't thought of that. I'd thought of an advisor, a counsellor, somebody who was available 24/7 to, let's say you might be getting trolled or you had a bad one, your shocker.
Yeah.
You realise you've had
As a player, you mean, or as a referee?
As a referee.
As a referee.
Available to
You've
referees.
had a bad blow and you're down in the dumps. Who can you turn to?
Exactly. Well,
there's Hopper. There's old Stinky.
Old Stinkfist. Yeah, the date hunter.
The date hunter,
obviously boxing commitments notwithstanding.
Sure.
But he could do
just phone him out of the blue. Hey, John, it's Barry here, mate. I've had a bad one. Yeah, I saw it. Yeah. What would you reckon want to do? Go and shoot yourself. Is that the sort of thing you'd... Because Hopper's going to be pretty straight. He's a straight shooter,
Right. Look, can I just say, I think there is a time and place for that.
I don't know. I don't see him as a sort of necessarily as a shoulder to cry on type, HG. I just don't.
Right.
I mean, I could be wrong. He might be a different bloke around the kitchen after a few beers.
Well, do you remember the son gave the big rap? Will gave the big rap to the mum, keeping Hopper under control. So
what about Hopper's mum? Why not referees phone Hopper's mum?
No,
g'day, John. Stinky, is it? Oh, g'day, mate. Listen, is your missus there? Oh, yeah. Can you put her on? Oh, yeah. G'day, Mrs. H. I've had a bad blow. Come round for a cup of tea, love.
Feel the game. Feel Australia. Feel the Probe.
Look, I think there is a time for plain speaking.
Yeah.
I think that sometimes if Hopper, he's a sensitive soul.
Yeah. Well, I didn't know that.
Yeah, no,
there's another Hopper we've never seen. Is that what you're suggesting?
I'm suggesting
So
that
the bloke out there wearing the shorts, that ain't him.
it's just one of three.
Yeah.
Now, the other name I'd like to throw into the ring, obviously Hopper would know rugby league. I think he could counsel AFL umpires just as well. The other name I want to throw into the ring is Sam Newman.
Oh, Sam.
Now,
yeah.
he's got Sam After Dark. Obviously, that show, it's going
the
to be
new
terrific.
show on Sky, yeah.
Yeah, that's going to be terrific where he
Sure.
talks to everybody. And he's really unleashed on it. I've seen some of the early, pilots.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
really come together nicely.
Terrific.
But could Sam, like the guys yesterday, maybe they thought, well, how'd I go, Sam? I gave him a 3 out of 10.
Yes.
Inside the 50s, you've got to look at it. You've got to be thinking, I've got to give a free here somewhere just for credibility's sake.
What
I don't
about the
know.
runner, HG? Is there anyone the runner could turn to? Like, would Sam be a useful...
How would it work?
Well, the
Sam,
runner phones Sam up and say, oh, Sam, I made a mistake. Are you the runner? Yeah, I'm the runner. He backed into,
Yeah. Wait, Trelaw.
Yeah, yeah. Would that be useful? I mean, is it come to this where we've got to have, former players stepping into the breach where psychiatry and psychologists and sociologists have failed our community in the same way our codes have failed our officials? Is that what you're getting at, HG?
I think I am.
Do we need a royal
I'm-
commission into this?
I hadn't thought of that. I hadn't gone that far.
Right.
But a royal commission into what exactly? The poor umpiring refereeing standards in Australia, or the aftercare, post-blow
Yeah.
care of umpires, officials and referees?
Yeah, well, I don't know if it's ever been studied. I mean, what happens to old blowers? Is there a retirement village specifically for old whistleblowers? So that they can counsel each other? Do you remember
Play tapes and have a look. Now, where did I go wrong here?
I suppose.
From 1989.
Well, they may not want to revisit, past
disasters.
failures. They might want to, move forward. Isn't it great living here? I'm surrounded by other blokes who've been blowing all their lives. It's great here. We just get out and
Blow.
Yeah, we can blow, and everyone laughs. And sometimes they don't. And, I just stay.
Then we have dinner.
That's right.
Go to bed.
Yeah. Is that what we need?
Now you got me confused. Originally, I had an idea that somehow, because these people are available, I think is what I'm suggesting.
Yeah, with time on their hands.
Time on their
was
this
tacit.
is Hopper and Sam.
Yeah. Well, they've got plenty of time on their hands now.
So, of course, one's retired and waiting for
and the
Sam
others
after dark.
not allowed to go near a park. Yeah.
That's right. I thought if we could have go-to people, figures of authority in the community. I noticed, for instance, John Ibrahim is being welcomed into the Roosters tent tonight.
Right.
Now, I was just thinking
Would he be useful? Would he be prepared to take calls from retired referees? I want something to do with my life. Hello. What have you got in mind?
Yes, this is the Probe V8 supercar team at the wheel, scraping the door handles off the tyre pressure maestro, rampaging Roy Slaven, and in the pit lane on the gargle, looking for a place to put the feet up, H.G. Nelson. Now, I think it needs more work, the support of officialdom.
Yeah.
But it seems to be that it's the forgotten piece of the puzzle. Having said that, can I ask, is it fair that until 2089, all grannies are going to be played at the MCG? I raised this. I mean, the West Coast have won, so I feel confident that I can raise it, because if they'd lost, it'd be a bit like sour grapes.
Yeah.
But the suggestion is that the team that finishes higher up in the home and away should have the choice of the grand final at their place. So in this case, the West Coast Eagles should have played at the new Optus Oval.
Yep.
That's the theory.
Yep.
Obviously, the killer and his lot
Yep.
want to really murder football completely, and so they play them all at the MCG. Now, the Tom Harley, who's going to take over the reins at the Swans, as nearly as I can tell, raised the prospect of a reconfigured MCG favouring the shape and size of the home ground of the higher ranked side. Do you get the idea here? In other words, that the MCG, maybe there's a standard amount that the boundary line is from the picket fence. Because remember, of course, all the footy fields are different. All of the ovals are different. So what the suggestion is to play on a remarked oval, which is the same dimensions as the home ground of the higher ranked team. So the West Coast would have the Optus Oval drawn on there, Sydney Swans would have the SCG drawn on there.
Oh, it'd be tiny.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Don't think about it too much. It's an idea.
And so would you have seating on the lawn around the
I like that.
newly circumscribed oval? Is
I like
the
that,
way?
and in the shape of it. Yeah, I like that. But anyway, under the Harley proposal, the traditional home of football would be present on ground for a remarked boundary in the shape of the SCG, the GMHBA Stadium, that's the one in Geelong, or etc. Significantly, despite some pressure to design the new Optus Oval in the same long, thinner shape as Subiaco Ground, the new home of the Eagles and the Dockers more resembles the shape of the MCG, with one of the two adjoining training grounds the exact size.
Yes.
Now, then you get the idea of whether this should be a best of three. I mean, this would really stretch.
Okay. Yeah, which could easily become a best of 5 over time.
Or how about a best of 7?
Oh, in time, yeah. Sure. Are they talking about best of 7 already? I thought it was best of 3 at this stage.
Well, here we go.
Yeah.
What they want to do is change the shape, of the season, really, as well as the ground.
Right.
So
have the season run over 2 years.
Well, the players would be placated by either a bye before the first grand final and or a shorter home and away season of 20 games.
Right, yeah.
The argument is a 20-game season in the interest of a more equal competition, given that every team would play each other once in the 17 game with a further 3 to include various blockbusters and derbies. Well, that means that often, the top will be playing the bottom.
Yeah.
That sort of thing. I'm not sure how that works.
Right, okay.
But then the best of 3 would enable, like this year, one to be played at the G and one to be played at, the Optus.
Perth, and then the third at a neutral venue.
Well, that's a good idea.
Watford Oval suddenly
looms
as a possibility. Yeah, I see what you mean. Oh well, that's It's
a talking
point.
Firstly,
actually, I always begin with the point: if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Now, is there any suggestion that it's broken? That the competition is broken? I don't think there is. Had Collingwood won yesterday, there might be an argument that it is broken because the Eagles were, higher on the table than Collingwood, and therefore should have had home ground advantage, which they were denied. But they overcame that, didn't they? So maybe there's something to that. Maybe the greater challenge brings out more, and maybe it works to the advantage of the person of the team that's coming in from the outside, if you see what I mean, in some
I understand.
perverse sort of way.
Yeah,
maybe it does. It unites them together in a way that could be missing if they were playing in a home ground situation.
No, I accept that. And, of course, Ryan, I think, had never been to the MCG before, one of the West Coast Eagles.
Well, how exciting for him.
Exactly.
How exciting for him.
I know. What a great
The other thing would be to...
First game, AFL win.
Would be to build replicas of the MCG in Perth, in Brisbane and in Sydney. Mm-hmm. So it would be exactly the same.
Yeah.
Now,
you mean a federal government initiative funded?
Yes. Well, New South Wales are pulling down the Sydney Football Stadium. What a great opportunity to build an MCG there,
what an excellent
which
idea.
is exactly brick by brick identical.
Have you raised this with the state government?
No, I'm just...
now?
Now.
It's a brilliant idea.
It makes sense now, doesn't it?
Does.
It just makes sense. And the opportunity's there. Now, with the new Perth Stadium, already they're saying it's rubbish, it's too small, it's got to be rebuilt. Well, here we are.
I know. Wow, I hadn't thought of this.
Rebuild another MCG. So, blindfolded, and if you didn't know where you were, you just take the blindfold off. Yeah, it's the MCG. It's exactly the MCG. And then you say, no, it's not, you're in Perth. No. Yeah. You see what I mean?
I know.
So there's no hometown advantage anymore.
I know.
Everyone's got an advantage.
It's
of course,
an
there are going to be
elegance
people say, it's better at the real MCG. Yeah, which one's that, dude? Oh, the one in Melbourne. Oh, right, yeah. How is it? Yeah, it's not as good as the Perth one. Have you been in the Sydney one? It's the best. You see what I mean? You'd start getting that sort of rivalry.
Yeah, that's a terrific idea.
Which is the best MCG?
Yeah, wow.
And you'd call them all the MCG?
Not sure about that.
Why not?
Wow.
Well, okay, MCG 1, MCG 2, MCG 3.
G1, G2, G3,
Thank
G4.
you.
Yeah. Look, that's an elegant solution. I hadn't thought that through because I'd gone the other way.
Right.
I was
you're going to demolish the MCG to make it look like Subiaco Oval?
I think that's what I was suggesting. Yes, that's right.
Right.
Well, can I say, I was sort of more vive la différence.
Oh.
You know, that they're all different, and that's part of the unique quality
the
of the
charm.
the unique quality of the Australian game. It's all about sacrifices and families and this weird thing that we never play on the same oval.
Yeah, right. Oh, well, there's that.
Concerned about the future of cricket? Concerned about the future of life? Concerned about the future itself? Stay with the Probe.
Yes. Look, I think that's a conversation that's going to run and run and run, standardising the ground.
Yeah.
I am concerned, though, that there is some suggestion, you know, that like you, is the game that broke? I mean, yesterday, apart from a Collingwood win, what do people want from it? Do you know what I mean? I thought...
I thought it had everything. It had drama.
Yeah. Closeness.
And
weird umpiring decisions, which everybody loves.
human stories, actually.
Human stories. The gaff story alone.
You know, the Cox story. The family coming out from America to watch the son lose.
Yeah. That's a lovely AFL story.
It's a great story, isn't it?
Can I point out how great that family's been too? They're so media literate, they can answer all the questions seemingly as though they've been following AFL all their lives, which they sort of have. Even though they didn't realise it. And the families are now more important than the players. Yeah. We've made this observation before. All the families have to be auditioned now, bachelorette style, to make sure that they're able to hold, you know, when Bruce comes down and probes and looms and lurks as he does, ask them a question, you know, they've got to be able to respond in, you know, in meaningful sentences.
Sure.
Look,
Well,
I just thought it was wonderful.
Families are getting better in that way, aren't they? They're more media literate now than they've ever been.
And can I just go to the gaff thing? The cuddler, well, you know, the support that Bucks gave, you know, the banner people,
and the
runner, and the runner, and then, you know, he came over and had a word to Andrew Gaff afterwards as well. He came out of the rooms and wandered over, you know, into the winning rooms and just, you know, took him aside and obviously had a word to him that backed him right up. Yeah. And coming from Bucks, that meant a lot.
It did. Yeah. No, I thought Bucks showed terrific dignity.
That's right.
Yesterday.
That's right. Yeah.
I mean, he could have been frustrated and thrown the phone around and smashed the doors and kicked the glass in and all of that.
And belted the runner.
But he didn't do any of that.
No.
He didn't. It was a class act from Nathan Buckley yesterday.
And he would have felt devoed.
Yeah.
I mean, what I found...
I mean, in many ways, it said to me that here's a bloke that was really born to lose.
Oh, wow.
Nobody loses better, do they? I don't think he ever won a flag as a player.
He didn't.
No, and he wore that with dignity.
Yeah, he was really good.
And now he's never won as a coach. So, born to lose.
This is the Probe Philharmonic with the Maastricht variations of the national anthem. I thank you on first violin, the melodic maestro rampaging Roy Slaven and crushing the saucepan lids in 5/4 time tone deaf and tuneless H.G. Nelson. Speaking of music, the pre-match entertainment at the AFL, just electric.
It was, wasn't it?
Yeah, the Peas, of course, without Fergie and Barnesy. Just you realise, you know, and what a great contrast between, you know, the Peas, international act, great success. But I just thought Jimmy was just outstanding.
He was terrific. He was. But what I loved about the Peas is they looked like they so loved being here.
Yeah, that's true. There was, I felt as though they were very professional.
They were.
They didn't have a clue where they were.
No.
They said the G, what?
Yeah.
And normally we play whatever they play, you know, I don't know, Crown or the Forum or whatever it is.
Yeah.
But we're going down the G for an afternoon gig. When? 1:30? Bit early.
They only looked at their watch a couple of times.
Yeah.
Because they were uncertain as to how long they were meant to be on for, or was it
professional. Because they knew television commitments and they had to get the ad in for.
Well, they had to get back to the airport to get the plane home.
True. Now, there's been a secret training session for Cronk's shoulder.
Right.
Sadly, the news has got out.
Yeah. It's hardly a secret, is it?
Yeah. You've had a look at the video. You convincing?
Yeah. Well, it's whether you can play rugby league with one arm or not. And the jury's out on it. Well, the jury's come back in. You can't. You know, I think it's ludicrous putting him out there because, you know, the Storm aren't stupid. They're going to run a couple of big blokes straight at his arm. And he's going to have to go off. And then they're a player down in terms of interchange. You know, it's just, it's not going to happen.
No. It is sad, though, isn't it? Because has he committed to playing next year?
Cooper?
Yeah.
I believe so.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
yeah.
That's great.
I think the shoulder will be fine by March.
Now, October starts tomorrow, but the big news is, again, as it has been for the last couple of years, October is golf month.
Isn't that great? Yeah.
It's just a innovation. I think you opened your introductory comments about it just over an hour ago concerned the problems that golf has
At grassroots.
And attracting younger players. We've got courses that I often drive past courses just to check on numbers playing and keeping stats and stuff. I've never seen so poorly attended.
I know.
Courses near me have hardly anybody on them.
Yes.
You know, you can walk up to most courses now and just stroll on, drag in the bag, and off you go.
I think it's a worldwide phenomenon, actually.
Is it?
I think it's worldwide, not just here, that younger people aren't being attracted to, the great game of golf for some reason.
Even though Tiger's put it right up there in lights again.
Yeah.
With his magnificent win this week.
Yeah.
I mean, I just... Okay, golf month. For instance, the Mount Beauty, there's events at every golf club, as I understand it.
Well, every golf club is encouraged to get involved and reach out into the community with a view to try and get younger people to come and have a look. They're throwing the doors open, essentially. Yeah. There will be certain rules that will apply to young people who turn up to golf courses. You can't have open-toed shoes.
You can't smoke.
You can't smoke.
Or drink.
Make sure you've got a collared shirt or a polo shirt.
Oh, yeah,
Make
true.
sure you don't have, a logo on it that could be thought of as offensive to anyone. Yeah. Cover your tats.
Don't park in the president or
the secretary's car park. No.
There's a lot of rules.
Well, there are. There are rules of behaviour. Don't spit, no vomiting, stuff like that. If you're going to go to the toilet, use the facilities.
Yeah, don't wander off into the bushes and slash in the nearby, long jimmy in the nearby bushes.
If you are going to wear shorts, make sure you have Bermuda socks that are 3/4 length.
Yeah.
+4s are acceptable, and a lot of young people are thinking, I might try +4s. You can see how that could...
Yeah, take off as a hipster look.
Yeah.
With the socks.
Maybe.
Now,
maybe. Anyway, they're reaching out and they're throwing the doors open for those who are prepared to abide by the rules.
Yeah, the rules. Now, isn't that the same for society? Now, can I just ask, should there be more events off course, like maybe a public lecture?
Oh.
Like...
right.
Like, let's say some of the great speakers, Adam Scott.
Yeah,
he always does a great post-match interview.
Yeah.
What golf
such
did
an
for
interesting bloke.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it be great? Just have Adam Scott turn up at your local School of Arts or your...
Well, I hadn't thought it through
Town Hall.
Town Hall, certainly. Maybe he could do the town halls, the main town hall.
At Ballarat Town Hall on tonight.
October the 6th.
Yes.
As part of Golf Month. Adam Scott
will be taking questions from the audience.
Yeah, I've got a difficult lie on the 3rd, Adam. What club selection? How important is it?
Yeah.
Do I go with a wood or do I go with a wedge?
Yeah. How do you get on with your caddy, Adam?
Yeah.
He's really a good friend. And, I sometimes say to him, should I use a 4 or a 5 iron? And he'll say, Adam, I think use a 5.
Ah, yes, it's the good ship Probe at the wheel with a knife between the teeth and a patch on the eye. The boatswain, rampaging Roy Slaven, and walking the plank. The peg-legged H.G. Nelson. Coming back to Golf Month. I mean, I've got to say I was ignorant of Golf Month last.
Yeah, I was too.
I went straight
Normally
past
I try to be
on it,
and
up with it.
Yeah,
but it was completely
What's
gone.
happening in world golf?
Golf Month.
Yeah.
Now, last October, the organisers of Mount Beauty, Elliot Morris got this.
God, it's a beautiful course there at Mount Beauty.
It's a challenging course.
It is.
But if you're looking for a place to get an idea of how good golf can be, it's such a great place, especially from, say, in October, spring.
Yeah. Spring. Yeah.
It'll be at its best in a couple of weeks' time.
Yeah. That par 5, that number, that 8th hole. I mean, it's a dream.
A par 5 8th.
Yeah.
That really is a real old fashioned.
It is. It tests you out.
Test you.
Yeah.
Sorts the wheat from the chaff there. Last October, Mount Beauty brought to life a couple of innovative, intriguing twists on the sport. Obviously, they've got vintage and cross country golf going.
Vintage golf? How does that work? You bring your old clubs?
Their vintage golf day allowed many golfers to take a trip down memory lane using antique
that'll get the kids in.
That was last seen gracing golf courses 50 years ago.
Wow.
I mean, where does 50 years take us back to? About 68?
Maybe. Yeah. What were they? What sort of clubs were they using in '68? What a good question.
Well, there wouldn't be any graphite, I don't think, in
No,
'68.
no.
I mean, I hope...
They sort of been wooden woods. They wouldn't have been using metal woods, not back then.
No, can I just suggest, I just hope somebody, an official at the Mount Beauty weeded out riffraff bringing on modern clubs, graphite shafts and all that sort of stuff, Tiger Woods' signature lot, that rubbish. I just hope they took them and threw them in the tip.
Mm-hmm.
Whilst the format remained largely the same as more traditional round of golf, the old and unforgiving clubs ensured everyone was in for a challenge.
Yeah.
Following on from the success of their vintage twist, the club's cross-country event sought to bring golf back into the 21st century with a creative approach that framed the beauty of the alpine environment.
Well, I'm all ears now, HG. What's cross-country golf?
Yes.
This will get the kids in. Now you're talking. How does this work?
Well, there was rarely a smooth path, to the hole.
Yeah.
Golfers having to navigate.
Well, kids love roughing it.
Yeah.
If you've got to rough it.
They're in. Now, navigate some of nature's most intimidating obstacles, including a forest of 20-metre trees, a maintenance shed. Oh, that's obviously.
Yeah. What about a wall of brown snakes and bloody... wedge-tailed eagles coming at you. Yeah.
No, that's right. They had to create a unique scorecard. While some described completing the strategically hazardous course as an impossible task, it didn't deter any golfers from trying. They had chips and nibbles at the clubhouse.
Chips and nibbles?
Yeah, I know.
Whoa! They're breaking all the rules, aren't they?
They have normally, it's a crisp-free zone.
Exactly. Nibbles at a golf course? You kidding me?
Yeah, no. Now, Roy, is that the sort of thing that's going to really get Golf Month going?
I think so, yeah. I don't know. We have some very successful golf high schools, don't we, here?
Well, we've
especially
got
on the Gold Coast.
The Gold Coast.
Peter Beattie High?
I think it's Peter Beattie High that is the golf selective school for golfers.
Sure. Yeah. So plenty of opportunities for kids who are...
golf inclined.
Yeah.
To put their hand
and you
up
think,
and say,
I want to go to a school where we get taught nothing but golf. Well, that's where you go. And the queue must be enormous to get in there. I don't know if it's a private school or a public school. I have no idea.
Could we have a TV show like The Bachelor?
For golfers?
Yeah, I mean, remember, the reason why I say this was... You may remember a while ago, I broke the story that The Bachelor and one of the... Rose people, as in the people who are contesting with The Bachelor, played a game of foot golf.
That's right.
And I thought, well, hang on a minute, something's missing here. I mean, I love foot golf, don't get me wrong, where you boot a soccer ball around the golf.
Looking for a hole.
Looking for a hole.
Yeah, good.
How about real golf? I mean, imagine the closeness of The Bachelor showing the... I want to say bachelorette all the time, but that's not the right term.
Yeah, the competitor.
Yeah. How to...
Arms wrapped around, and that can lead to a romantic moment. Yes.
I mean, it's all there. You've got a hole.
Sure. Sure. Yes.
You don't have to
the metaphors are there writ large.
Yeah, they are.
Terrific, yeah. Now, is this going to get more kids involved in golf, do you think, if the Bachelor... showed more golf in the program? Is that what you're suggesting?
Well, I think
that's the way golf should work. Maybe I don't know what Neighbours is doing at the moment.
With golf?
I don't think in Golf Month, shouldn't all our shows
be about golf?
Well,
that's my thesis. The Bachelor has golf. Your Home and Away has golf.
Is there a golf course in Home and Away? Whatever bay that is, Summer Bay?
Summer Bay, I'm pretty sure there is.
They'd have to. Is Alf ever at the golf course? Stone the Crows, where are me clubs sort of stuff. Is there any of that? I've never seen it.
It's right, for God's sake, get onto it. I mean, that is a terrific idea.
Yes.
Stone the Crows, Struth, where are me clubs?
Yes. Yeah, well, there you are. There's a start. There's your opening scene.
And then Alf may be able to mentor a young golfer coming through the Summer Bay High.
I've got the yips, Alf. You've got the yips, son. This can happen. What's the yips? You get a little bit fuzzy in there. I'm fuzzy in the head. When I get on, when I pick up the putter, I get all shaky. Ah, yeah, I know where you're coming from. You need to see, whoever it is, the local psychiatrist in the community at Summer Bay. Is there a psychiatrist there? Or a psychologist? Anyone that can swing the watch? Is that a role?
There certainly would be, but we could write that person in.
Yes.
And then maybe a romance between Alf and that person who's swinging the watch.
Wow.
Yes, it's the Probe, all right. It's the championship swinging the bag on the carnival, the Wizard of Odds, rampaging Roy Slaven and tipping you into a bum steer, H.G. Nelson. Roy, I think golf's got to change. It's got to get with it. It's got to have some variations in the rules, like look at what T20 cricket's done.
Yes.
For the game of cricket. And am I right in thinking now we're going to be able to eat our Christmas dinner and watch T20 cricket?
Yeah, I think that's right. On Christmas Day, you're right.
Yes.
You're right. You're suggesting golf clubs should open their doors on Christmas Day.
And maybe put on a
sort of...
A sprint?
A sprint?
I'm just saying,
I thought you might have said an Ambrose or...
Well, obviously an Ambrose, you could be exactly
shotgun
right.
Start?
Shotgun start, yeah, all that sort of stuff. But I was thinking a sprint.
Yeah.
Let's say T20, we've got to shorten the game, so first 9 holes, and you tee off and you sprint around the course.
So it's for young, fit people.
Young, fit people.
Allowed to use those buggies? Like, can you bring your own buggy that's souped up V8 so you can really crank out a bit of speed?
I think that's exactly what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
It's got a kind of, demolition
there will be
derby.
resistance in golf clubs, HG, because they don't like what they call riffraff. Now, this is not going to encourage riffraff into the golf club, is it, HG?
Well,
people who are hotting up their
cars or their buggies.
Their buggies, yeah.
Yeah. Look, can I just say...
Mind you, a kid that is interested in hotting up a golf buggy is hardly...
a threat to society.
Yeah, I would have thought.
Now, can I suggest that... Summer Nats comes to golf?
Yeah.
This is the combination that I see as a tight fit.
Yep.
Tight fit.
Yep.
So I think Summer Nats may have to move to Golf Month, which is October.
Uh-huh.
And if we could have, demonstration burnouts in the car park, we could have sort of show and shine.
Yeah.
We could have a hill climb.
Guest artists like the Black Eyed Peas were here. Why not have them, tee off or something at a couple of golf courses so kids could come along and tee off with them or something. You know what I mean?
That would be fantastic.
Because they'd love that, I'm sure.
I tell you what would be great is get the Black Eyed Peas and Alf together. It's doing something, some sort of promotion.
Yes.
Could the Peas appear in Home and Away and then appear at, say, Royal Melbourne?
Now you're talking. Yes. Yes. In those super buggies.
Super buggies?
Blasting their way around, chopping up the...
Yeah, that's right, the green.
Yeah.
The greens are hard to chop up, but... I know what you mean, the fairway or the rough.
Yeah, the fairway, yeah. Yeah, you wouldn't want them on the greens because they'd really balk at that idea.
Well, golf officialdom. No, I think golf officialdom's changing.
Yeah, right.
I think once you get the T20 concept, because let's face it, cricket was very standoffish about T20 in the initial.
That's true.
They didn't want to be part of it.
Yep.
Then they saw the magic of it, and look what it's just changed. It's revolutionised the game.
What about a bit of paint on the green around the hole? So you got the red zone, which is say 1 metre out from the hole, the purple zone 2 metres out, and then say the
yellow zone.
Yeah,
like a bullseye.
Like a bullseye. Yeah.
Right. And if you got it there, you could either try and play on or take the points. Well, that's a great idea.
Yeah.
So the outer
you
ring.
decide not to play through.
Yeah, you get 50
because
points.
because you're going for speed.
Yeah.
I didn't sink one putt. Didn't have to. I finished in 15 minutes. 9 holes in 15 minutes. I win.
Yeah, fair enough. See, what I think has to happen is we have to have a tactical advantage. It's not enough just simply to put the ball in the hole anymore.
No.
You have to have tactics involved in it.
Yes.
Should he take? See, all of a sudden the commentators, should he go for the hole? Go for the hole? Or take the 15. Take the 15.
Yeah.
You're mad.
Yes.
All that sort of stuff.
Yeah. Gets crowds involved in some way. Yeah. And teams.
Teams. Like representing suburbs?
Representing suburbs, yeah. And it's one shot each, like you hit the ball and then the next part of your team gets the next shot.
And let's say, okay, here we go.
And coloured balls, balls that make noises when you hit them, like, whee, stuff like that.
Now,
some balls that explode.
Yeah, trick
when you
balls.
hit them, trick balls, boom, sure, you've lost a foot, but you won the hole.
It's the Probe House of Cards holding all the aces, the King of Diamonds, rampaging Roy Slaven. And on the other side of the green, a man with a fist of nothing, H.G. Nelson. I did notice, a couple of quotes I thought we could push on with, leaving Golf Month till next week.
Yeah. Well, it'd be good to see how it kicks off.
Well, exactly.
It's going to explode tomorrow, isn't it?
It is. I get the feeling we might have done more for Golf Week.
Yeah, month.
Sorry. Golf Month. Perfect.
But you can make it a week if you want to intensify it, make it really intense week. Like
maybe make the third week of the month so people got a couple of weeks to build up to it.
Yeah.
And make the third week really give it to
really punch it out there in the third week. Yeah.
Third week.
A month does seem a hell of a long time to try and maintain the enthusiasm, doesn't it?
I think you've hit the nail on the head.
Yeah.
Yeah, trying to maintain the enthusiasm. Now, last week we broke a story about Dave Warner's, incredible celebration after he got a ton against part-timers and no-hopers in the Sutherland area. I noticed Brendan McCullum, who was in New Zealand, I'd want to say opening bat, who used to really bash the ball. And captain.
Yeah.
He said, geez, Davey, this celebration is the equivalent of Sir Edmund Hillary given at large climbing his front steps post-Everest.
Oh, dear, that's
cruel, a cutting comment.
Sure is.
That puts Dave
Warner. I think Dave Warner was brought back to earth yesterday, actually. I think he got 2 when he was bowled by some bloke.
No-hoper.
Yeah, he'd never bowled before. Yeah.
Well, that can happen.
Sure.
You know, if you've never faced somebody before, you're more likely to get out.
Yeah.
And look, the other thing was Mick Malthouse's comments this week, the former Collingwood and West Coast. What a weird synergy his day yesterday was, having coached both teams.
Yeah.
Anyway, Mick Malthouse, I think on Thursday in Ballarat or Bendigo.
It's part of Golf Week, was it?
As part of Golf Week, he says he doesn't like women's football, meaning AFL.
All right.
I say this in Golf Week.
Yeah.
I don't say you shouldn't play it. I say he doesn't like it.
Right.
I don't like the women's game the way it is. I would rather see them with a smaller ball. I would rather see it without any tackling. I would rather see it without any heavy bumping.
Oh.
Now,
what sort of game does he want?
Yeah, sort of like soccer.
Like tipping instead of rugby league.
Yes, some weird variation like that. Now, he said he's taken out of context.
Oh, okay, fair enough. What was the context? How are we meant to read this?
Well,
he was talking about golf.
I think so. So he's got it dead right.
Right. Well,
now,
he wants women's golf to have a smaller ball, and larger holes,
and no bumping.
Now,
AFLW player Mo Hope said of his comments. He said that the AFL was a man's game and not a woman's game, and he said that on the stage in front of 50 kids who had just played boys and girls game of football. I left after that. I was so disgusted. Drove back to Melbourne. He can have an opinion, but then there's just degrading and disrespectful comments. We're in 2018, not 1942. I'll never be in the same room with him again.
Is that right?
Certainly a woman of principle.
Yeah. Right.
She walked off, stormed off.
She took the comments out of context.
Well, she couldn't see the context.
No, the context seemed to be pretty clear, though, wasn't it?
Well, smaller ball, no bumping, no tackling.
Yeah.
But that's the fun of it, isn't it? Bumping and tackling. Look at Billy Slater in rugby league.
Yeah.
He loves bumping.
Sure.
He's not allowed to, but he loves it.
Well, there's the Women's Rugby League Grand Final.
I know, that's on this afternoon.
That's on this afternoon, 1:30 or something like that.
It's Broncos v St George.
I think you're right. Now, the only reason these women are playing this game is because they love bumping into people.
And tackling.
Yes.
And they model themselves on blokes who do it.
Yes. Yeah.
It's very sad. And I thought that cast a bad, vibe over the whole thing yesterday, especially coming from Malthouse, who's meant to be a leader of the footballing community.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know where we go to from there. We could talk about Australian rugby, of course.
Well, Australian rugby is, look, I think we're on the bottom of the ladder at the moment with very little chances of climbing anywhere, and looks like we're going to go down further. As we mentioned, I think on this program, we broke the news last week that there was possible that Australia might miss out on being invited to the World Cup because of standards issues.
Hopelessness.
Hopelessness, yeah. And I think we did break some sort of record yesterday, actually, against South Africa, in as much as I think they scored an intercept try in the first 3 seconds of the game. Something like that.
That's right. Now, what's weird is, that would cast a real downer on the rest of it.
Yeah.
Once you do that, you think, we're Collingwood again. The banner's broke.
Yeah.
That sort of thing.
Here we are, 20 seconds in, and we're down. 8-0.
Yes, it's the Probe, all right. The 2018 Love Probe Revolution with Roy and HG. I made a mistake earlier. Recorrection here. Broncos and Roosters in the women's Rugby League Grand Final at 1:35 Eastern.
Right.
So people have got a long day ahead of them, starting off around about 1:35 with an excellent game of Rugby League.
Yep.
Now, Roy, I should come to a few emails, and people do like getting in touch with us and making corrections for us, and you can do so at royanhg@thesportingprobe.com.au. That's royanhg@thesportingprobe.com.au. And have you got a couple to start us off with?
Yeah, Dale's been in touch. She says, I've heard a whisper that Aussie Joe Bugner is helping the date hunter, that is formerly Stinkfist, for the gal fight. Now, I don't know the truth of that or not.
I can't confirm that. Very QT on the Bugner front.
Sure. I don't know. We haven't heard from Aussie Joe for a hell of a long time, but I tell you what, it'd be lovely to catch up with him and see him. If he is involved, that would be fantastic.
It'd be fantastic to have him sidelined for the date hunter.
Yep.
Of course, Stinkfist, will be bringing the glamour, his best A game to it.
Yes.
Whenever it happens.
Yep. I wonder if Stinkfist has ever played golf. I'd love to see, with Golf Month, someone like Stinky out there, see what he
can really do with a club.
Well, people might love watching him play.
Well, that's the thing is, do you think that...
Certainly you'd get entertainment, because he seems to respond to frustration in a really...
positive way.
Yeah.
Can I ask, is this what we should be doing, though?
Getting stars?
Well, stars like, let's say, I don't know, Andrew Gaff.
Yeah.
You've seen him do his best work on the footy field. Now see what he can do to a course.
What about Grub Green?
Grub Green, yeah. Or the Collingwood runner.
Yes.
Now,
redemption.
Yeah.
Redemption round.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Well, I just...
No. All of that's good. All that's great. Great.
I mean, look at what the Mount Beauty Golf Club came up with. That's tremendous.
Yeah. The cross country.
Yeah, the cross country golf. Any other emails?
Now, the old fella, described as the old fella HG, says, does it get any better than Zemplis post-GF Probe? He'd be talking about Basil Zemplis. Unfortunately, we weren't able to see Basil at work this morning, but I would have loved to have seen it. And I thought Basil's call of the 100 metres dash yesterday was first class.
I didn't think he had 100 metres in him.
No.
But it was terrific.
It was terrific.
Terrific.
Yeah.
Look, it's been his best season, hasn't it? And now that he's got that gig on the weekends as well, I think it's just really all come alive for him.
Yeah.
Now, anything else there?
That's it from my end, HG.
Right. Look, there's a couple of others here concerning the events of the weekend, but maybe it's time to move on. And I wanted to remind people that according to the newspaper reports, this got nothing to do with us counting. It was expected the 12 millionth fan of rugby league to attend Allianz Stadium last Saturday night. Now,
wow.
That was something in the paper, and I didn't see that confirmed anywhere.
12 millionth fan? Yeah. What, since 1908?
Since 1908.
Wow.
Now, sadly, Robbie Williams pulled a crowd of 50,000 and reconfigured Allianz back in 2006.
Yeah.
That's a record crowd. Michael Bublé's final concert this Friday night.
Yeah.
But there's tickets still available to that, so I don't think they're going to be able to get a record crowd there for the final night, which is very sad.
It's very sad. Very sad.
The 12 millionth
fan.
The
12 millionth fan, did they get anything, HG? Was there some celebration? Was
like
there an announcement? Or
part of Golf Week? I mean, I'd love to see the 12 millionth fan have a go. Maybe a free membership to every course for the rest of their lives.
Wow.
I mean, I just...
that's a great prize.
But you see, this is something that Beattie and that lot missed. I don't even know if Beattie was there.
Oh, he'd have been there to dole out the prize, whatever it was, to 12 millionth fan.
But I didn't... I mean, people
were they met at the grid at the gate and escorted up into one of the corporate areas? Not that there is one at the SFS, but you could be taken to the best seats in the house
and asked
to sit beside Peter Beattie and watch the game with him.
Through the Beattie view.
Yeah.
And make sure you go to the toilet before...
Yeah, of course. Oh, well, I assume you'd be compliant. If you go to the SFS, you know.
Know what's going on. What I would have liked to have, they rigged it so it was an international visitor. So, somebody thought, oh, no, we can't give it to them. They live locally.
Right.
But somebody who'd come in to internationalise the game. So somebody here from Beijing.
Right.
Somebody here from Thailand, maybe Bangkok. Somebody here from...
Russia.
Or Russia.
Yeah.
Now you're talking.
With a sort of beard and perfume bottle and that sort of stuff. Is that what you mean?
GRU
yeah.
on his gear.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we call him Professor.
Yeah, something like that.
Or Colonel.
Well, there's so many possibilities, but we don't know. Now, is it the case that the press isn't covering it?
Well, I don't know.
Because there would have been an announcement, Vasily whatever.
Skipov.
Yeah. Was the 12th millionth rugby league fan.
Well, that's what I mean.
And has won the prize to go to the cross-country golf.
Yeah, in Mount Beauty.
Yeah.
Along with every other golf course in Australia for the month.
Mm.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
sadly, I can't help you.
No.
Yes, it's the probe, all right. The big night out, dolled up in the glitter behind the wheel of the Tesla, the designated driver rampaging Roy Slaven, and camped on the back seat, a melodrama in mascara, H.G. Nelson. Now, Roy, tonight, the Rugby League, the big dance.
The big dance.
What are you thinking at the moment? Obviously the arm looks as though it'll be still in plaster for poor old Cronky, but he'll have another go next year.
He will. And rugby league dreams don't always come true. That's the lesson to take out of this. I mean, rugby league, it sometimes is a fairy tale, but not all the time.
Can I ask, is it right that Cronk, and probably the Roosters know this better than anybody, has decided some time ago that he wouldn't be playing?
Yes, because they've been developing new structures.
New structures, that's right. Structures, important structures.
Yeah.
And is this, I noticed JT says, that's Jonathan Thurston, says, their Storm it'll be easy for the Storm to win without Cronk being in the Roosters.
Yeah. Yeah, look, he brings a lot of experience, big match experience, grand final experience, the sort of experience which is why they bought him.
Correct.
To bring that experience.
Correct.
To get them through these games.
They made a tactical decision to get Cronk and Tedesco.
Yes.
Because that was the area.
That was their way of buying a premiership.
Correct. And they've done
which is what
well.
rugby league is all about, yeah.
And
they're one step short of winning the big dance.
That's right. Look, I know it's going to be a night of some magic. Are you expecting it to be a torrid affair? I mean,
I hope so.
Once you get Napper
I think that's
out
what
there,
fans want. Fans want the whistle put away,
Yeah.
and a few headshots
Now,
to begin with.
Once you get Napper out there, I know he's coming off the bench. It's unlikely. Well, he could bring a surprise and start him, of course.
Yeah.
But once he comes on,
Yeah.
that'll be when it gets exciting, really,
I think
won't
so,
it?
yeah.
And do the, I suppose, obviously the battle up front, and let's not forget how disciplined the Roosters' defence was.
Oh,
against
yeah,
the
best
Rabbits
in
the other
the
day.
league.
Just incredible
Yeah,
defence.
yeah.
Score-wise, do you think she's going to blow?
No, I don't think it'll blow. I think it will be a tight affair, HG. I do think the Storm will bring it home because of the missing Cronk. You take Cronk out of a team, you take a lot out of a team.
Do you think it'll be won by a touch of individual brilliance?
A touch of individual brilliance, exactly, HG, that might come, say, from, say a Smith pass to Slater.
Yeah.
Something like that, with Munster involved as the decoy. That I can see.
Right. And Latrell coming back into the side.
Latrell Mitchell, he brings a lot of firepower.
He does out wide, so you'd have to keep an eye on him.
You would have to keep an eye, and I think the Storm will keep an eye on him because the Storm would have got the notice that he's back.
Yeah.
Craig Bellamy would be across that. He'd say, boys, Latrell Mitchell, I'm expecting him back because he was only banned for a week, and the week's up, he's going to be back. So we're going to have to plan to tackle him whenever he gets the ball. Is that all right? You understand that? Yep, got your coach. Latrell Mitchell, tackle him when he gets the ball. Okay.
Of course, Mitchell and Napper coming back into the side really does strengthen the outfit, doesn't it?
Oh, sure does.
And they,
they might be liberated without Cooper Cronk.
Yeah,
maybe
true.
Cooper Cronk's been holding them back. It's all Cooper this, Cooper that,
organised.
too structured.
Yeah, maybe ad lib.
He's always barking at me to get over there, and I know I shouldn't be over there. I should be over here. I want to be near Latrell Mitchell because that's where the action is. But Cooper won't let me. If Cooper's not there, they're going to be freed up, liberated. So we might see a more exciting Chooks outfit. They might get dusted by 50 points, but
they had fun.
Yeah.
Now, when it comes to the officialdom tonight, what are you thinking? Are you thinking it's going to be a blowfest, or do you think they're going to?
Oh, I think we'll be in the bunker a lot, HG.
Do you think?
I think we'll be in the bunker a hell of a lot. Yeah.
Looking at things.
Looking at things. Yeah.
All sorts of things.
All sorts of things. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think the bunker will play an enormous role. And what's been a terrific week for rugby league. Not that I've seen much in the build-up. I don't know if there was any march of the players.
Well, that's
through
disappointed
George Street.
me. I didn't think it was as good as previous years.
No.
You know, I just thought the arm, there was so much focus on the arm. I just thought it's a good build-up, I know.
Sure.
You know, it just felt to me a little bit...
See, I thought the players should have marched through George Street on maybe Wednesday or something with people throwing ticker tape at them.
Is it because it's ripped up George Street?
I suppose. Well, there's other streets. There's Elizabeth Street or Pitt Street. Yeah, plenty of streets to pick. Anyway.
Now, Roy, all the best tonight. I know we'll be enjoying it along with the rest of the nation. And, you know, Felix has done another terrific job. He's got something 38 in the top 100. It's a great effort from Felix to get in there. Mao's done incredible work on security, of course. He's taken on that. And enjoy the rugby league. We'll see you next week. Bye now.
Bonafide sports-mad Australians. Snakes alive. Is that the time? Yes, green and gold freaks, it certainly is. It's time for the Sporting Probe. With 2 diamond pythons twirled around the tree of knowledge across the nation.
Boys and girls.
Well, a young man ain't got nothing in the world these days.
The Sporting Probe leading the charge up the eucalypt. With extra chili on the stick is the in-and-out maestro, rampaging Roy Slaven. And coming from behind is the heavy lifter with both feet on the ground, H.G. Nelson. Unleash the grunt and poke HG?
Yes, TF Much Gentleman Jim Daniels, the golden guy in the TSP soundproof booth. He's towing the Caravan of Hope, which is the Probe pop-up studio to Amy Park for the City Nukes clash this afternoon or early this evening. I think may be getting underway about 7 p.m. Look at guides for the details. JD is towing behind the Caravan of Hope the box trailer of Probe festive cheer. Yes, the Christmas market is open once again, and top movies in 2018 include the Probe Plum Pudding, the Rooting King seasonal card collection featuring 37 Xmas snaps of the King passing the post in Group 1s. The 2019 nude AFL Ruckman calendar, that's really moving. People are loving Ruckman. They're thinking AFL already, and nudity is always on the agenda. Plus the Love Probe Revolution nut pack in the 100 gram, the 1 kilogram and the 90 kilogram bags, plus the Lithgow Groove Christmas crackers. So there is something there for every fair dinkum Aussie with gift giving on their mind. Probe-sters, patriots, pilgrims and punters. H.D. Nelson getting the Sporting Probe away for another set of 7. TF Much, Bruce McAvaney. Bruce, he's now part of, most of you know this already, as part of the Hold On, I'm Coming team. And there's big news from Bruce later in the show. Big news from the Bruce end of the park later in the show. Well, what a week. What an incredible week. A week when too much sport is barely enough, and residents of 457 visa holders, it's tremendous to have you with us as we prod forward through the solidly backed up stoolage of the week's sporting action. Oh, another week of massive, massive collects. But now let's lock horns with a man who represented the Probe at Friday's family-friendly fight night at Suncorp. It was a night that all Australians interested in a fair go could be proud of. That's how I saw the vision. Families and hundreds of young kids packed into Suncorp in time for the first round of the first bout. And sadly, the main bout got underway a little too late for the toddler set, a little too late for the... let's say the tweeners set, and sadly far too late for the teenage set, who dropped and lost interest long before the big two took to the main ring. Now, the undercard lacked its usual punch for mine, but apart from that, when the main string finally got underway, just as people were leaving to get the last train home, it did not disappoint. It was class for the first 40 seconds and then drifted away to rubbish for the next 50. But, I'm a harsh critic. I mark these things pretty hard. The boys were very professional, mercifully, and squeezed it all in before the Suncorp curfew. They dropped the national anthems, and I think it was a 12-rounder, and they dropped 11 rounds. So that's, the state of Australian fight game is that professional. The man who got a very nice collect on a 90... second KO was rampaging Roy Slaven. Roy, can we get the TSP bunny in motion simply by asking what highlights caught your restless eye this week?
Yes, thank you very, very much, H.G. Nelson. Wonderful week to be an Australian. Proud of all Aussie achievements in 2018. A year that's really laid the platform, I think, for a fabulous future for Australian sport. The River City Rumble, H.G. has alluded, and I use that term advisedly, alluded to Enough said. Now, Cam Smith and Mark Leishman, those two old buddies, they're very, 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 very close, the two of them. They're to fight out the Australian PGA. I think Smithy might be 3 shots ahead of big Mark Leishman at the moment, going into the last day. And Channel 7's coverage, well, it's been a great taster for 7's sizzling summer of cricket, to be led, as HG has alluded to, by Bruce. I use that term advisedly. And the new ad, The Sounds of Summer. I love it. You know, sizzling sausages, how's that? All of that. Crickets, cicadas. I mean, it's just such a brilliant wheeze. But what did happen to Hold On, I'm Coming? I mean, I thought that was a terrific. HG's alluded to it. I use that term advisedly. I thought the Hold On, I'm Coming was true. I know there were sickos who were sniggering. Yeah. Not me. Yeah, I took it as face value. I was prepared to hold on.
You know this country is governed by sickos and pervs.
I know.
I'm not talking about ScoMo. He's great. The hat, the barbecues, all that sort of stuff.
Of course.
But people in the background, those sickos and pervs,
sniggerers.
They
That's right.
I was going to say piss on everything.
Yes, they do. Sniggerers. Anyway, the new ad with Bruce looks fantastic. The Sounds of Summer. Now, Alex de Minaur and Ash Barty, well, they've both won the Newcombe Medal. Outstanding young Australians. I mean, what these two have done in the last 12 months is outstanding. Outstanding with rackets. An amazing performance. Now, an unsightly feud has broken out between Michael Clarke and the media. And now Simon Kadich has put his bib in. I don't know where this is going to go. We might unpack this a little bit later in the program. Now, the federal government has bailed out of any commitment to our Olympic hopefuls. I think this is absolutely clear now as a result of might be the Crawford report, which is just
disgraceful.
Disgraceful report. And what is disgraceful is the response from Shotgun Mackenzie, who, as nearly as I can tell, must hate the Olympics as a concept. Now, I think that's un-Australian. I do, and it's not a term I use often, un-Australian. But I think in this instance, it's absolutely accurate. And I've said so to her face.
How'd she respond?
She looked away. She looked down. You know, that sort of don't press me anymore. And I did. I said, what are you going to do for shot putters? What are you going to do for our equestrian team? She just
volleyball.
She looked away.
Embarrassed.
Now, what sort of culture will Stephen Smith and Dave Warner return to when they come back next year? Will they ever be acceptable to Langer's daughters, is the question. And I'm uncertain. I'm really uncertain as to whether they'll pass that test.
I know, it's a hell of a test.
It is a hell of a test.
That's what the sort of player he wanted.
I know.
He wanted a team
acceptable. That's acceptable to his daughters. Now, there appear to be two cultural forces within the team. There's one side, which I'd call the Clarkists. We know where they stand. We know where they stand. And the others, they're what I'd call Langer's sort of watchtower crowd. So, who's going to win between these two forces? I don't know. But the thing is, I mean, do we want our team to have strong personalities? Do we want characters? Do we want characters in our team? You know, characters like, Richie Benno.
Richie Benno,
there's a character.
Who listening to this program?
Or Dennis Lilly.
Dennis Lilly, who'd remember
Tomo.
them? Tomo, yes.
Do we want characters? Booney,
yes.
Do we want characters like that or not? Or do we want people like, say, Tim Payne? Do we want our players to wear vanishing cream or not? Make of that what you will.
Yes, it's the Probe, all right, and you're on the big journey in the Probe Raptor. We're on the road to Coolangatta. Behind the wheel, with his hand on the horn, rampaging Roy Slaven and riding shotgun is the man they call Sawn-Off, H.G. Nelson. Now, well, where do we go with this cricket story? Now, let's maybe begin with the Michael Clarke's comments.
Yes. Well, he was responding, wasn't he?
He was
reacting
to incredible comments from G-Town Gerard Watley.
Yes.
Who said, he came off the long run-up, he said that Watley, this is G-Town, held the view that the seeds of the cultural crisis Australia find themselves in from the Sandpaper Gate were sown under Clarke's reign as captain.
Wow. Okay.
This is going back several decades now. And in response, Clark slammed Watley on Twitter, describing as delirious and ill-informed, and stood by every word on Thursday morning. And this is Gerard, stood by every word on Thursday morning, labelling Watley's attack on his integrity and credibility as an absolute disgrace.
Disgrace.
Now, they're pretty harsh words for cricketers, because let's face it, cricketers hardly say anything in an interview or oh no, we should have got more runs. Oh, I know the boys put in really good, great bowling effort, and the pitch was playing really well.
Put the ball in good areas.
Yeah. One of the things I've always expressed through my career is that I've been able to cop a fair. This is Clark, Pup, fair share of criticism, whether it's been fair or unfair. I've copped it. But when somebody questions or insults my integrity and my credibility, that's not for sale.
Yeah.
Clark said, I feel these days, being a father, I guess. Oh Lord, being a father, I guess there's going to come a day where I'll no longer be on this planet. But what I will do is my daughter will know exactly what I stand for.
Yeah, good. Yep. Well, he's looking at his legacy, isn't he?
His legacy?
It's his legacy that's been questioned by Watley.
That's right.
His legacy.
Now, firstly, do you think there's any truth to the rumour that the whole Mental Disintegration Act, which got horribly out of hand, and I before they went to South Africa with that Ashes tour, that spiteful Ashes tour of last summer, which tore cricket apart in Australia, do you think anything can be traced back to Clark?
Well, I have no doubt that Clark spoke with the team before they left. Now, we can make of that what we might. What was said in that conversation, I don't know. But would Clark have suggested that sandpaper used on the ball be used on the ball? I don't think so. He's not bald like that. But he might have used allusion, such as
Remember the swing.
Employ your carpentry skills, boys.
Have you got the tools?
Yes.
Have you packed the tools?
That's right.
Yeah. Can I go further than that? This is, remember, of course, Michael Clark was very upfront. He once suggested to a batter that Mitchell Johnson was going to break his arm.
This was Jimmy Anderson.
Jimmy Anderson, correct.
Yes.
Correct.
Yeah. And
now,
I think he used dirty words.
Yeah, thanks very much, Javamendo.
Yes, in that sentence, yes. Yes, that was caught in the stump mic. Yes, that was an ugly moment, a very ugly moment.
But things moved on.
Yeah.
Cricket righted itself and got going again.
Yeah. And you don't know what Jimmy Anderson had said to prompt such. I think Jimmy Anderson was capable of being, using the gabby work as well. So it's taken out of context. We don't know what the context was that led to Clark suggesting that Johnson was going to break his arm, i.e. Anderson's arm, which, can I say, he never did.
Can we go back a little bit further?
Yes.
Steve Waugh famously suggested to, I want to say Herschel Gibbs, if I've got the right character, that he dropped, this is the World Cup, in a one-day World Cup fixtures in the final.
When he dropped a catch. Yep.
Now...
Yep. But that's not crossing the line, is it? There's no line crossed there.
No, excellent.
It was just a clever allusion, wasn't it?
To what had just happened.
Yes.
Thanks very much for alluding to it in that way.
Yeah.
Now, can I ask, this line, just can I unpack your thinking of where this line is at the moment before we come to the issue that is the elephant in the room here today, because already Smith and Warner are back training with the team. I'm not talking about with Shield teams. I'm talking with the first 11, Australia's first 11.
Yes, well, they've spoken to Langer's interviewed them individually and together. And they've had a coffee together and a bit of a chat. Have they met the daughters? I don't know if they've met the daughters yet. I don't know. As nearly as I can tell, I don't think Langer thinks they're ready to meet the daughters.
It's the Probe, all right. The House of Blues, the Probe House of Blues on the Fender Strat Slow and Roy Slaven and stirring the 12-bar sloop H.G. Nelson. Now, going back to the feud between G-Town, Gerard and Pup, Clarkey says he isn't seeking an apology.
Good.
Couldn't care less about Watley.
Is that right?
I'll see him one day and I'll say it to his face. I think if it will continue, unfortunately, because people will misrepresent what I've said and they won't listen to my full 17-minute interview.
Okay.
And this just bears your point that you alluded to earlier, that it would be taken out of context.
Taken out of context, yeah.
Now, I read what Painey, open brackets, Tim Payne, open brackets.
Vanishing cream.
Open brackets. C, full stop, close brackets. I read what Pony has said, and I agree 100% with him, what he's trying to do. I back him 100% with what he's trying to do as captain of Australia. That's why I say, if you listen to what I said in my interview, not once did I say cheating is fine, ball tampering is fine, sledging or saying things personally is fine. I never will. I never and will never say that stuff is completely fine. Playing the Australian style, the Australian brand of cricket has nothing to do with breaking the rules, breaking the laws and sledging someone at all, open brackets. More importantly, it's got something to do with breaking your arm. Close brackets. Right. Now, do you reckon it's going to kick on?
I hope so.
Yeah, because
I thought he was being more threatening towards Watley. I thought he wanted to punch his head in.
I think he's...
Is there any talk of, hopping in a ring or, sorting it out?
I think what Gerard has said, completely out of line. Trying to blame me for cheating in South Africa is an absolute disgrace. A disgrace!
Yeah. But no one's suggesting he cheated in South Africa. He
wasn't
even
there.
in the team.
But I think he's alluding to how off the pace...
Oh, he's talking about the phone call.
Yeah, how off the pace G-Town Gerard is.
Yeah, okay.
Now, coming back to the family, Look, I am worried about this. I mean, are these people banned or aren't they? And if they're welcomed back into the family, isn't it a bit too early? I mean, surely, sure you can talk all you like about dysfunctional families. The man who took over Western Australian cricket said, when I took over Western Australian cricket, it was like a dysfunctional family. And what I meant by that then, the media hated the team hated them back, club cricket hated Western Australian Cricket Association, the WACA hated them back, and it goes on.
Yeah. But a lot of cricket's built on hate, isn't it? I mean, what made Australian cricket so great for so long was our ability to hate. I mean, we took it personally. We took it out in the middle.
We did.
And
we didn't stop.
We hated the Poms. I mean, are we allowed to hate the Poms anymore?
I don't think so. Look, I was taken by the comments of former fast bowler Mitchell Johnson, is it?
Yeah, Mitchell Johnson, yeah. Great fast bowler. I mean, he was an arm breaker, that bloke, given half a chance.
Look, the difficulty was, he says that people... Here it is here, sorry. The nice guy image is hurting Aussie's instincts. I mean, that sums it up there. That's a brilliant thing to sum up there.
Yes.
He says, obviously, Johnson said he feared an overreaction to last year's ball tampering scandal with the woodworking tools, threatened to sap the menace from our fast bowler ahead of the Test series against the against the subcontinental people. Yep. And now this begins on Adelaide on Thursday. Yep. I mean, that's how close it is, Roy. It's not off in the distance, not looming over the horizon. It's right here on our doorstep now. I know. Michael Clark, obviously provoked a week of debate over the Test team's culture and the divide of the sport's biggest names. Johnson says you have to be ruthless when you're playing sport. You have to have a killer instinct to win. Yep. Certainly you need an arm-breaking instinct. That's just normal. We're playing all the time to win. I think you have to have a bit of mongrel when... That's so true.
It's so true.
When you play sport, and you probably have to do in business as well. CEOs of big companies aren't necessarily nice guys all the time. It's just sad to see how the game has turned because these guys used, the woodworking tools and cheated. It's changed people's perception of the game. I don't know if that's coming from the public, that they want to see less aggression and more smiling. A new players' pact has been ridiculed and former greats. Oh, that players' pact, don't get me started. Ridiculed by former greats including Shane Warne and Michael Vaughan. Johnson is worried Aussie quicks are suppressing their natural instincts. We're going for the head. Yeah. I want guys still to have a presence. Don't feel they have that presence anymore. Yeah. I mean, they're hard words, aren't they?
They are very hard words, HG, and I take his point. I mean, what's been clear in the Royal Commission that concluded this week, certainly the public grilling concluded this week, what was very clear is that our CEOs of banks have a lot of Aussie mongrel in them.
They do. They have fair go, fair dinkum,
Catch us if you can, sure. Catch us if you can, but you're going to have to run pretty quick to catch us because we're always ahead of you. And that's the way we want it. We want our banks to be competitive.
That's the word.
To have the competitive edge. Yeah. That's what we need. That's what we need in business because their first duty is to the shareholders.
Australian banks...
Not to customers.
No. How
Forget customers, they're just hapless bloody...
Clowns in the road.
Clowns, thank you. They're just roadkill.
Yeah.
They're roadkill. Get out of the way.
Here I come.
Here I come. Come and throw ready or not. That's banks. Now, it brings results.
It does. Our banks are the best in the world,
The
Roy.
best in the world.
Yeah.
Our shareholders are the best in the world, the most lucrative in the world, because of the hard work that's been done by our ruthless CEOs.
With a killer instinct.
With a killer instinct. Now, we want that in our cricketers, don't we?
We certainly do.
I want a fast bowler coming in with a bit of menace.
Mongrel.
I don't want him thinking about the public.
No.
I want him thinking about the shareholders, which it is the public who want results.
Yes, it's the Probe tennis camp at the net with a bucket of balls and a backhand clinic. His slam winner and Olympic gold medalist rampaging Roy Slaven, and out back in the cabana practising his next meltdown is ATP Tour rookie H.G. Nelson. Do you think it is too early for Smith and Warner to be lurking around the team? Because I'm not completely convinced they've done their time.
No.
You see, I see time in sport as a great healer.
Yes.
Sadly they could have been... If they played their cards differently, I think they could have been back in the team by now, but they chose a different route.
I suppose so, yeah.
They chose a route of, trying to bluff initially, trying to blame others.
That's right.
Rather than taking it on themselves.
Cop it and accept it. Take ownership.
Exactly.
Take ownership.
They blubbed on television. They pulled the family around them. They made others appear like as part of it.
It was unsightly. It was unsightly.
Can I say it wasn't Australian cricket as I know it?
No.
Are you worried that this is going to be a long time in the process of healing? Or do you think that maybe if a proposal from one of the boys, one of the big three, a proposal of marriage would help heal the way forward?
Oh, I hadn't thought of that. I thought the daughters were spoken for, but maybe you're right.
Well, you know how romance works, Roy.
Well, I suppose. But isn't Smithy...
I think Smithy
Warner's married, and Smithy certainly appears to be close to someone.
But look, we're talking about Australian cricket.
Oh, I know.
We're talking about the future of Australian cricket. We're talking about the future of the greatest...
Are you suggesting that young Smith should take himself off to Perth and...
just see how it went?
Yeah.
I just think that, that a chat around a barbecue, I mean, I was taken by an article here. I don't know, yes, I can. Langer.
Yes.
At home is a hell of a character. I mean, it's just full on. He's got rituals when he's at home, according to the Fairfax people.
Yes.
He takes the dog for a walk every morning to the same coffee shop.
Really?
He goes to Fremantle markets with one of the kids.
Right.
Every second Sunday. He meets his best mates at a cafe on Saturdays.
Okay.
I mean, it's a dense, obviously...
packed.
Thanks. Packed. Packed agenda.
Yep.
His sanctuary is his garden. I've got 50 roses at home.
Wow.
I look after my roses. I've got lots of fruit trees as well. Oranges, mandarins, apples, blueberries. Technically, blueberries don't grow on a tree, but I'll let that pass.
Well, it's a bush. They grow on a bush.
Bush, yeah. Lots of herbs. No surprises there.
Yeah.
You've got to feed them up big time. Nothing like pulling on an orange or a lemon off your own tree when you've grown it. It's a great feeling.
Great feeling.
Now, that's the world. That's the culture. That's the nurturing culture of that. Surely Smith, once he got a whiff of the blueberries and saw the roses, obviously, when they came into bloom. I mean,
well, okay. Well, there's a start. Well, maybe Warner and Smith have got to start growing some vegetables in their various gardens at home and go into the boys, say, with a couple of tomatoes and maybe a bunch of silver beet or something like that and contribute to the team culture in that way. And Langer would be blown away by that, and he'd fire up the barbie and...
lunch.
Yes.
At Langer's place, bring your own.
Bring your own,
but more importantly,
homegrown.
Exactly. It's the Probe Family Day at the Tailem Bend Raceway. On pole in the asbestos suit is the racing legend, rampaging Roy Slaven, and smoking bowl, filling the nitro funny car, is the man about to go bang, H.G. Nelson. Now, still on cricket and still on Michael Clark.
Yes.
Now, he's not going to be part of the Hold On, I'm Coming team.
No, he's not part of anyone's team.
Correct. He hadn't got a gig. So he's signed on with Sony in India.
Has he?
Now, I think Sony is the holder of the rights, cricket rights in India. So he'll have an enormous...
is he going to be the face of cricket in India?
I think he's going to be the face of cricket in India.
Wow.
He's going to have an enormous audience. I mean, 400 million.
Yep.
So he won't be seen on Australian TV during the 4-test series. There have been numerous theories about why Clark was not signed to Seven, Fox, the ABC, Macquarie or Sen. So there's quite a lot of people who decided he was not persona non grata.
Yes.
Amongst the more popular have been the belief that he grates with punters and former players who would now be his colleagues, again, do not want to work with him. Is that what you're hearing, Roy?
Yes, it is.
And before you answer in more detail than yes, it is, the pay TV station has hired Warren as its headline act, while another former Nine commentator, Ian Healy, has joined. I haven't experienced what those whispers suggest, said the boss of Nine. That had nothing to do with the fact we didn't go shopping there, meaning getting Clark on board. It was purely we didn't want to become the new Channel 9. We wanted to be Fox Cricket. You understand what I mean?
Yes,
They wanted to...
their own brand.
Correct, define themselves in a different sort of way. Now... It does appear that he might make more money being the face of Australian cricket in India.
Right.
He can go on the corporate circuit there, where he's loved. Clark might not be the flavour of the month without, unless he obviously very much wanted in. The former captain will be offering his views on the fight for the Border Gavaskar Trophy. I'd completely forgotten about the Border Gavaskar Trophy in the kerfuffle of everything else going on, sandpaper, the dysfunctional family, the growing the roses, bringing the silver, beating that to backyard barbecue, and the herb. Now, Star Sports and Sony are believed to have given him a keen to use him as marquee in the coming up series. No shortage from work. But get this, and this is where I come back to my original comments, was that Fairfax Media understands Seven is keen to have Bruce McAvaney interview Clark during the Melbourne and Sydney Test, a Melbourne or Sydney Test, though it might be not be possible given his commitments in India.
Well, that'd be very disappointing. I'd love to hear Bruce open up Michael Clark.
It would be incredible.
Because Bruce would cut to the chase. Bruce, wouldn't be mealy-mouthed or
about the Watley
or allude to things.
No, he wouldn't allude to anything.
He wouldn't allude. He would come out straight and say, Michael, why are you so unpopular?
With the Australian
public.
With the Australian team. With broadcast in Australia.
Yes. Why don't broadcasters want to use your specialist services, Michael? What is it about you that people dislike so much? Do you think it's something you were born with, or is it something you inherited in the culture that came through Ricky Ponting and Stephen Waugh?
Have you met any of Justin Langer's daughters?
Yes.
Would be a question.
Yes.
Probably be the first question.
Yes. Did you ever consider proposing to one of Langer's daughters at all? So I think Bruce would open him up. I think it'd be a fascinating.
That's the word I'd use, fascinating.
Yes.
And he, as you point out, wouldn't allude anything.
No.
Do you know what I've got a feeling?
And that'd be a great sort of lunchtime package. Say day one on the test match, you go to lunchtime. We're not going to have the cricket show with Slats, sadly, and Binger. That's not going to happen.
Well, that won't be a part of Hold On, I'm Coming.
No, it's not.
That's old school cricket.
Or the Sounds of Summer. No, rebranded Sounds of Summer. It's no longer Hold On, I'm Coming.
Sorry, I forgot that, yes. It'll be half an hour with Michael and Bruce, followed by the day two, another half hour, Michael and Bruce.
Yes.
And then followed by 5
There's no
days.
reason why you couldn't string it out for the whole series. Every lunchtime, it's Bruce and Michael. I think that'd be fabulous.
You know what? There's a third leg to that stool. You know what it is, don't you?
No.
Michael, Bruce and Winks.
Oh, Winksy's going to be involved.
Yes, you're on the front line of the 2018 Love Probe Revolution doing the in-out work, the specialists, Roy and HG. Now, this shocked me. You know, look, I thought last week, I think, or maybe a fortnight ago, when you broke that story that the meat industry in Australia was right up behind our Olympic tilt and was prepared to send live pigs to Tokyo to be slaughtered.
Live cattle, I thought. Actually.
Live cattle, yeah. Live cattle to Tokyo to be slaughtered as part of a team bonding barbecue with something from Justin Langer's gardener to make the salad up.
Sure.
I saw that. I went out of here that day when you told me that with real spring in my step.
I noticed that,
heart.
Yes, there was a lot of hope, wasn't there?
And now we get to this point this week where the story is pressure to ditch athletics. This is the headline. I'm not alluding to this. I'm not making this up. This is fact. The Murdoch Press have run the headline, pressure to ditch athletics cuts before Tokyo, suggesting that the powers that be in this country, outstanding Australians, are going to cut athletics money.
Yes.
They're forced to postpone those, hopefully, by public disapproval.
Yeah.
Now, we get to the point, we cut to the chase here.
Yeah. I mean, the communists have taken over. This is such a communist idea, isn't it? This Crawford report that's suggesting that rather than put a lot of money into individuals doing well and securing gold medals for the glory of our nation, that instead we somehow disseminate this money to ordinary people who aren't going to compete in any Olympics
or anything. Just going to
waddle around and lose a little bit of weight.
And how much are they getting? They're getting what, $20 a day?
Something like that. I mean, this is madness.
Now, these are the winners in the new carve-up Olympic Winter Institute. Hang on, Olympic Winter Institute?
The Winter Institute? We're not going to have a winter anymore. I mean, winter's a thing of the past, isn't it?
The ski and snowboard Paralympic program, women's football, women's rugby sevens, para-athletics, diving, shooting, softball, men's hockey, surfing, modern pentathlon and archery. Now, a lot of those sports, you don't have to, there's no teamwork.
No.
Doesn't involve a lot of people, one or two, get there.
No.
Then we get to the losers, table tennis, artistic swimming. Artistic swimming, that Australia is built on.
Yes.
Artistic/synchro
Anything to do with water, if there's an Aussie involved, it should be supported.
Men's football, goalball, surf lifesaving, parasailing, in limbo, athletics. Now, you quoted a number, and I've seen no evidence to disprove this number, that we could win Olympic gold in Tokyo if we invested $200 million.
In shot put, yes.
In shot put, sorry.
Yes.
In shot put.
Yes,
that was the dream. Make shot put great again was your slogan.
It was. Fell on deaf ears, of course. I mentioned this to Shotgun, and she just looked at her feet. I said, what about our shot put? There are a lot of kiddies out there. Sure, they're overweight. Sure, they might be troubled. And the only thing they can do is pick up the put and give it a shot.
And go for goal.
Yeah. And shot's a word she understood, but the rest she just stared at her feet.
It's the Probe Big Night Out, dolled up in the glitter behind the wheel of the Tesla. The designated driver rampaging Roy Slaven and camped in the back seat. The melodrama in mascara, H.G. Nelson. Coming back to that story concerning Olympic funding.
Yes.
I mean, this is the Murdoch Press. Australian sports officials are reeling from the shock news. Their funding for the Tokyo Olympics has been slashed and have called on the Australian Institute of Sport to immediately reverse the decision.
Yes. Well, it's got to be... Bang Bang to step in, isn't it?
The Minister of Sport.
Yes.
Yes. Bang Bang McKenzie.
Yes.
The woman with the shoddy. Now, a dozen sports have been, obviously slashed. At the very least, they should be delayed. This is the Athletics Australia President, Mark Arbib. That's his position. Delayed. Athletes are training hard for Olympics.
Yes.
They haven't got their first round of meat yet. No. So to have this,
the meat, is there a blockage somewhere with the meat? Why isn't the meat getting to the player to the athletes?
Well, can I just say, I as you know, I'm pretty close to business in this country, and
yes.
I asked them to step up, as you are. You're close to business, and I'm hoping that we can get meat getting through now to the athletes, because they weren't expecting this savage cut in their funds. They thought they'd be able to coast through, say, till their training camps, when the meat would be able to be delivered more effectively and they'd be able to come online and all that sort of stuff. You know, in the same ways we're hoping the coal industry can step up, the iron ore industry. I mean, it's all very well for Twiggy to go off and have his rapid rugby, based Indo-Pac rugby, based in Hong Kong.
Yeah.
What about Australia? Why not do something for Australia, Twiggy?
Australia,
I mean, that's the great thing I have with Twiggy. I've said this to his face. Do something for Australia, buddy.
I saw it. Yes, I agree with you.
He was embarrassed, wasn't he? When I pointed out all the things. Stared at his feet. Same like Bang Bang.
Yeah.
Now.
Yeah.
They're already
I thought it'd be very simple getting the meat to the athletes if all athletes would have a relationship with their local butcher. Now, you go into the local butcher, you say, look, say I'm going to have chops this evening, or what have you. Or a T-bone, or a leg of lamb, or something like that. Yeah, whatever.
I got to do pulled pork.
Yep. That's given to the athlete, and the butcher then sends an account through to the Olympic Committee.
What an elegant idea.
It's as simple as that.
Can I point out
it's a little bit of paperwork.
Yeah. Can I point out the flaw in your plan is there's no butchers anywhere anymore. There's just bloody supermarkets.
Well, all right. Well,
With pretend butcher shops in
okay. All right, well, get involved and form a relationship with your supermarket. Just speak to whoever. As soon as you walk into a supermarket, usually there's a photograph of who's in charge on the day.
Right. Yeah.
You know, it could be Gavin or Olivia. Doesn't matter. So I want to see this person.
Breffney.
Hello, I'm a shot putter. I'm an Olympic athlete. I'm getting prepared for Japan. I want to form a relationship with the meat department here, and I'm going to leave with a couple of trays of these chops, and I want you to send an invoice through to the Australian Olympic Committee. Is that too difficult? They're going to say, oh, no, well, no, that'll be
Would you like
perfect.
some snags to go with that? Yeah.
Yes.
And we've got some lovely 30-centimetre sausage rolls here. They're new.
Yes,
Like
you've just got to unfreeze them.
Now, obviously they're training. They shouldn't. Now, this is our bib. They shouldn't have to be changing things or worrying about where they're going to get funding from.
No, they shouldn't.
You know,
it should be the last thing on
and
the mind.
look, can I just say, the funding's something. The meat is icing on the cake.
It is.
It's a little bit of
the meat is not the funding. The funding is separate to the meat.
That's the mistake.
That's the mistake.
Mm-hmm. The shotgun Mackenzie's making.
Yes, I think so.
Now, synchronised swimming only received, wait for it, this will shock you. I hope you're sitting down, 50,000 a year. I'm not alluding to that. That's what they get. 50,000 a year. I think there's a team of about 8 with a couple of reserves, might be up to a dozen, plus the, obviously the helpers, the trainers, the massagers, chiros, osteos.
I know.
50,000 a year.
What you're suggesting is to be a synchronised swimmer in Australia in 2018, you've got to have a job as well.
Correct. That's what I'm suggesting. Oh, Lord. 50,000 a year. Divided by 12. It's about $4,000 each per year.
Yeah, which is petrol money, getting to the pool and back.
And remember, of course, you probably have to supply
and
your
these
own
people
togs.
are heroes.
Heroes! That's exactly... I had forgotten that. I'd forgotten that. You may have alluded to that earlier.
I might have alluded to it.
I've forgotten that. Heroes. That's absolutely right, Roy.
Yeah.
They're people who
so
put
Australians have got to ask themselves. You know, I put this to Ken Henry during the Royal Commission. I said, do we want heroes? Do we want heroes in Australia anymore?
What did he say?
He said, oh, well, I have to think about that.
It's the Probe House of Cards holding all the aces. The King of Diamonds, rampaging Roy Slaven. And on the other side of the card table, the man with the fist of nothing, H.G. Nelson. Now, just coming back to our synchronised swimming, our heroes, you see, people think it's easy to come up with an interpretive dance in water for the building of the Sydney Harbour Bridge. I mean,
sure.
Think it's easy. They think it's easy. It's not.
Yeah, it's not.
And remember, you have to do with a grin. Yeah. For every second you're above the surface, you've got to be grinning.
Yeah.
It's okay when you're under the surface, no one can see you.
True.
Now, going on, get this. The synchronised swimming people, lost their 50,000 a year because consultants who were paid 14 million, 14 million taxpayers, 14 million that could have been invested in gold, 14 million to help decide new funding model deemed they had no hope of winning a medal. I mean, how dare they?
So they're back. I see. We're backing winners, are we?
Well, more than that, consultants are backing winners, not you and me.
No.
There's no social media input.
Are these consultants faceless people?
I think they are. Now, 14 million, you can't win medals without building a program first, Synchronised Swimming Australia President Kim Davis said. That's absolutely right.
Yep.
So we're
Imagine what Kim Davis could have done with that $14 million. Would have built a program.
And a pool.
A
dedicated pool for
yes, and we would have
swimming.
been guaranteed gold.
I know.
Because they wouldn't want for meat.
That's a given. Now, we're not a rich sport. The reality is our athletes struggle to put food on their plates and have to work part-time jobs to pay to represent Australia at the Olympics. No wonder we described them incorrectly before as heroes.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, these are people who have the Australian... I mean, these are,
Yes.
Those blokes back in Athens in 1908 or whatever. Mm-hmm. They're in the direct lineage from there. Remember the bloke who played in the tennis?
Oh, the Lion of Athens.
The Lion of Athens. I've forgotten his name.
So have I, but
it'll come to me in a minute.
Yeah, it will.
Now...
But he was great.
He was great. Remember how he played in the tennis, ran the 800 metres and turned out in the marathon?
He did.
He didn't let Australia down.
He was a hero.
Now... pay representative with $50,000 isn't a lot of money for a sport, but it's important for us because the timing is really poor because we have to put in a huge amount of work into setting the team up to be the best. Now, bizarrely, Volleyball Australia lost its funding for the men's indoor program The women's team already received no funding after the AIS recently upgraded the facilities at the Canberra campus. Volleyball Australia was told to focus on beach volleyball.
Oh, dear.
But Andrew D, executive, said the cuts should be postponed, at least try to get them into Tokyo. Maybe there are unintended consequences, but the point is...
I hate that when you're putting indoor volleyball up against outdoor volleyball.
I know.
I mean, they shouldn't be competing with each other for funds.
I know.
It's demeaning.
Demeaning's exactly...
Heroes shouldn't be demeaned.
No. So other Olympic sports have had their funding reduced, include gymnastics. You know... Do I have to remind...
I thought we'd turned the corner in gymnastics. I thought we were starting to unearth genuine Aussie heroes.
What do you mean unearth? They're there already?
Yeah.
Aussie heroes.
Yeah.
People having a go.
Yeah.
Isn't that what ScoMo's told us? To get out and have a fair dinkum go?
Yes.
Well, these people in the gymnastics are doing that with their hello boys, their flat bags, their battered salves, their Chico rolls. All that
their
stuff.
Bar work, all of that.
All that. It's there. Table tennis.
Yep.
We led the world at table tennis. Men's football. That's football.
Yeah.
And, of course, the sailing and water polo.
Well, sailing has never let us down.
In fact, I think we
punch well above our weight.
Thanks very much. That's the phrase I was looking for.
Do we?
Well. We do. Now, goalball, a Paralympic sport for visually impaired athletes, lost its funding, as did non-Olympic sports, including surf lifesaving, just days after Australia won the world title.
Shameful. It's shameful what's happened.
What gets on my week? The 14 million by consultants, faceless people.
Yeah. Yes.
You know, who had a look.
And let's face it, most consultants we know are ratbags, aren't they?
True.
Old-fashioned Aussie term.
Yeah.
They're bludgers.
Don't be afraid of it.
They're leaners. They're leaners who are depriving our lifters of a little bit of a leg up.
Yes, Probe, Church of Hope, brothers and sisters, in the pulpit. The very Reverend R.R. Slaven with a special reading from Revelation about the evils lurking in marlin fishing. And nicking off with a collection plate, H.D. Nelson. Now, of course, the hard-working Skip discovered that it was Edwin Flackroy. Now, this is a story that bears repeating in the 1896 games, who won gold in the 800, the 1,000.
Yes. Had a go at the tennis, got bronze in tennis.
When we didn't have a representative, he saw tennis for the first time at the games and thought, I can do this.
Yeah.
Got bronze on account back in the tennis.
He did.
And then turned out in the marathon.
Yeah.
I mean, no money.
No.
No consultant spending taking 14 million to find out you know, whether he's any good at it or not.
No, I think a butchery took him under his wing.
In Nurutpa,
yes, I think so.
They said parcels of meat.
They did.
Took 6 weeks to get there.
Yes.
Something he couldn't eat, obviously.
Yes, it was canned meat.
Spam and camp pie and things like that.
That's right.
But this is just dreadful, isn't it?
It is.
I mean, with in 2 years' time, the Tokyo Olympics will be over.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's how close it is. You can always taste it.
Yeah.
I mean...
And what I fear is, some of our heroes having to stand on street corners with a bucket saying, please help.
Please help.
Yeah.
Can I remind you of Klaus Lebich, the Klaus Lebich story?
Yeah.
Going round to schools. This is...
Are you talking Lars Klepich?
Lars Klepich. Sprinterism. Anyway, Lars Klepich, thanks. Going round to schools and drawing the Olympic rings on the ground and asking kids to donate coins to... Gold coins to go round the Olympic rings.
That's right.
To fund...
Yes, his tilt.
His tilt.
Yeah.
I mean, is it reduced to that again?
Yeah, well, it's going to be. You're going to have Olympians hanging around primary schools with chalk.
The Sporting Probe is the only show actively promoting Chinese AFL.
Now, speaking of disasters, look, can I turn to the Fish Creek problem in AFL?
Mm-hmm.
Now, obviously, you don't expect the killer, the murderer, to be at it at the start of the season, at the end of the season.
Mm-hmm.
But here he is, going through Fish Creek, giving no hope, no suggestion, no flag of opportunity, no teeing up with local butchers, none of that.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I've got to confess that I do know people in the Fish Creek area.
Yes.
This is
this near Phillip Island?
Near Phillip Island,
yes.
Right. Okay. Now, footy clubs in Country Victorian League, this is a Country Victorian League that has run for more than 70 years.
70 years.
fear they will be forced to fold unless the AFL intervenes in their fight for survival. Now, we're talking about the Alberton Football and Netball League. Survived a push to disband. They just narrowly survived a push to disband when 2 of the 6 clubs voted to wind up the association dating back to 1946. 2 of 6. Do the maths.
Yeah.
I mean, if they had another vote,
Yeah.
it would have been tied and it would have fallen over. Now, AFL Victoria has been accused of failing to safeguard clubs' future by refusing to allow 6 teams to merge with neighbouring leagues. A Fish Creek spokeswoman said the game's governing body had blocked repeated attempts by clubs to join other leagues. As a league, we need help. But you know why there's no suggestion they can join the other leagues? Because the murderer wants to kill it stone dead.
He does.
Now,
Has the murderer said anything?
absolutely not.
Good.
You know, sort of, here we come to the nub of it. Fish Creek penned a passionate letter to the AFL Commission describing the grave situation it believed was ominous for the game in Australia as a whole. We can see our club, once proud and vibrant, withering before our eyes. This is the Fish Creek club we're talking about.
Yep.
We can foresee a day when there's no football club in Fish Creek.
God almighty.
Indeed, where there's no football club in the district. And that is where the AFL Commission comes in. If the AFL football dies at the grassroots, it will eventually die at the top level. The club is yet to receive, no surprise there, a response.
Okay. Have they approached AFL House and tried to have a meeting with the murderer McLaughlin?
Well, I think they're worried that they'll go in and they'll never come out.
Oh, they'll end up in a vat of acid.
Oh, I hadn't gone that far.
Right.
But unless you know something I don't.
Well, I don't know.
I haven't been into AFL House, but there is a room in there, I understand. I've seen vision of it on the YouTube.
Yes.
Do not enter.
Do not enter.
Has Kim written on it.
Okay. Well, I know Hamish McLaughlin. I know he owns Hamish McLaughlin. I know he owns a bone saw.
Gillen or Hamish?
Oh, Gillen.
Well, Hamish may well own a bone saw, but he works
But he'd borrow it.
That's the probe, all right. We're in the nuclear bunker where our red button is bigger than your red button, with his hand on the hover, the atomic cheese, wing commander rampaging flyboy Roy Slaven, and out back on the tools trying to make the bugger go bang H.G. Nelson. Now, the Fairfax people, or the Nine newspaper, they ran an article about Fish Creek.
Yes.
And under the heading, Football Rotting at the Roots in Fish Creek. That was the headline.
Okay.
The AFL Commission has to do a better job to help local clubs prosper.
Yep.
But the murderer, deaf. Now, this is an article here. He, goes on, picks it up. That he says, particularly the challenges facing the Australian game that will face this century. This year I watched a game in northeastern Victoria. The president said to me, we used to have a bloke up here who ran the competition efficiently for $1,800. $1,800. Now we have an office with 7 people that make mistakes and we pay them $8,000 licence fee.
Yeah.
So they're hoovering up the money. This is the murderer and his lot, because they've got the room and the acid and all that sort of, and they've got to borrow a bone saw from Hamish.
The bone saw from Hamish, yeah.
All that sort of stuff.
Yep.
To get, to work on people who dare to come in and knock. Wherever I go in Australia, I hear similar stories of disjunction between the game and those administrating it.
Yeah.
Fish Creek's letter to the AFL Commission has drawn a line in the sand nationally. To again quote the person who's writing, McCann, he said, AFL Docklands has assumed ownership of the game across the country but struggled to understand its own core role and responsibilities in regards to the game. Now that sums
Well,
it
at the
up,
very
hasn't it?
least, there's got to be an inquiry, hasn't there? And recommendations made.
Could
The
I
way
s-
monies have got to be disseminated from the top end to the bottom end.
And would you like to see the consultants who got $14 million for canning the Olympic fees involved?
Well, we'd have to approach them to get a quote, wouldn't we?
Certainly would. Look, it is a tragedy, and it's a very sad thing at this point of year. I mean, I thought the AFL season was going great. They got the draft out of they got the granny out of the road. They got the draft out of the road. They got, obviously Bruce onto the cricket to give him something to do between now and the.
But you get the feeling, HG, that now the attention is going on to the sounds of summer. The sizzling of the barbecue, the how's that, and all of that. Bruce's ad. People are thinking. Eyes have gazed away from what's happening at grassroots level at AFL, and indeed a lot of winter sports that are being choked. And with eyes looking away again, it's a great opportunity for those who want to kill stone dead our Olympic chances. They're operating as well. So you've only got to look away and the rats come out and start feasting
Gnawing.
on the carcass.
Yes.
That used to be Australian success.
Yeah. Now, I am shocked because Fish Creek isn't the sort of place you would think, well, they won't have a footy team in our lifetime.
No.
In our lifetime.
Yes.
Fish Creek wouldn't have a footy team.
Exactly. It's like saying Fish Creek is not going to have any fish in our lifetime.
Is that right? Is that on the cards?
That's on the cards.
Are you alluding to that?
I'm alluding to that.
Feel the game. Feel Australia. Feel the Probe.
Now, of course, Roy, people do want to get in touch with the show, and they can by going to roynhg at thesportingprobe.com.au, roynhg at thesportingprobe.com.au, and the following have.
Yeah, James has been in touch, HG. James, he says, hello, gentlemen. I listen with interest every week as you discuss the woes with Australia's batting. In an age of batting coaches, academies, centres of excellence, video analysis and first-class facilities, our batting has never been worse. And he's right.
Well, remember Graham Hick? We fingered Hick.
Yeah, we fingered Hick. I mean, he's been brought in as a fifth columnist to completely destroy Australia's batting, and it's working. The greatest batsman of all time, this is James speaking now, not me, is Sir Donald Bradman. Well, of course. He conquered the game by practising with a stump and a golf ball off a corrugated iron tank in the backyard. How many stumps, golf balls and water tanks has Cricket Australia invested in the centre of excellence? Well, I'll tell you, James, none. None, not one.
It's a disgrace, isn't it?
It's an absolute disgrace. He says, why can't I buy the Bradman kit from my local cricket store, complete with a sheet of corrugated iron, Australian made of course, stump and golf ball? What an excellent question.
Now, that is a great bit of lateral thinking. I'd never thought of that, making it available.
Yes.
I understand they have a queue, even this morning as we're on air, outside the tank stand where obviously the Don practice those skills in Bowral, and everybody gets 10 minutes and they have to pay a little bit of a contribution. It's great. But to take it home...
Yes, at that excellent Bradman Centre of Excellence in Bowral, HG, that Bradman Museum, which I think all Australians should be forced at least to go once in their lifetime and visit and pay homage. Can you buy a stump kit there?
You can't. No, that's what I was alluding to. It's all there. You can play it, obviously, while you're there. But you can't take it
They haven't
home.
taken that extra leap to put together a small package for kids to take home in the boot.
They haven't. It's disappointing, isn't it?
Well, it's a disgrace.
Now, sadly, a letter here, we might have overlooked this one, but Alex has written, in light of Bolt's ambitious and largely unsuccessful stint at the Mariners, do you think he has what it takes for a career in the NRL? Now,
yes.
Remember years ago we had a 400-metre runner who decided, might have been an Olympic 400-metre runner, who decided they wouldn't keep going with the spike caper and get into rugby league. I think name might have been Darren Clark.
Darren Clark, yes. Might have played for Balmain.
Balmain, I think, on the wing. Not an incredibly successful career, but at least a runner turning up. And, I always thought there was a place for John Stephenson in rugby league.
Yes.
But Usain, do you think...
Well, it's been a bit quiet. I don't know what Usain is up to. I assume he's left the country. And the Mariners are on the bottom of the table as a result.
Concerned about the future of cricket? Concerned about the future of life? Concerned about the future itself? Stay with the Probe.
Are we on emails if you want to get in touch?
There's another James HG has been in touch, a different James. Which is further to your thoughts this week, how about a novelty race meet on Good Friday? This was taking up you alluded to Good Friday last week.
Yes, we were going to have the 12
races based on the Apostles. He says, line up the 8 nags who have raced the most but never ever won. So he's suggesting Solar Boy, Solar Boy's son, Happy Clapper, Pedro the Swift, the Slug, etc., i.e. horses who have not greeted success.
Yeah, not saluted.
Yeah. If, say, Pedro wins the first race, then it's like musical chairs and he sits out from then on, so the next race has the 7 leftovers and so on until all 8 nags who've never won finally win. It's a winner's day. Imagine the close-up camera shots of these horses and their joy after finally winning. But the real beauty of the concept is that even the left-wing lynch mob types can't complain, because the feel-good factor here outweighs the religiosity issue and the scandalous suggestion that this might be just a money-making venture. It will surely make the sacred day meaningful for those who like to punt.
That's a beautiful letter, and I love the sting in the tail, which is you can't complain.
No.
Now, I was fortunate enough to sit down at a wonderful dinner this week. This is Chris writing a couple of weeks ago.
Oh, yes.
With former cricketing great Mr. David Boone and Minister of Roads in the early 80s, Mr. Laurie Burton. Hell, that must have been
What a dinner. What a lunch. Booney and Laurie Burton. Well, you wouldn't get a word in edgeways, would you?
Now, when the conversation inevitably turned to the current state of Australian cricket. After a heated discussion, the question was asked whether the likes of serial code jumper Jared Hayne or even Usain Bolt could turn their hands to cricket.
Wow.
Seeing either one thundering towards the crease with a new ball in hand would make any batsman uneasy. Sure, they may not know what to do with the ball when they arrived at the crease, but something can be done about that. Teach Winks to bowl and we'd be unstoppable. So a lot to unpack there.
There is, isn't there?
Do you think Usain Bolt could? Let's face it, comes from a
cricket playing background, doesn't he?
He'd
be aware of the game.
Yeah, he'd understand silly leg.
He would have played as a kid, you'd imagine.
Mid-off and all that sort of stuff.
Yes.
And he'd bloody generate some pace.
You'd have to imagine he would. If there's any relationship between speed approaching the crease and the ball leaving the hand, often there's
I know, hard things to get together.
I remember Tomo used to just slope in and the ball would go with electric pace. And
the batsman had no idea where it was going, but sadly Tomo didn't either.
No, that's right. That's what made him so dangerous.
And, I know it's farcical. Just wondering what your thoughts about Winks being part of it.
Well, I think it would be a missed opportunity if Winks didn't have some presence in Seven's sizzling summer of cricket. Not only the sounds, your advertising just not the sounds of cricket. What about the smells of cricket? The smells of summer.
Oh, now you're talking now.
The smells of summer.
Now, what a lovely idea, because curiously enough, Wayne from Perth wrote some time ago. He was thrilled to hear us talk about Gary Anderson and Wesley Harms, the two darts players who complained
with
aroma,
flatulence. Yeah.
Flatulence. Its role in sport is never discussed.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder why is this the case. From a young age, I was very keen in the Japanese martial art of jiu-jitsu. As I moved up the competition ranks, we would try and find ways to upset our opponents.
Yep.
By accident, one day I passed wind, very polite, and this caught my opponent off guard. He complained to the referee, but still lost the match. From that point on, obviously, he
became a wind specialist?
And won a lot of rounds when he shouldn't have against highly fancy and well-credentialed opponents because of his backdoor work.
Yeah, that's right.
I mean, it's a great...
That's fantastic, and if only some of our CEOs, banking CEOs, could take something out of that.
They certainly could. They could persuade a boardroom to hurry up
with
a well-timed, silent but deadly effort.
Yeah. No, I'm seeing it more, in branches, queues in branches. Get rid of queues.
As the good ship Probe at the wheel with a knife between the teeth and the patch on the eye, the bosun, rampaging Roy Slaven and walking the plank, the peg-legged H.G. Nelson. Now, two stories, just coming back to Anthony Mundine, who claims he's retired. I just hope that's not true.
I hope it's not true.
Now, look...
So much to offer.
So much still to offer.
Yeah. In terms of showmanship, in grooming the next generation on how to trash talk. I mean, that idea of standing in a rubbish bin and doing trash talk, I mean, you can't teach that. Well, hopefully you can.
And of course, I thought that the final button, which obviously got a lot of kids along, was grabbing the primary school teacher by the throat.
Yes.
At the weigh-in, which is something right out of the blue. I didn't see that coming.
Yep.
Now, Anthony Mundine hopped in his car yesterday for the long drive home to Melbourne, relieved his career was over, according to the Telegraph, the Murdoch Press. Hopped in his car?
Yeah.
Hopped in his car?
Yeah.
I mean, how authentic is he? Drove to the gig, put on his own shorts, did his own bandaging, taped his things, got in there, lasted 96 seconds.
Yeah.
See you later, boys. Thanks for the experience. Jumped in the car and drove home.
Pretty much, yeah.
It's incredibly professional act.
Yeah, just a day at the office.
Just a day at the office. Despite lasting the 96 seconds, 96 magnificent seconds, I might add. Outstanding seconds.
Yeah. Well, I think it's the second most popular pay-per-view event in Australian history.
In the world.
In the world, yes.
Yeah. Australian event in the world.
Yes.
Obviously, because no one overseas could see it.
No.
It doesn't matter. But I'm
people won't feel as if they've been done it either.
No, 96 seconds.
96 magical seconds. Magical.
Pure magic. Yes, that's right. Now, Mundine is...
Seconds people will never forget.
I know, that's the thing. Where they were,
Yeah,
what they were doing, what they were holding, who they were fiddling with.
I mean, you can watch a whole season of football and not remember one thing.
Yeah.
But this is 96 seconds that you'll remember forever.
Yeah. Mundine's at peace, knowing he's finished an incredible legacy, with an incredible legacy as one of Australia's great cross-code sporting stars.
Yeah, code hopper.
Now, I feel as there's an enormous weight being lifted from my shoulders. I've got nothing else to prove. No one wanted to fight to the finish the way it did, but he just got a good shot of me.
Yep.
It was destiny to go out like that. There's nothing more I can give. My life now is about my children and their sporting dreams. I'm hoping they can get as much enjoyment out as I have. Mm-hmm. There's no more fun than being punched in the head, is there?
No, that's true.
I mean, that's
you get a taste for it, don't you?
You do. That's that's maximum. Maximum fun. I've a rocky sporting relation with the Australian sporting public, but I'd like to thank everyone who's got behind my career, watched my fights and watched my footy. It's going to be a big change in my life, but I won't miss anything. No more starving myself, no more training, no more pressure. I'm a relieved man. Now, can I just say, It's a long drive from Brisbane, a beautiful drive though.
Oh, he'd stop off at, he would have stopped at Aussie Joe's place in the Hunter Valley, I suppose, on the way and had some lunch there and talked about, what
he might do next.
Yeah.
With Joe, who's been there and done it.
Yeah.
Do you know what I think? I was just going to say something different. I just think I hope he's had time to reflect and think, I've still got one left in me.
Yes.
Another bout with Green, say?
Green.
Or Giel.
Yes.
Remember last week we
Jared Zose.
Go back to the beginning.
Yeah, Jared Zose. He was the screen printer from New Zealand. He was fantastic, wasn't he? He'd still be fit, wouldn't he?
Well, pulling screens.
Yes.
He keeps you fit. Mm-hmm. Zose or Giel, I mean, how about why not two? Why not a program of bouts that...
Yeah.
Thanks for the memories.
Yeah.
Be built at.
Yeah. Pay-per-view?
I think so.
I think so.
Now, the other thing which I think is well worth thinking about is the problems the wallabies have got.
Oh, dear.
Have we got wallabies who are dobbers?
It looks like it. I mean, a couple of wallabies had a couple of guests into their room after a test loss. Mm-hmm. Well, the test loss is no surprise. But the people in the rooms, it wasn't anything untoward. It was family. Mm-hmm. But somebody saw the door open and heard whispers coming out of the room, and so dobbed in to the coach. And Coach Checker, and of course there's a blanket rule. You're not allowed to have anyone in your room after a test loss. I think the rule extends to test wins as well, although that's never been tested.
Yes, this is Lou to 11, the Sporting Probe end-of-year Rugby League Burlesque Extravaganza. Up the pole in the sequence with a 30-centimetre sausage roll wedged is rampaging Roy Slaven, and down below with a broom and dustpan, H.G. Nelson. Now, Roy, before we pack up for the day, Davis Cup.
Whee! Well, it's finished, isn't it?
It is. The 118 years Davis Cup. It ends this week. As of Sunday, Davis Cup is dead. Pushed to extinction, according to Leo Schlink. Who know in his 360 view. No one knows tennis like Leo Schlink.
Yep.
Pushed to extinction by opportunists and shamelessly short-sighted sports administrators. The competition conceived in 1900 took his last breath in Lille as Croatia beat France.
Yeah.
To be replaced by some confection called the ATP Cup.
Yeah, that's right.
How outraged?
I'm shockingly outraged. I love the Davis Cup. I mean, I didn't go very often, I have to admit. I was not an enormous supporter of it over the years, but I just loved it. It was like a bit of wallpaper that you just loved having part of the texture of your life. Someone would say to you, did you see the Davis Cup? No, what happened? Exactly. And it gave you something to talk about.
And then there was Fraze. Remember how Fraze looked after
Harry Hopman was our great Davis Cup coach.
And little Leighton Hewitt took on the baton for many years.
Yes, he did. J.A., John Alexander, the member from Bennelong.
Yeah.
No one was more committed to Davis Cup than he was.
Yeah. Remember how once the Black Brothers
Nobody played more matches than he did.
No.
Nobody probably lost more matches than he did. I don't know. You'd have to look at the biographies, look at the results. But he put in.
He did. At the highest level.
At the highest level.
Well, sadly, it is a very telling moment that, this hard to explain ATP Cup, which is sort of like the World Cup of tennis.
Yes.
Model on
It's
those
not going to last.
It's not going to last.
Because the players aren't behind it. The players hate it.
Mm. Well, Roy, sadly, that brings us to the end of the show for the week. And,
It does.
Thanks for your help. It's been a wonderful run.
Thank you, HG, for your help. Yes, it's been extraordinary.
And Felix, of course, has done a tremendous job again on the buttons. You know, if you're looking for a nice remix, for God's sake, get a hold of some of his work. It's magnificent.
It is.
And then Chairman Mao, who's off to dinner, I think he's got some sort of confection using meat and some sort of herb crusting on swordfish. And
sounds ludicrous.
Yes, that's his diet. No wonder he comes in here complaining every week of upset stomach.
That's right.
I mean, he needs a good hard look at himself, and mercifully, over the next couple of weeks, he'll be able to do that. Anyway, that's it for the Probe for this week. And, you know, I mean, it's a telling moment, isn't it, when you lose the Davis Cup?
Yeah.
The funding for Olympic sports goes out the window. Your dream of just a mere $200 million for a shot put gold medal under the banner, make shot put great again.
Yeah.
You know, when it all goes like that.
The whole thing is designed to make people like us have nothing to talk about.
And that's it for another week. Look, that's it for the Probe for the time being. Just probe on punters by yourselves. See ya. Bye.
Bonafide sports-mad Australians. Snakes alive. Is that the time? Yes, green and gold freaks, it certainly is. It's time for the Sporting Probe. With two diamond pythons twirled around the tree of knowledge across the nation.
Boys and girls.
Well, a young man ain't got nothing in the world these days.
The Sporting Probe leading the charge up the eucalypt. With extra chili on the stick is the in-and-out maestro, rampaging Roy Slaven. And coming from behind is the heavy lifter with both feet on the ground, HG Nelson. Unleash the grunt and poke HG?
Yes, TF Much, gentlemen. Jim Daniels, the golden guy in the TSP soundproof booth, located today in the pop-up studio alongside the old Port Lincoln railway station. The studio today, that is the pop-up, that is the TSP pop-up studio, groaning with Easter merchandise, obviously hot cross buns, show bags from the Sydney Royal Easter Show, and the Probe show bag. The Probe show bag. This is a fantastic show bag. Talk about value for money. You know how you get a picture of what's in the show bag when you go to the show and you think, oh, wow, is that really worth $12.50? Well, this one really is. There's, wait for it, 4 varieties of chili. There's warm, hot, scalding, and X. Don't use the X-rated. That is too brutal. There's a stick. There's the Rooting King autobiography as told to Roy Slaven. There's a salt lick as used by the King. There's the Blinkered Knights of Balaclava assorted Easter creams. And there's a picture of a Barobi, the cunning little feral koala who is the Commie Games mascot. And, oh, Lord, Commonwealth Games. I mean, it's a time to be alive, isn't it? Wednesday night, I'm on the Gold Coast. I can't wait. Probe-sters, patriots, pilgrims and punters, H.G. Nelson getting the Probe away for another set of 7. Thanks very much, Mr. Olympics and the original and the best. And can I add something to that right now? Mr. Commonwealth Games, original and best, Bruce McAvaney. What a week. What an incredible week. A week when too much is barely enough. Residents and 457 visa holders. And I make an apology to all 457 visa holders. We don't often acknowledge you in the opening of the show, but today we are. It's an Easter miracle. So residents and 457 visa holders, it's tremendous to have you with us as we prod forward through the solidly backed up stallage of the week's sporting action. A week of massive, massive collects at the Easter racing carnivals across Australia. Wherever you went, there were winners. Oakbank in South Australia, isn't that tremendous? They only have races there about 3 times a year. They have Easter Saturday and Easter Monday. It's just tremendous. The Oakbank Easter Carnival, if you haven't been, you've not lived. You just walk away all the time with a big bag of money. I don't know how the bookies do it. Punters, you may have given the Good Friday appeal in Melbourne something. Well, why not dig deep once again for our charity partners, the Blinkered Knights of Balaclava and the Rooting King Foundation. They'll be collecting at all football fixtures across the nation today. It's a cash-in-the-can day for those two tremendous charities. And now let's lock horns with the man who this week called for a Royal Commission into Australian cricket. His reasoning? If there have been Royal Commissions into the unions and the Australian banking industry, why not a full-out, in-out probe into our cricket? What's more, this man is prepared to give evidence about his time at the top. No one fiddled with the ball from the punt road or cathedral end more than this Aussie quick. He used the marshmallow mix, that is Jaffas, fantails, minties, snakes, Freddo frogs, cobbers, spearmint gum and mint leaves, all in the mouth at the same time to produce an exotic toxic saliva that made the ball talk. I kid you not. Of course, he couldn't talk because his mouth was full, and so he couldn't even scream, "How's that?" when he got a wicket or a hat-trick or anything like that. It was just jammed in there, chock-a-block. But nonetheless, it was a terrific aid to reverse swing. And what was weird was he could make it normally swing as well with the reverse manner, if you know what I mean. He used that to great effect. Obviously, super glue, great effect, but without doubt his greatest wheeze was what he called a pocket full of brown. Between deliveries in a torrid 5-4 opening spell, this man coated the ball with a layer of putrid-smelling gear thread that he had in his pocket, and this had top opening bats giving away their wickets stupidly because they simply could not stand the stink. That man, rampaging Roy Slaven. Roy, can we get the TSP bunny in motion simply by asking what were the highlights that caught your restless eye this week?
Thank you very, very much, H.G. Nelson. Wonderful week. Wonderful week to be an Australian now that the healing has started.
Yes, the healing.
The healing has started.
We've lanced the boil.
We have. There might be a little bit more about this, about the healing process that we're going through a little later in the program. But let's look at the upside of this week, HG. Not that the healing's not an upside, it is, but it's a different sort. It's got a different colour to it than the other upsides. The Socceroos back on track with a stunning draw against Colombia. And I'm wondering if we could, is it possible? Is it remotely possible to get through to the final of the World Cup without scoring a goal? And without having a goal scored against you? More importantly, is it possible?
You'd need other results to go your way.
Oh, well, of course you would. Yes, I know. But if we can arrive with a blank sheet,
both ends,
that'd be perfect. And obviously this is where Bert's going. Bert's not interested in attack anymore, which is fair enough. We can't do it unless we've got a big bloke with a big head up top, and we're not prepared to do that anymore by the looks of things with Kale. So, all right, so we just lock it up. We build a border around our goal mouth, and that's it. Get in if you can, and they can't. See you in the final. Ruskies. Now, Stadium Australia to be revamped and not demolished. A lot of Stadium Australia, where the Olympic Games was held in the year 2000, you'll recall, a lot of fans were very down in the dumps, thinking that the grand old girl might go, but it's not. It's staying. And I think all of Australia is prepared to say, well, good decision. Well done. Leave it as it is. Well, refurbish it a little, sure.
Coat of paint.
Coat of paint, a few more toilets, maybe.
Bar facilities.
That's it. And gambling facilities at every seat. So you don't have to walk anywhere. You can just sit there and gamble. Now, tennis moves to Channel 9.
Right.
And this is tremendous for all those who can recall what tennis was like on Channel 9 with Nuke and Fiery Fred Stolle and that great seventh game theory that was being prosecuted every match by Fiery Fred, which was right every time. And it hasn't been picked up at all by anyone on Seven over the many, many years they've had it. You've never heard anyone talk about the important seventh game theory that we know is absolutely right.
It goes with Seven, though.
Well,
tennis on Seven, seventh game series.
Seventh sizzling summer of tennis has gone.
I know.
It's now 9. Nuke.
Ole Stole.
That's it. Now, the AFL reveals plans to transform the national draft into a 2-day extravaganza. Can't wait for that. What a 2-day celebration, live, covered, minute by minute. Be fantastic.
Right, will Frenzel Rom get a gig on it? Or
Look, I don't know how it's going to work, whether it's just going to be folk artists or whether there's going to be a blues and roots festival associated with it. I'm not too sure.
Comedy festival?
Could be a comedy festival, yes. But
between the drawers?
But I know a lot of people are very, very... Look, if you love the Spartan show, you'll love this show.
Why so short?
Yeah, I know.
2 days?
Yeah, I know. I mean,
surely a week, draft week.
Yeah. And Spartan Show freaks, remember, tomorrow night is the grand final. 7:30. I can't wait. I thought it was going to be on tonight, and I was all, you beauty, come on. But no, I'm going to have to cool my heels for another day.
You got big Spartan news.
I have big news here that I'm announcing now, HG. A second season has been made of Spartan Now, when is it going to go to air? We don't know. Or whether it's just going to be one of those boutique things you've got to buy, on DVD somewhere. Not too sure. But as soon as we know, you'll know what the future is for Australian Spartan. Now, will Justin Langer replace Boof? Probably. No one knows the scuff caper like Justin Langer. Now, Winks pulls out of the European campaign, and can I say that I don't think I've witnessed a more gutless act in all my years of talking about sport on radio and television. This is absolutely gutless on behalf of Winks. I don't know if Winks is responsible or whether it's Winks' connections responsible. Don't know. But questions will have to be asked. And no one has been brave to front the media and explain why Winks isn't going to take on the world when the world wants Winks.
Are you suggesting a social media campaign to get Winks too?
Yes. Because I don't want Winks to be known in history, it might win 25, 26, 27 races on the trot. It won't be remembered for any of that.
No.
It's going to be remembered as gutless Winks. No, I don't want to see that happen. Now, the NRL, is it in a crisis of penalties? Is it? It's unwatchable. People wonder why people aren't going. People aren't going because the product is putrid. It is a joke. We're not going to watch referees blow the whistle. And that's all we're seeing. Rugby league, have a look at yourself. Make of that what you will.
Yes, brothers and sisters, you're in the Church of Hope on an Easter Sunday special. It's in the pulpit, the very Reverend R.R. Slaven, with a special reading from Revelation on the evils lurking in Channel 9's tennis coverage, and nicking off with the collection plate, H.G. Nelson. Now, I know there's a lot on the agenda, Roy, but I'm just wondering if we could start with this thing that I think has got enormous implications for the world of football, that's AFL. It's about the pre-season camp of the Adelaide Football Club, the Crows, who had an excellent win over the Richmond Tigers. It might have been Thursday night. It seems like a week ago already. Now, this has produced a result in the coverage of this event. Senior players are reconsidering their future at the club after being left distraught by the Crows pre-season training camp. Right. The events of the camp have left some players questioning the club's culture. And that's what we're doing a lot in this show today, questioning cultures. Obviously, they were at the Gold Coast late in January, focusing on training of the mind. Good. And some players put through emotionally exhausting exercises and scenarios, according to Sam McClure, who I don't think was there, but has spoken to players who survived.
Survived it.
A number of players haven't come back from the Gold Coast yet, but players were ordered to hand in mobile phones at the beginning of camp, told not allowed to contact families, members' duration, and some of these people are still, I think they've got a couple of teenagers playing for the Crows at the moment. In fact, a very good teenager playing.
Yes.
So I think this could be in the area.
How long did they have to go without their mobile phones, HG?
Well, at least the week of the camp.
The week?
It's inhuman.
God almighty.
You can see why people got disturbed. Yeah. Although no official complaint, apparently the Players Association, that's the AFLPA, are involved. I'm led to believe that theirs was quite unique circumstances, says former Richmond coach Danny Frawley. Frawley. They went to a camp place, Gold Coast, blindfolded in a bus, 24 hours in the bus. A guy was talking to them. They had food and didn't know where they were going. It was more about mind than physical. In the middle of Australia where they ended up, Crows captain Tex Walker refuted this. The camp was one of the most beneficial and rewarding I've been on, and advised my mates or family members to do the same thing. There's a big rap from Tex.
Isn't it?
He played very well when they played the Richmond.
Yeah. Well, Crows are playing well, so it's worked.
Now, our football club, like most teams, is exploring getting an edge in the AFL that is in the mental space.
Good.
It's in the mental space where we have a edge over the others.
Yes.
Collective Minds, the group that ran the camp, well, they were contacted for comment but didn't respond. Now, Collective Minds, what do you know about them, Roy? What do you know about this camp? And, of course, I've got to refer to your own experience.
Yes.
Grassy was no stranger to camps.
No.
And setting off, heading for, say, Oberon or on a Thursday night to arrive in time for kick-off on Sunday, or, of course, at a grand final time, starting off on Monday morning and walking to Orange for a grand final, but...
Yes.
Take us through some of it.
Look, sometimes these things work, HG, and getting a mental edge is incredibly important when you get to the elite level. I thought we went a little bit too far, or Grassy did, when he had each of us. Well, okay, it was about 4 days before the game, the grand final, Group 10. Each of us were kidnapped at about 3 a.m. There was no knock on the door. There was just the window of the bedroom was smashed, and people came in, a lot of them, and I was blindfolded.
Nude.
Well, I was in my pyjamas actually.
Yeah.
And I was taken with the others in a bus. We were on the floor, tied up. We were, I don't know where we ended up, but it must have been about 50 or 60 kilometres away. I think we're heading towards Bathurst, but I'm not sure. We were taken into the bush and waterboarded for a day until we coughed up a lot of secrets and stuff, personal things, personal attitudes we had towards Grassy in particular.
Other players.
And other players. And then we were sworn to secrecy and told that we would lose family members if we told anyone else about this. And I'm revealing this now for the first time because the family members that were about at the time are no longer with us, and I know they're safe. They're safe in death.
And in heaven.
And in heaven. Oh, without doubt.
Yeah, no,
without doubt. Now, we were confused, HG. We arrived back. We were dumped back unceremoniously at Queen Elizabeth Park in Lithgow and walked home in our pyjamas. And then turned up and played the game. Now, we didn't win, but we went close. And I think the jury's out, and we've never discussed it. It was so weird. And in the end, some players really benefited by it, by leaving the game and never playing again. And some managed to get jobs, and some didn't. And some we never heard of again, and some have remained friends. So I don't know. The jury's out on the worth of these sorts of camps, HG. It works for some people and not for others. I felt it worked for me because it made me a more honest person, and it gave me a route into getting to the truth of other people by means of waterboarding.
Yes, as the Probe House of Drag up front, swivelling the hips and blasting through. Hey, big spender is the talk of the town, rampaging Roy Slaven. And out back trying on the wigs and sequin frocks is the Lippy and Rouge specialist, H.G. Nelson. Now, Roy, your camp, obviously I can picture it now.
Yeah.
Young, impressionable rugby league players, abandoned.
We were scared, actually.
Scared.
We were scared, yeah.
Did you?
We had to confront our fears.
Right.
I think that was it.
And I tell you what, that you're given, I think, in the old days, speaking of half a pound, I use that word advisedly now, 250 grams of butter,
yes,
and a Swiss Army knife to live off the land in between your waterboarding sessions. Now, it did get dry.
You did.
And can I ask, did it leave you questioning the club's culture, the Shamrocks culture?
No, I felt it reinforced our culture, HG, and that is to be ruthless. Be ruthless. And do what is required.
And did you have any idea that, say, the Orange Sims or the Oberon Tigers were doing similar things?
Yeah, of course they were.
Yeah, they were looking for a mental edge.
We were everyone was looking for a mental edge in those days. And I don't think anything's changed. I think we're all looking for a mental edge these days, all our teams, and you can't blame them. I mean, that's the future. The future of sport is in your head.
Now, can I ask you to unravel this?
Yeah.
They didn't know where they were going. Would you tick that box?
Yeah, I tick that box. Yeah.
They had their shorts.
Well, we had pyjamas.
Pyjamas.
Yeah.
They were in a bus, basically blindfolded for about 24 hours in a bus. Would that be something you'd recommend?
Yeah, I recognise that. Yeah, that happened to me.
They had food, but they didn't know where they were going.
Yeah, well, we didn't know what the food was because if you can't see the food often, you don't know what it tastes like. You don't know if it's food or not. You're a bit unsure, especially when you're given weird things, like you might be given a chocolate crackle, followed by a fried egg. And you think, oh, what's this about? It tastes weird. But you've got to eat. But that's what you've got to get over. You've got to get over this mental anguish that you're going through. You've just got to say, well, I've got to go with it. Otherwise, I'm going to be waterboarded longer than I
want to be.
Yeah.
Now, look, I put it to you that anywhere in the Gold Coast.
And you're confused with the waterboarding too, actually, because you don't know what, you've been there waterboarding, they're saying things like, what did you have for breakfast?
Chocolate
crackle. Well,
no, you didn't.
I think. Well, what was it followed by? Fried egg. Fried egg. Yeah, right. Okay. Did you like it? Yeah. Liar!
It's the Probe House of Cards holding all the aces, the King of Diamonds, rampaging Roy Slaven on the other side of the card table, the man with the fist of nothing, H.D. Nelson. Now, before we come to the issue of the week, if I can put it that way.
Yes.
Wednesday night, Australia will be hosting an incredible array of, let's face it, celebrities, media stars. I think all the crowned heads of Europe are coming. Koshi's going to be there. Princess Mary, obviously. I'm not sure if she's a crowned head, but you know who I mean.
She is, I think.
She is pretty close to being a crowned head.
Yeah. She's Princess Mary.
Olivia Newton-John will be there. Danny and Kylie, of course, together for the first time at any event in Australia, I think, for 25 years. Julian McMahon's coming, so it'll be great to see Danny.
Julian McMahon.
Yeah, Julian and Danny.
Wow.
Now, Kanye West will be there and Beyonce will be there. And I'm talking about, and everybody knows this, the only person who won't be there is the Queensland Premier. I'm talking about the opening of the Commonwealth Games. The baton, the bit of wood with the cassette with the message from the Queen. You know, don't cheat. Remember, you're a Commonwealth representative.
Values of the Commonwealth.
Yeah.
All of that.
Culture, all that sort of stuff. That's making its way around the suburbs of Brisbane, ready for a final sprint down the road to the Gold Coast.
Yes.
And then charge into the stadium to be met by Peter Beattie.
Yes.
And probably, I was going to say JPY or somebody like that, some musical act.
Isn't Delta Goodrem doing something with Olivia Newton-John, HG?
I think she is.
A duet together or something?
I think they'll be singing the...
something from Greece, would it be? I would have thought so.
Because they're turning Greece, or they're remaking Greece
they are.
with Delta.
That's right.
What it is it's Olivia Newton-John's
biopic. That's right. Yeah.
Wow, talk about lining up great dominoes. And so they might sing the main song. You're the one that I want.
No, they do Hopelessly Devoted to You. I think they would, HG.
And then the crowd would applaud.
And the crowd would applaud.
More. Back they'd come.
Yeah. Then the baton comes out.
And they'd sing You're the One That I Want.
Something like that. Yep.
Now.
That's going to be great. And who's sort of main host, HG? Is it going to be Hamish McLaughlin?
Hamish McLaughlin, I hope so.
And Bruce, probably.
Or why not the person who did Spartans, Edwina Bartholomew, the forgotten
With Hamish.
With Hamish,
yes.
And Bruce maybe down on the sideline, doing interviews with people as they pass.
That's good. Yeah,
now,
that's solid.
And you can see people thinking, bloody hell, Spartans, they're licking their lips tomorrow night.
Well, I hope during the Commonwealth Games, it's a great opportunity to promote the second season of Spartans.
Now, the ball tampering scandal, according to the Fairfax people, has already taken valuable media airtime from the Commonwealth Games build-up.
Oh, has it ever?
And, of course, is competing against the country's major footy codes. The Gold Coast begins, obviously, Wednesday night.
Yeah.
Monash University's Tom Heenan says the event is finding itself on the back foot in terms of media coverage, already having to compete with the NRL and AFL seasons for media, space.
And Spartan.
Heenan says intensive media glare on Australian cricket team could have come at a worse time for the Commonwealth Games organisers. Now, I'll just give you an idea of how bad this is. Host broadcaster 7, open brackets Hamish, Edwina Bartholomew, Bruce, etc., has been doing its bit to pump up the game, steadily upping the content and trying to drum up interest in the Queen's baton relay. Well, I've seen nothing.
No coverage.
Of the Queen's baton relay.
No.
I expect 24 hours on the main channel, like so was the Olympics.
Yeah.
Remember how in the Olympics...
Seven have got 3 channels. Couldn't one channel have been, like Mate, been just dedicated to the baton, baton channel?
Which have been, obviously, now, other outlets have been slower. This is other media outlets have been slower to start ramping up the coverage and with unprecedented cricket scandal, ... Now, can I make a suggestion here?
Yes.
That... I'm not sure where this test is at, but let's say it finishes tomorrow. This one in South Africa tomorrow. I think we're in.
I think we're in trouble.
We're in a bit of trouble. Yeah, it's going to take a miracle to get out of this one. The team comes back. All of a sudden, a late addition to the card on the Gold Coast is the Australian cricket team. Driven around the boundary in cars, in utes, probably Holden Hiluxes, Toyota Hiluxes, with the wooden seats in the back, and given full focus.
Yes.
So, ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome onto the arena Captain Steve Smith.
Oh, you mean the cricket team as it was up until a week ago?
Well,
rather than Tim Payne. How would Tim Payne feel?
Wait a minute. I think the big 3 have to come in as well. I'm talking about the Big Show and whoever else went over there. Glenn Maxwell and I've forgotten already. Joe Burns. God, didn't he contribute?
Did he?
And the other bloke got out for none.
That's right.
Hanscom.
Yeah.
They're all there as well. And last but not least, the one who saves us, Tim Payne. So you get the whole lot. Around they go.
So they form a guard of honour.
Oh, I hadn't got that far. A guard of honour.
And Tim Payne comes through as the last carrier of the baton.
Now it's starting to take shape.
Okay. Gives it to Hamish or Edwina, who passes it on to Basil Zemplis, who passes it on to Bruce, who gives it to Peter Beattie, who gives it to Alex, to Premier Palaszczuk.
Oh, well, she's not there at the moment.
Oh.
That's
well,
okay.
whoever.
We'll get her in as well.
Yeah. Well, it could be Deke or someone like that, Rob de Castella, who says something like, I take this baton of peace and declare the games open. Something like that.
And then takes it out and sticks it in the cassette player.
And then we all listen
to the
Queen saying, welcome everybody.
And I'd like to special mention to the Australian cricket team for being such good sports and turning up here today. Yes, the Probe tour of World War I battlefields. The man up front with the baton in his knapsack is the General Major rampaging Roy Slaven, and letting off bombs in the background to provide that realistic trench warfare smell, the putrid one, H.G. Nelson. Now, Roy, it's been suggested to me two things about this cricket fiasco. Is... Firstly, that the current team is paying for the sins of previous teams. So it's often expressed it's an eruption of pent-up distaste, even hatred for the Australian team within the country that dates back many, many years.
Wow.
Some suggest that, even as far as the War brothers, now that's a long time ago.
Yeah. What are you suggesting? We hated the cricket team then?
Well, no, it's not. It's a complex thing.
Yeah,
all of a sudden, the populace are given license to hate them because they've done something which people disapprove of.
Yes.
Now, without getting into the, who's to blame here, the big three have had the finger pointed at them, and people think, well, yeah, sure, that's right. I've always disliked the Australian cricket team. I never liked Michael Clarke. I never liked, Gilly. Even when he walked, I hated him. All that sort of stuff.
Sure.
Now. I'm just wondering if you feel as though there's any truth to that there's been a pent-up...
Look, I think it's been appallingly handled. Absolutely appallingly handled. I don't think Australians like seeing Australians weeping on television, for a start. I don't. I mean, it just makes us feel uncomfortable.
It does.
We don't like seeing it.
It does.
I think had young Stephen Smith, as captain, fronted the media and was bolshy, had said, look, OK, I'm captain of the team and I take responsibility, and you know why? Because I wanted us to win. Why did I want us to win? Because you expect us to win.
Because I'm Australian.
I'm Australian. And the only way you can win these days is to play the game like everybody else does. You cheat. You've got to remember, we were playing South Africa. Full of cheats. Faf du Plessis, caught twice. Ball tampering. Now, was there an inquiry? Was there people upset? Did Faf have to go on and apologise to his nation? No, he didn't.
Did he break down and cry?
No, he didn't. He didn't. OK, I'm prepared to accept the opprobrium, but I was doing what any Australian would do under those circumstances. I was the captain. I take responsibility. If you want me to walk away, sure, fine, I will. It's up to you. But I've done all I can to win to be an Australian.
Beautifully put.
I think that had he done that, people would have thought, I'm with you, bro. Let's just accept the one-match ban and look forward to seeing you fronting up against whoever we're going to play India, it might be, towards the end of the year.
And same with Dave Warner, do you think?
Well, Dave shouldn't have said anything. None of your bloody business.
Yeah, what's Dave?
Yeah, what are you looking at? What are you looking at, press?
Yeah.
Get on with your lives. I am.
Go and talk about that camp on the Gold Coast that buggered the AFL team, the Crows.
Yeah, you want to sniff about stories. Sniff about Faf du Plessis, eh? See what he's been up to. Don't look at me. That's the attitude we should have taken.
Now, remember, of course, South Africa and Australia, it goes way back.
Yes.
Who was the bloke who Breaker Morant?
Yes.
He's killed over there. That's Boer War. That's over a century ago now. It's been ever thus.
Yes.
Remember their rugby union tours that used to come here in the old days,
yes.
When apartheid was on and there was riots across Australia.
That's right. Yep.
I mean, it's a nation, as you point out, Hansi Cronje.
Match fixing. Does it get any worse?
Now.
I mean, at least we haven't done... We haven't done match fixing, though, have we?
Oh.
Well, hang on.
The difficulty
We haven't been caught.
No. Now, can I point out...
That's the important thing. We haven't been caught. I'm just annoyed that we've been caught.
Well, aren't we all? Now, can I point out the big...
I think Australia is annoyed.
That we've been
caught. And we're blaming the cricketers for being caught. Fair enough. Sorry we were caught. That's as far as the apology should go. I am sorry, and I'm sorry we were bloody well caught.
Yeah. Now, further than that, I am sorry that we've drawn attention away from the Commonwealth Games beginning.
Yes.
Do you see what I mean?
Exactly. And, okay, all right, caught, that's it. Now let's move on. There's nothing to look at here.
That's language that people understand.
Yes.
Moving on.
You've got the Spartan show coming up this weekend. Love that. Get on with that. We've got the Comic Games. It's all up from here. See you later, everyone.
Have a good Easter.
Yes. That's all it needed.
Now.
And in with a couple of jokes. Did you hear the one about it? So just settle them down.
Now, can I just say that I've got a dream. I want to get the 3 baggies and the bit of tape. That's the collection.
Oh, memorabilia.
Imagine that. Imagine if 9 could come out today and say, we've acquired the 3 baggies and the piece of tape. We're putting it up for an Easter.
You mean the piece of sandpaper?
Sorry, yes, my mistake there. I take that back, the piece of sandpaper, the Bunnings 80-20.
Yep.
Now, we're going to put them together. We're going to have a charity, bid now. Like, let's say a charity. I mean, I noticed the federal government is considering chopping aid to countries.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know whether they're going to go ahead with this. This is the rumour. What the budget's going to do is slash the aid budget to other countries. So why not a South Pacific, Indo-Asian South Pacific charity got together for the 3 bags and the piece of sandpaper.
Yeah. Do we know what's happened to that bit of sandpaper, actually?
No,
because that is very, very valuable.
Well, imagine that as something.
Imagine that as a standalone, just nicely framed. Eh? I mean, every collector would be bending over backwards. You'd be going to your bank to see how much you could borrow.
You would. And
pity there's a Royal Commission on.
That's true.
Otherwise, you could really go silly.
Now, look, can I just point out that Morris Yema, and God almighty, Morris Yema does so much valuable work for this community in the sporting area. I think he's part of that southern expansion that Fossey and them have got going in the football. He runs for the AFL. He's some sort of AFL commissioner. Now he's tidying up cricket. He's suggesting he's going to clean up cricket. He wants to head a review.
Is anyone inviting him to clean up cricket, or is he just putting his hand up?
Oh, he's just putting his hand up. He's interested. He's interested. He's going to. He wants to lead a review into the Australian cricket in the wake of the tampering saga, blaming the sports elite for contributing to ill discipline at grassroots level. Former Premier Yema said he saw on pitches was not just sledging but a tirade. They just unload verbal barrage. Anybody who thinks the decline in behavioural standards that we witness at the elite level hasn't permeated its way down to grade and junior level and school level cricket isn't living in the real world. What have you seen, Roy? I know you get round to schools a lot more than me in junior cricket and techniques and so on. I know you're taking clinics all the time. What is going on in junior levels, and do you believe the culture at the top is influencing?
Yeah, look, it probably is, HG. I mean, I've often said when I give clinics about how to behave in a cricket field, or specifically how to behave in the slips cordon. I mean, you can sledge all you like at deep third man or out in the boundary. No, it's useless, wasted. It's got to be snipey stuff in close. And I often say to kids, look, if you can't think of anything that's going to embarrass the player or make them laugh, don't say it.
Yes, this is The Probe, a show for dreamers. Aussie golden dreamers, headed up by a man who dreamed of being Australia's #1 nudist, rampaging Roy Slaven, and a young man with bugger all prospects who dreamed of being a feature writer for Trot Guide, H.G. Nelson. Now, Roy, the question that dawns on me as we approach this denouement Wednesday night with the cricketers returning from the Veldt and touring around the outskirts of the main stadium as part of the Commonwealth Games. The healing, as you pointed out, has begun. I would see that as putting a full stop on the healing, back to business as normal. I'm just wondering if we need to put some caveats around what happens in future. Cricketing, touring teams are not a place for young children, and I think that would help a lot. If we said, look, it's all very well to have your kids with you on tour, but please don't bring them to the cricket. Please don't. Please don't.
I had no idea that what cricketers were taking their family to the game.
It appears that that's what's been going on. Certainly,
how long has this been happening?
Well, I think they had a big kerfuffle about it some years ago, maybe in the Clark years, where, wives and girlfriends were allowed to tour and hang out with the team, as this helped somehow prevent excesses.
Oh.
You can see where the problem lies. Sure. Now, wives and girlfriends are causing the excesses, I assume. But kids shouldn't be exposed to a lot of what's gone on. The language, the actions. I mean, what sort of distorted view of Australian society are younger people getting through the prism, through the lens of the Australian cricket team? Going back to Morris Yema, he says remember he's going to clean up cricket. He said, I don't recall when I first started out incidents of this type, that is witnessed in the last 2 or 3 years on Saturday mornings and Sundays at rep cricket. There's been a slow but inexorable decline in standards of behaviour. Behaviour and sportsmanship has declined, completely. I've seen a very clear trend in the decline of behaviour at junior behaviours, descending of umpires, verbal attacks on opponents. It's not sledging, it's a tirade. It's in your face. It's not, this guy can't handle a bat. They just unload with barrage after barrage of 4-letter words, the dirty words, as Jarvan and me and Dad called them.
Right.
It's ingrained in them and it's acceptable.
Oh. I had no idea this was going on, HG.
Well, I must say, I've often noticed...
cricket is now associated with dirty words.
Well, you see, I've often noticed when you go to a clinic at a school, the teacher has to say, I get there before you to set up the stumps, the teacher often has to say, kids, we've got Roy Slaven coming today for a clinic. Now, be on your best behaviour. Roy doesn't like the dirty words.
No. Unless the context. It depends on context. Context, actually. Context.
Yes. You often give a kid out and they're not out just to gee them up to see how far they'll go.
That's right.
And occasionally they break.
Yes.
And out it tumbles.
That's right. I suppose the culture has changed. I mean, I can remember back in the day, HG, that you were expected to applaud if an opponent played a nice shot. And often there'd be a comment come from slips, such as, well played, sir. And...
Oh, that's gone.
That appears to have gone.
Now,
I'm not saying that was any better or worse. Certainly, it's more lively these days when you gob off, on someone.
Can I ask?
Even if they hit a good shot, fluke.
Never again, buddy. Now, can I ask you to compare and contrast the penalties in cricket this week with the penalties in rugby league? As you know, this program is very pro-rugby league from the point of view it's a redemptive power. Rugby league hardly loses a player to eventually to a indiscretion of any sort, really. No. They're all welcome back eventually.
Well, it's hard to imagine an indiscretion in rugby league that will cost you captaincy in 12 months.
And several $1 million.
Several $1 million. I mean, you'd have to essentially, I don't know.
Murder a ref?
Well, murder your whole team.
Yes, you're on the set of Crocodile Dundee Part 3, The Probe. The man with a big hat and what they call a knife is Aussie favourite rampaging Roy Slaven and playing the very tricky part of the crocodile-infested swamp, H.G. Nelson. Now, Roy, on April the 7th, there's a magnificent auction of Russell Crowe memorabilia.
Oh, yeah.
It's partly to do, it's just billed, funnily enough, as the art of divorce has been well documented, the happy couple. Russ and Danielle are splitting up. I thought it'd last forever, but it hasn't. It broke my heart when those two said enough's enough. Yep. But the benefits or the beneficiaries are people of Australia who can get their hands on this magnificent collection.
Can you get gladiator stuff?
Yeah, of course you can. And romper stomper stuff? Yeah, heaps.
Okay.
You can get a chariot that was used in gladiators.
A genuine Roman chariot. A genuine that'd be unreal.
It would. Imagine that. Something that Caesar stood in.
Yes.
I'm sure it'd have those sort of DNA bits attached to it.
Man.
Isn't that incredible?
How many's he got?
He's got a dozen.
Wow.
Now, he's got the boxing glove and robes from Cinderella Man. And he's got...
I love that film.
It's incredible.
Yes.
Now, what he's got is a baggy green worn... This is apropos of problems in South Africa.
Yeah.
A baggy green worn by Australian wicketkeeper Bert Oldfield during the third test of the infamous Bodyline series, and you know a bit about the Bodyline series, against England 32-33, that is 1932-1933, when he was struck in the right temple while trying to fend off a vicious Harold Larwood delivery.
Yes.
Now...
So that's the very baggy he was wearing when he was hit.
Exactly. Now, wait a minute. Imagine you've got the big three from South Africa at the moment. Obviously, Bangers, Smithies, and Warner, and the bit of
And the Bert Oldfield there.
Exactly. As dry powder ready to go in. So.
Sitting just above the Roman chariot where Caesar stood.
In the games room. I mean, talk about having a queue at the door and being able to charge admission to the games room. Crowe says it's cricket folklore right there. He had no intention of buying it when it was put up for auction in 2000, even though I really wanted it. I thought it'd be too much. Then the bids started slowing up, and I went, yep, and got it. How he works. Yep.
Yep. Okay.
He didn't know really what he had bought, though, until
it wasn't described.
Just an old baggie, number 129. Until it was removed from the frame. The great thing about the baggie is that you can see where the peak is separated from the cap. That's the point, according to Russell, of impact where the ball from Harold Larwood hit Bert on the head. It broke the peak of the cap. Something must have hit him with incredible force. I mean, that's body lines, et cetera, et cetera. It does go on a bit.
Yeah. Wow. Okay.
Isn't that amazing? A lot of cricket people want that. Because it's got two connections. It's got Bert, obviously, Bert people, Bert freaks, 129, all that. But it's also got the Larwood freaks. He hit him in the head.
Yeah. And a most infamous part of cricketing history. Yeah.
And a famous, as you point out, maybe the most talked about series up until Australia
went to last week.
Yes. Yes, you're on the Probe Explorer, heading out for another day, bleaching the reef. The man with the snorkel and spear gun is the skipper, Captain Roy, and down the back with a tub of, down the back of the tub with a 44-gallon drum of White King is a very excited H.C. Nelson. Now, I was getting excited myself because also Russell's putting up, and Lord knows why he's doing this, he's putting up Wisdom Almanacs bookending Sir Donald Bradman's career, i.e. the wisdom from when he started and the wisdom from 48 when he finished.
What, every one of them in between? Or
no,
just the bookends?
The bookends, bookending the career.
Wow.
Then he's got a shirt, a World Cup shirt, wait for it, this has got an echo of the week, signed by the late Hansi Cronje.
The big cheat. Oh.
So that's a lot. And then he's got really weird things, like he's got a hog. Remember the hogs for the homeless earlier this year?
Yeah.
Well, this is a rabbit's custom chopped hog. So a Harley Davidson in rabbit's colour, green and red, the Coachwood Myrtle.
Why is he getting rid of this stuff? Doesn't he like it anymore?
Well, I think he's downsizing, and I think probably it's fair to say that in one of these relationship breakups, I think both people feel as though they've contributed to getting all this, assembling all this for the obvious reason, and so when you sell it, you divvy it up.
Yeah.
But it's true what you're going to say, and I'd preempt this by saying if the chopper's worth $20,
give her $10.
Yeah, Danielle,
and keep
$10.
the job. I mean.
See, the 2008...
I imagine if you've had Bert Oldfield's bloody baggie in your house, you'd never want to... The house wouldn't be the same if it left. You see what I mean?
No,
it
I
gives
understand.
the house an aura.
An aura, that's right. It would be like a shrine.
Even
if you didn't go past it and, light a stick of incense on your Bert sort of every morning, it still exactly has that place, that
And every
focus.
time you'd walk past it, even every time you walk past the room that it's in, you're going to think, oh, Bert.
Yeah.
Bert's in there.
And the peak separated from the hat.
Yeah.
How much the force. And you spent ages trying to calculate the speed at which Larwood bowled that ball.
That's right.
Because they didn't have speed guns in those days.
They didn't.
There was more to do with, how quickly it left the hand timed often too.
Yeah.
Because they didn't have digital gear.
No,
so it'd be hand timed.
They just knew he was quick, bloody quick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, the chopper, the Rabbitohs chopper, is estimated to fetch between 35 and 45,000. That's a steal, a snib at that price.
Ooh.
The other is a signed jersey presented to Crowe in 2002 when the club was readmitted the NRL. He says, I'm not selling the rest because, funnily enough, I don't have much South memorabilia. He's got the Book of Feuds.
Yeah.
Now.
Right. Well, that's a great opportunity for...
bargain hunters.
Yeah.
Because, now, can I just ask, the old...
Shouldn't the government step in and keep this collection together? And
mean
house it somewhere?
The Minister of Sport?
Yes.
Oh, I hadn't thought of that.
Yes.
Like the Crowe collection?
Yeah, the Crowe collection, thank you.
I went in an entirely different way. I'd love to see the Bert Oldfield story turned into a mini-series with Russell obviously playing Bert. Do you know what I mean?
Because he'd have the cap.
He's got the cap. He knows what happened. he's almost there.
Yeah.
Look, obviously people would know what sort of pads they wore in the batting of the era.
Yep.
You know, I mean, the Bert Oldfield story, doesn't it scream out to be, baggy green 129 and have it start with the moment, say, when,
Sure.
when he gets his head knocked off.
Yeah.
And then retell the story.
Or just use it to take the story somewhere else, HG. Maybe your opening scene is bloke wakes up and he's got Bert's cap on and he doesn't know why. It's set now.
Yeah.
But his whole world is sort of turned upside down ever since he's been found with that cap. I don't know where the story's going to go. It's just like science fiction or something.
Science fiction, okay.
Or something mad. Like,
let's throw in a few things.
Like all of a sudden, let's say the bloke's in his late 60s and he turns up with Bert's cap.
And he's 29.
Wanting to play wicketkeeper, and he's never played cricket before in his life. He just turns up grade cricket and he's really good.
Oh, he would be really good. He's got the cap.
Well, whatever the cap's on. Take the cap off.
And he's hopeless.
Hopeless.
Yeah, but then throw in a few left field things like he's dumped somewhere, say, out the back of the Gold Coast and waterboarded. Yes, this is the Probe with Roy and HG, and people like to get in touch with us, especially when the big news breaks. So you can do that by getting in touch with us at Roy and HG, thesportingprobe.com.au. That's Roy and HG at thesportingprobe.com.au. And this week, the mailbag's been full, to coin a phrase, Roy. Where do you want to start?
Actually, I'll begin with James, who's been in touch. He says, I can't help but think the ICC's wet lettuce leaf approach to punishing most things that happen on a cricket field has left the door slightly ajar for players to bend the rules, headbutt the line, that sort of thing. Now, he's proposing the ICC introduce a wheel of discipline. The concept is simple. The ICC constructs a Wheel of Fortune-style wheel and fill it with random punishments, such as 1, batting for 2 test match innings without a box. 2, playing nude for 1 test match.
Yeah.
Well, that's difficult, really, isn't it? Because it's ceases. You couldn't show it. You'd have to pixelate out certain parts of the player. It makes it awkward. Serve the opposition lunch for the entire test match. That's not bad.
Yeah, that's...
walk to and from the ground with kit bag for 1 entire test match.
Right.
That's not bad. Or be declared bankrupt.
Be declared bankrupt?
Yeah.
Right.
So
now,
they're okay, throw in there a few suspensions and fines, televise the whole process and watch how quickly the game cleans up.
Yeah. Now, I remember, of course, we always used to have a punishment based on nude marching around cities. Now, I think that would be terrific if Cameron Bancroft was able to march, say, from Perth, from the town hall in Perth down to Fremantle and walk along with a sign saying I'm a cheat with a bit of nude and allow people, say at peak hour, so plenty of people to get a chance
people could gob off.
Gob off.
Yeah.
Or say...
What about tar and feathering, HG? That was very popular in days gone by.
It was. I think that's... Sadly, I think waterboarding's taken over from tar and feathering.
Right, yeah.
Now, oddly enough, Zach from Brisbane has got involved. Similar thing. Only way to stop cricket cheats is for the fielding team to be nude. If they have pockets underpants or other funny gear like worn as wrist straps, they can't be trusted. If all fielders, bowlers are nude, then I believe ball tampering will end. To protect the player's safety in regards to sunburn, all tests will be played at night, obviously under lights. This would also eliminate the need for the fielding team to wear hats, sunglasses. Players can't be trusted with these items. We can't risk sandpaper or dodgy tape being smuggled into the ground in a hat, for example. Wicketkeeper can wear gloves, but that's it. Now, it's not a bad solution.
No, it's extreme, isn't it?
It's extreme. But one thing that would worry me would be if, as will happen in these redevelopment of stadia that we're building at a great rate across Australia, is a nude section is available for the patrons. What I'm worried about is nude players running on and taking the place of nude fielders and all this sort of stuff.
Oh, I see. No, what I worry about, HG, is it's very easy, and players will do this, it's very easy to smuggle some sandpaper up your date.
It's the Sporting Probe, all right, with Roy and HG, and we're dealing with emails, and you can get in touch with us email-wise at royandhg at thesportingprobe.com.au. Now, Roy, a couple of people have got in touch with us concerning, and Andrew and Joshua lead the charge here, concerning this fantastic development for a Life Beyond League. One Martin Kennedy, he had to plead guilty over his role in wildlife smuggling ring, a former NRL player.
Was this part of his ambassadorial duties, HG, promoting rugby league through other means?
I think he and Matthew Lodge would have a lot in common, and they'd probably talk fruitfully either, over the phone or face-to-face about how you go about promoting the league.
And what was Kennedy's wheeze each year?
Well, Kennedy, the former Sydney Roosters, he bragged to a person he shouldn't be bragging to about his, should he want to continue in the trade, about smuggling wildlife such as stingrays, sugar gliders, pythons and fish, many of which died illegally being shipped.
Right. Where was he shipping them to, HG?
Well, we'll get to that in a minute.
Okay.
He says the fish are very finicky to try and export them illegally in a cardboard tube. It's, you wrap them in a damp tea towel and send them off.
Hope for the best. Okay.
Yeah. He said, for instance, he had $300 worth of stock here, but he thinks they're worth $3,000 overseas. And instead of selling all the snakes for $10,000 here, he seems to be able to sell the snakes overseas and be able to buy a house. Do you know what I mean? He's got $10,000 worth of snakes here, but once he sells it overseas, he's got enough for a house.
No, you mean there are sickos overseas that want to have snakes in their...
Well, hang on a minute. They want Aussie snakes.
Oh, Aussie snakes, sure. What are they after? The little ones, a little taipan, something like that? Something.
They love a taipan.
Yeah.
Just before
those little Eastern Browns, they can...
they can give you a nip.
Certainly can.
Now,
And what, you get someone over, an in-law you don't like, and say, hey, come and have a look at my snake. Is that how it works overseas? And you're not guilty of murder because, I didn't know.
I'm in Sweden. Yeah. It came in the post and I thought it was harmless. All I wanted was a grass python, and they sent me this brown, red-bellied black snake. That's a nipper. Oh. Now, one shipment bound for Sweden in 2016 contained 24 shingleback lizards. They're worth up to €euros each.
Really?
On the
in
European
Sweden?
Market. Sweden, yeah.
What are the Swedes doing with our lizards?
Can I point out?
What?
Look, ages ago, I've got to say, I'm not proud of myself for doing this, but I got an email request. I opened it up and they were asking, could I supply them with blue bottles?
Oh, yeah.
And
are these Swedes?
Swedes.
Right.
And I said, after sending about 4,000 blue bottles to them,
not enough?
Not enough. And I said, what are you doing with them in the end? And they say, well, we have nip parties. And they all get in the bath and put the blue bottles in and scare each other senseless by getting nipped. I mean, you've got nothing to do in those frozen winters. Whereas our blue bottles, we've got thousands of them, millions of them. I didn't think anybody would notice.
Well, look,
I
knew the Swedes were sick, but I had no idea that they want to fiddle with our lizards.
Snakes. Well, he said...
look, if they're hopping in a bath with blue bottles, I don't know. I don't want to know what they're doing with our lizards. Honestly, I don't want to know.
Yes, it's the Probe with Roy and HG on an Easter Sunday special, normally our top-rating show of the year. Now, Roy, just sticking with this import-export thing about the animals, if there was some element of rugby league involvement here, that was the great thing about Matthew Lodge, was he was promoting rugby league.
Well, he announced it proudly.
He did, and it's fallen. Rugby league has fallen under a spell. Two things. They've got the World Cup coming up there soon in America, and they've also got this magnificent match at Denver, the Mile High Stadium, with obviously England v New Zealand. Now, I can't see any
gain for rugby league.
Exactly, out of this animal smuggling.
I mean, we're not going to get... The Swedes aren't going to play rugby. They're not.
Can I point out...
They lack the...
They get up and go.
Yeah.
They got no poke and grunt
No,
up
they
front.
haven't, no.
Now, can I point out...
And if you're sick enough to bloody sit in a bathtub with blue bottles and wriggle about with bloody lizards in your bed, then you're never going to play rugby league. You're not. I mean, it's just not going to happen. I mean, you're dreaming.
Yeah. Can I point out that if he had smuggled roosters...
Yes.
And sharks...
And eels...
I'd have some sympathy for the bloke.
Sure.
And I'd think, well, okay, now you're starting to get
Broncos.
In a post tube.
Sure.
Look, the other thing that disturbed me about it was the package. Somehow it went both ways. So we got, and there were no platypuses going up there. I mean, remember, of course, the Suns and Port Power going to play up there in, in Shanghai, and big soup, that platypus big soup going through the roof, and Aussie Rock Joy and all that sort of stuff. Get it above ground.
Yeah.
But what happened here was that they sent out some packages from China or somewhere, 23 Chinese soft-shell turtles, 15 alligator snapping turtles, 10 live snakehead fish, not sure what they are, 58 dead snakehead fish. They obviously came as well. Don't know what happened.
Oh, so he's importing as well as exporting?
It appears that way.
Okay.
11 neotropical stingrays, 2 live sugar gliders, 8 dead sugar gliders, 15 veiled chameleons. That importation was worth about $500,000.
Really?
So this collector's here.
There are sickos here who want to fiddle about with turtles.
I assume they're Swedes.
Must be.
Oh, yes, it's the Probe, all right. The Sporting Probe nuclear bunker, where our red button is bigger than yours, with his hand on the hover, the atomic cheese, Wing Commander rampaging Roy Slaven, that is Flyboy Roy Slaven, and out back on the tools making the bugger go bang, H.G. Nelson. Now, because it's Easter, more emails, Roy.
Oh, yeah, look, one here from Stu, H.G. He says, in the wake of last weekend's revelations out of Cape Town, it's occurred to me that, much like has been the case with the recent emergence of the NRL's M. Lodge as a statesman and mentor in waiting, there's got to be room for some kind of good news out of the current catastrophe engulfing cricket. Well, he's on the money here, Stu. I agree with you on this one. While driving through idyllic Latrobe on Tasmania's northwest coast earlier in the week, and that's a wonderful part of the world.
It is. It's tremendous.
The fishing there is outstanding.
They're AFL mad.
They are.
They want to see
They're under-resourced.
They're under-resourced.
Yeah.
They want to see this mouth ulcers team get up and run.
They do. They
want to see the ulcers as part of the AFL.
Yes. Anyway, he was driving this part of the world. I was moved by the sight of the marvellous and iconic Axeman's Hall of Fame. Actually, I don't know if you've been to the Axeman's Hall of Fame at Bell's Parade on the banks of the Mersey River. We've produced so many great axemen.
Dave Foster.
Or
the whole Foster
family.
family.
Foster family.
What a story, isn't it? Why isn't that a biopic?
Why isn't that a film?
I know.
Why isn't Channel 9 investing a bit of money into a bloody mini-series? You get 20, 25 eps out of that.
The Tasmanian Axeman.
Yes.
A survey show.
Anyway, this inspired him. He says, I couldn't help thinking Australian sport is the perfect opportunity now to establish a Cheats Hall of Fame.
Wow! A Cheats Hall of Fame? You mean fine cotton?
He mentions that first off, right off the bat, actually. He said, imagine if you can. We can imagine it. We're with you, Stu. The prospect of a taxidermied fine cotton standing beside a similarly stuffed, bold personality, under the banner inviting you to spot the difference as you enter the soon-to-be spiritual home of underhand tactics in Australian sport. What a great idea. He said he'd love to see a display case stuffed with treasures ranging from Warnie's diuretics bottle to the mountain of takeaway coffee cups and crushed Coke cans caffeine-crazed Alex Watson must have left strewn around the athletes' village after his banishment from Seoul in 88.
God, that's a memory.
Lily's aluminium bat.
Oh, yeah, the combat.
Stephen Dank's syringe kit. Eamon Sullivan's fast suit. Melbourne Storm ledger books, both sets, from 2006 to 2010. There's literally no end of potential artefacts and relics out there to add flesh to the narrative of Australia's proud but checkered history of cheating at sport. This is a great idea.
Has he got a site to? I mean, is this something where we should place this? Say, I was thinking, let's talk about it in Gundagai, just for the sake of the argument. Now, the Gundagai is not far off the Hume, so people might.
But they've got the dog on the
Tucker box.
They've already got something.
Yeah, and so Holbrook's got a sub. I was just thinking where there's a lot of passing trade.
Yeah.
So Juggiong they've got a couple of coffee stops there, and I'm not sure if they've got any building though. The one thing is I know
Juggiong, they've got a very old church.
Have they?
They've got one of the original Catholic churches. I think that was opened by, I want to say, Father John Terry back in the day, in the early days of the colony.
Is it still used?
Yes, it is, but not often.
Oh, not often. So
I doubt if it'd have a parish priest or anything. No. They might have someone come in and open up every now and again, but not very often, in which case it could easily pass as the
Hall of Fame
centre of cheating excellence, whatever we're going to call it.
Now, the reason why I ask about raised Gundagai, I know the old theatre there is available for sale.
Oh, is it really?
Obviously if the government could get the money to buy it, it'd be a great one to keep in the national heritage, because everything else gets flattened. It's unlike this building will get flattened in Gundagai, given that it's not necessarily the most go-ahead part of the New South Wales.
That's true.
But to get a Cheats Hall of Fame in there would mean that people are pulling off the highway, get a cup of coffee.
You could go and see the dog first before you get into Gundagai and have a look at the dog, have your photograph taken. Kids, here's the dog in the tucker box. What? We got to get out of the car. Yes, you do. Get out of the car. Have it there. Stand still. Click. In you get. Let's go. can't we go to the Cheats Hall? Yes, we're going to the Cheats Hall of Fame. It's not far away. And so you could go there, and haven't they got that great cafe? I want to say called the Niagara.
Oh, that's almost directly opposite.
It is, and that's where I think the Prime Minister famously knocked up the proprietor there, the family that still owns that cafe. Knocked up? Well, when I say knocked up, got out of bed to make him something to eat while he had a cabinet meeting in that very cafe. I want to say just prior to the war.
Wow. Who would that be? Chifley,
Ben Chifley.
Somebody like that.
Yeah.
Wow, what a great story.
It is a great story.
That cafe.
I don't know why that hasn't been made a film either. The night of the Niagara Cafe.
So they're after the dog in the tucker box.
Yes.
The kids have be feeling peckish.
Yes.
So there they go to the cafe.
Yes.
And then across the street they waddle into the Cheats Hall of Fame.
Yes.
And some sort of big thing over the door. Kids, don't be like these people.
Yeah, or if you want to be, this is how you do it.
Thinking Gold Coast? Think the Sporting Probe.
Now, Roy, just changing the subject slightly, but we have on an international level a lot of difficulty going on. And I was noticing this week that the Foreign Minister appeared a lot in public and connected with the problems of expelling...
Oh, the Russians.
The Russians
Julie
from
Bishop,
Australia.
yes.
Now...
And isn't the Russian ambassador here? He's a personality, isn't he?
Yeah,
he looks like a cheat. I'm not saying he is, but he looks like he could be, doesn't he?
I tell you what, he'd be great. He selects himself for that 2-day draft the AFL has got. Imagine him as the MC.
Oh, yeah. I mean, imagine.
See, that's what we need. We need funny ambassadors who get involved with the community. It's way too standoffish. We need to get, the world of the ambassadors integrated into society. People wouldn't have a clue until they saw that bloke this week that he was the Russian ambassador.
Yeah, I had no idea.
See, I was dumbstruck. I thought that can't be
mind you, most of the time you asked me who the Swedish ambassador is, I couldn't tell you.
Well, he's in the bath with the blue ball.
Well, I get that.
Now,
I get that.
That's why he came
That's why they want to come here, because you don't have to pay through the bloody nose for a blue bottle.
Now, look, what I thought was disappointing was that she made an announcement that Australia would boycott, and I don't know how long this lasted, but would boycott the World Cup in Russia. They wouldn't send the Socceroos as protest. Now, this didn't stick very long.
Hang on, we're not going to boycott it, or we're
not going to boycott now. But, whoa!
Well, the only reason she's saying that now is because we pulled off that miraculous 0-0 against Colombia.
4-1 down against...
Had it been 6-1 down again...
It would have been a good get out.
It would have been. No, we're not coming.
I tell you what would have been great there, if we'd seen the Foreign Minister in a rugby league jumper.
Yes.
So, as, world, have a look at this. We're keeping our roos behind, but look at what I'm wearing.
Yeah.
Sharks jumper.
Yes.
Or Eels jumper.
Yes.
Or, FNQ Cowboys
jumper.
Yeah,
anything. Yeah.
I thought there was a lost opportunity.
It is a lost opportunity because the world was looking at Australia then.
Exactly. They was looking for leadership. Now, having said that, what the difficulty is that the rugby league, I just hope I can squeeze this in because, whenever you talk rugby league, it tends to fly off in all directions. This is the vision of the rugby league at the moment. This is the Peter Beattie-inspired vision of the rugby league at the moment, announced this week. 4-team women's competition, which was actually announced last December, with 6 teams, not just 4. Right. And this has obviously meant South Sydney and Cronulla are absolutely seething because they put up the idea in the first place of a...
And now Beattie's claiming it is his own idea.
They put it up as an NRLW idea.
Yeah.
So that's a dud. Then the next one, the new stadiums, which includes Parramatta Stadium, which has been paid for by the New South Wales taxpayer, and which includes ANZ and Allianz, yet to be finalised and signed off on, and includes stadiums the NRL can barely fill with anybody. And now, of course, the state government's backtracked on that, and they're only going to knock one down.
Yeah.
They've got to build Parramatta, obviously, because that's half done, and then they're going to maybe have a go at the Sydney Football Stadium.
Yep.
The expansion, which now includes the State Cup competition, headed up by former development boss Shane Richardson, that's been put, which has been on the agenda since 2015.
Yep.
And then there's the Immortals concept, which started in 1981, and they're going to add 2 to it. Mm-hmm. Now, it's not a very go-ahead competition if that's what it's...
They're the highlights.
They're the highlight of the vision.
The vision. I thought the vision had more to it. I thought they were pinning the New South Wales state government down to guaranteeing the grand final would be played at the Stadium Australia for the next 200 years.
That was their ambition. But sadly, I think that's fallen off the back of the Peter Beattie-driven truck.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so
that's come down to the next 5 years or something.
Well, it'd be lucky to be
guaranteed.
that if they knock this stadium down. They have to hang on to ANZ and somehow allow people, not that that matters particularly, they can allow people while the refurbishment goes on.
Oh, yes, people would love turning up and
seeing a couple of jackhammers while they...
Well, yeah, they'd probably turn the jackhammers off while the match is on, but it'd be often these things are more interesting to look at than the game.
If you're playing against the grub, have the grub named on the Sporting Probe, the only program dedicated to a national grub database.
You see, I thought that the game was big enough to include, some additional teams or some rearrangement, some sort of ongoing thing, but it seems to be they can't get agreement about... They can only get agreement at the margins on anything because all the clubs are up in arms against, the head office.
I know.
And that Manly thing this week, how did you get on with that, the Manly salary cap? Did that surprise?
No, it didn't surprise me. I mean, Manly have been cheating, ever since they entered the competition. Might have been back in the 1950s, somewhere like that. But they've always been cheats. Everyone's always hated Manly. For very good reason, because they cheat and they get away with it, and they've been getting away with it for so long that they've become role models for our cricketers.
They might change their name to the Australian cricket team. Look, it's been a wonderful Easter Sunday. Look, I always enjoy the Easter Sunday shows. There's so much to talk about, and you can relax and know, well, the Easter eggs have arrived and the hot cross buns have been consumed. But obviously, this cricket imbroglio is going to run and run and run. Is your advice to the players, just incidentally, who have been pinged, that they should appeal?
Oh, yeah, definitely. Yeah,
so as we get another go at
robbed,
it all. Yeah, and they've got to be able to earn their money and so on. Anyway, that's it for the Probe this week. Enjoy the rest of the day. Enjoy the rest of Easter. We'll see you next week, same time, same place, when Roy, myself and Mao and Felix will all be back to do it again with the same topics. Bye now.
G'day, I'm jockey Chris Simons.
And I'm the strapper Jeff.
They call horse racing the sport of kings, but we reckon it's for everyone.
Which is why we started our beginner's guide to racing podcast, The Stable.
From betting to breeding to joining a syndicate and more.
We talk to the biggest names and experts in racing, so you can learn from the best.
The Stable with the jockey and the strapper. Hear it now on Podcast One.
Download the app or listen at podcast1.com.au. No matter what you're into, there's one for everyone.
Podcast One.